On a sunny day, a cute girl offered watermelons to passersby at the market, beckoning with a charming smile. A man with a gap between his teeth approached the beauty and asked if her fruit was ripe. The lady smiled and said that it was absolutely true, and the guy and his boyfriend began to get closer and closer to her. The young man decided to taste the product, and the saleswoman hoped that he would like everything. But the same hour, the stranger brazenly spat out a watermelon, which looked rude on his part. With a sly look at his friend, Chu Lao Fan said that the girl was deceiving them and trying to sell them a tasteless poison. Being angry, the bully pointed his finger at the girl and exclaimed that it was necessary to grab her and teach her a lesson. After that, a whole crowd of scoundrels began to approach the defenseless saleswoman, who was subjected to panic. In tears, the young lady began to cover herself with her hands so that they could not grab her. But this was of little use. People were extremely dissatisfied with what was happening, but there was no way they could resist Feng Sanya's gang, so they just watched. Taking a lock of the beauty's hair in his hand, the scoundrel said that she could scream at the top of her voice because no one would help her anyway. Suddenly, a long bayonet stick flew into the area of his spine, which completely changed his behavior. The bulging eyes of the bully immediately filled with blood, and he almost fainted from the sharp pain. The brave Ye Han came to the rescue, firmly declaring that he would teach them a lesson for daring to offend his sister. Two of Lao Fan's cronies called this act reckless, and in a fit of anger, he ordered the idiot to be destroyed. At the same moment, the bamboo cane of the main character, who was not afraid of his gang at all, flew at him again. Thus, the daredevil closed the mouth of the gang leader, which was brave and very correct from the outside. Falling to the ground, the half-wit began to shed tears. Realizing his own helplessness in this situation, the crowd was dumbfounded and extremely unhappy that third brother was beaten up again in front of everyone. On the ground, Lao Fan was pointing a finger at Ye Han, asking his comrades to deal with him immediately. A bully with a mohawk asked if the impudent kid was running into trouble, and he just grinned, not even thinking about running away. The brave man caused confusion with an unexpected statement that he would fight, after which he began to swing a stick, but did not hit anyone. After a few seconds, the boy froze in place. Realizing that he still could not cope with the horde, enraged boys began to beat him with their feet, letting out all the steam and also enjoying revenge for their friend. The concerned girl asked the guys to stop hitting her brother, but no one even thought to listen to her, and the police had already arrived at the scene. An angry Lao Fan, who was being dragged by two friends, threatened that next time they would destroy the arrogant kid who attacked him. The excited nurse immediately ran to Ye Han, who was lying on the ground, who had fainted due to the force of the blows. The crying girl put her hand under the guy's head and began to ask him to wake up, but still nothing changed. Suddenly, the hero woke up in another spatial dimension, where he was in zero gravity and did not understand anything. In front of him, he saw a jade pendant floating in the air, which instantly came close to his face. At that moment, the young man's mind turned upside down, and the stone seemed to encircle him, which happened very quickly. The alarmed hero abruptly clutched his face and began to cry out about the pain in his eyes, not understanding what was happening at all. After a while, the blue-eyed Ye Han woke up in the hospital, where he was somewhat shocked at first. In front of him, he saw a charming nurse in a pink robe whose beauty almost drove him crazy. A shy girl with red cheeks asked what was the reason for the strange behavior of the patient who did not take his eyes off her. The guy apologized and assured her that he hadn't touched her on purpose, although it didn't sound entirely convincing. The girl warned that if this was done on purpose, she would immediately call security to help. The tense Ye Han noticed that she herself was standing too close to him, which was why there was an accidental physical contact. Putting his hand to his head, the hero wondered if he was hallucinating and what was going on. The young man's sister, who was very worried about him and came to visit the hospital, abruptly burst into the room. The absolutely calm guy replied that he was fine, and then abruptly changed his face, as if he had seen something extraordinary. The beauty of the vis-a-vis instantly heated up the boy. Drops of sweat flowed down his face, and his forehead even turned red. Abruptly covering his eyes with his hand, the excited brown-haired man asked his sister to get dressed immediately, which sounded strange. The girl decided to check his temperature and pulse because he was talking nonsense because she was completely dressed. The lady deduced that the boy had blown his brains out, and he wasn't sure how the dress had suddenly appeared on her. Ye Han, who was wary, couldn't understand what was going on, so he was getting more and more nervous. He was given a sharp look, and now the yin eye penetrated into the other world, and Yang saw through everything that exists. The hero wondered if now his eyes could see everything to the depths, but there was no joy on his face. Without pinning any hopes, the brave man decided to try a new ability and look at something. The hospital employee and the nurse stared at him in silence, and he focused as hard as he could to make sure he didn't make a mistake. The enthusiastic kid really could see right through. He managed to see people passing in the corridor. But then the serious hero began to look more closely, as if something aroused his genuine interest. Meanwhile, the chief medical officer was in the office, with a nice young colleague sitting on his lap. The elderly gentleman enjoyed spending time with a girl who understood and supported him in many ways. Yehan, feeling a bit ashamed, called him the energetic grandfather in a low voice. But he didn't watch anymore. Once again focusing, the guy saw another nurse nearby who was preparing an injection. The beauty immediately attracted the attention of the boy who fell in love, who was already eager to talk to her closer. The sly boy decided to take a little look at the cute lady, considering that it could be very interesting. He nervously hoped that she would turn around and show her face soon, but it didn't happen right away. Still, the shy blonde began to turn her head, and the admiring brown-haired man did not take his eyes off her even for a second. But it turned out that behind the gorgeous hair was an ordinary unshaven man who was picking his nose with a serious face. Yehan almost fainted from the shock and jumped back abruptly, wanting to forget the horror he saw as soon as possible. Resting his head on the pillow, the surprised guy wondered why he needed all-seeing eyes. Another nurse entered the room and asked the young man's relative to come to the cash register and pay for the treatment. The worried girl turned at the first call and walked towards the door, leaving her brother alone. The young man, in turn, focused as much as possible to look through the wall and eavesdrop on the conversation. The excited lady handed over a few bills, and the counterpart said that nothing terrible had happened to the young man and he could already be discharged. The brave man clenched his fist tightly, promising himself that having X-ray vision, he must ensure a good life for his sister. Very soon, Yehan said that he still had some business to attend to, and a relative asked him to come back as soon as possible. On the way, the guy thought about how to earn money with the help of a new ability, but no ideas came to his mind. At one point, he stopped and looked carefully ahead, hearing voices nearby. In a dark alley, there were several people who were gambling at a small wooden table. The purple-eyed beauty asked passersby to come up to her and place their bets, even though it was obvious that she just wanted to rob them. Stupid men laid out large sums of money that flew into the girl's pocket, but they did not seem to understand this and continued. In her mind's eye, she called them a bunch of fools who were trying to win, but all their bills would be hers. There were already a lot of valuable pieces of paper on the table, and the cunning lady was already figuring out how she would spend them. After concentrating, Yehan, who was standing at the back of the crowd, decided to see what amount was shown on the dice. After making small calculations, the young man realized that the dealer should make a profit in any case. The enthusiastic beauty continued to extort money in every possible way from stupid people who did not understand anything. Everyone was extremely unhappy with their loss, but at the same time, everyone wanted to win back and continued to lose time and finances. Pulling a whole stack of bills to her, the happy girl thanked everyone for a pleasant visit. At one point in the crowd, she also noticed the new Yehan, with whom she crossed eyes and was a little surprised. Smiling, the charmer began to beckon the handsome man to her with her index finger, asking if he wanted to play. The absolutely calm guy noticed that his little sister was leaving, but she still stood there and didn't kick. The lady called his words nonsense and noted that she continued to stand still, and her customers had already left. In her mind, the insidious lady thought the hero was just another fool, and he was sure that she would regret that she asked him to play. Raising the glass up, the beauty asked her counterpart to place a bet and put money on the table, after which the game was supposed to start. First of all, the men who were still present began to play, who wanted to win back and go home with a clear conscience. The tense hero began to carefully observe what was happening with the help of all-seeing eyes in order to understand what was going on. The girl abruptly covered the dice with a black glass and began to move them around the table, creating a thrill inside those around her. After a couple of seconds, 3 dice were thrown on the table and gave a total of 15 points. But first you had to choose one of them. A slightly bewildered Yehan was still standing on the side and didn't quite understand what was going on, and some people were even smiling. Putting on an innocent look, the concerned girl asked what the handsome man would choose, who simply remained silent. The kid decided to bet just 10 yuan and not spend anymore, so he tossed the slightly compressed bill on the table. The bewildered woman realized that he was a beggar, but it was too late to back down. After a few seconds, she began to smile and thanked Chap for playing, looking sincere. The vis-a-vis said that the main character had successfully won the money, and immediately handed him his small share. The youngster concluded that there was a lot of money to be made here, so he wasn't going to leave so quickly. He imagined himself as a wolf and made a promise to himself that today he would eat such a charming hare and get all its finances. After that, several more intense games were held in which the lucky guy managed to win. Thanks to the ability, Yehan remained absolutely calm and just did his thing while maintaining a smile on his face. Half an hour later, the girl was already starting to get nervous as her earned fortune gradually crept away from her. Happy and slightly shy, the guy was drawing more and more bills to himself. But he wasn't bragging at all. Others called the kid lucky, who managed to win about 1,000 yuan in a short period of time. The hero was very happy because in his hands, he had more than his salary for a month, and this was a reason for pride. The angry girl didn't know how she was going to go home with empty pockets, and in her mind she called him a scoundrel. The brave man asked if the charming lady didn't want to play anymore, and she could barely contain her rage. The determined lady said that they were going to play big now, but the boy didn't quite understand her. The red-faced girl glared at him, but he remained composed and listened intently. The shy young man offered to stop, because the opposite side already lost so much in just half an hour. The angry girl exclaimed that she had to win back, and then asked if he would make a bet. Putting on a serious face, the young man asked her what she was planning to gamble on if she was left with empty pockets. The beauty noted that, in case of defeat, the kid will put on the table all the finances that he has at the moment. Then the main character wondered what she would do if she lost in the next round. All of a sudden, Charming declared that she would be at his complete disposal, and her delicate cheeks turned a little pink. She stunned a whole crowd of people with these words, and the boy asked if he really could do what he wanted. The cunning girl noted that if the victory is on her side, then the kid will also leave her completely naked. The resolute Ye Han was not at all afraid and did not even think of retreating, and the counterpart asked him not to regret it later. The two contestants looked into each other's eyes with a slight grin, fully prepared for the start of a new game. Concentrating, she closed her eyes and reached for the dice table, keeping silent as she did so. She picked up 3 dice and immediately threw them into the air, sincerely believing that she would be able to get a win. The 2 guys in the crowd were taken aback by her sleight of hand, and the woman just did her job and didn't get distracted by them. At great speed, the lady threw the dice, mixing them in every possible way, which looked very impressive. Shocked people noted that the kid would definitely lose against such a powerful energy, and many even shook with fear. The sly girl said that she had used a technique that dulled the senses, and she was curious about what Yi Han thought about it. But the little boy, meanwhile, just counted the money and did not pay attention to her, which struck the opponent. The tense girl asked the guy to concentrate at least a little, because on his part, such behavior was ugly. The impudent hero called her a weak chick who could only swing her arms but remained safe. The angry lady called him a scoundrel who dared to underestimate her, and decided to show off her might again. A large amount of white smoke appeared all around, but it didn't frighten the daredevil standing in one place at all. Grinning, the confident lady noted that the guy had cheated her, so he could safely return the money. Ye Han, who was emotionless and a little tired, called it all just a show-off that he was already tired of. Encouraged, the other party asked him to make a bet, because she wanted to win back her money as soon as possible. Sly was completely calm, because as long as the dice in the cup hadn't fallen yet, she could change the result. The main character was slightly delaying the momentous moment, and not a drop of excitement could be seen on his face. The brave man with a smile on his face chose that each exhibit should have 6 points, and at the same time pressed the girl's hand so that she would not bluff. Tensely, she wondered if he was really pretending to be a fool in order to completely defeat her. Abruptly raising the black glass, the confident guy asked her to take a good look at the result. The public's attention was shifted to the dice, and each of them actually had the number of points he had said. The stunned audience was in awe of the youngster who surpassed everyone, even though no one had ever met him before. The enthusiastic boy exclaimed that he had won victories, and people around him began to call him the god of gambling and asked him to take him as a disciple. The blue-eyed youth called it all just child's play, and didn't think there was anything special about it. Meanwhile, the sly madam realized that she needed to sneak out as soon as possible before anyone noticed her. At that time, Ye Han turned his gaze to her and reminded her that they had agreed that she would have to fulfill his wishes. Making a friendly appearance, the beauty was curious about what he wanted from her, making it clear that he would do anything. Drooling, the amorous hero said that they could talk about it in a secluded place where there were no outsiders. The insidious girl asked everyone to look at a UFO flying in the sky, and this ridiculous trick worked. Laughing, she ran away, calling them all a bunch of sheep who believe in all sorts of nonsense. An angry Ye Han exclaimed that she was a fraud and asked the others not to let her leave, because she still owed them a favor. The worried girl would turn around and look at him with a little bewilderment, but she was afraid to stop. The brat dared to deceive the youth and continued to walk away, keeping a serious expression on her face. At the same time, the clever guy was not going to give up, so he rushed after her, wanting to get his reward. At one point, the hero turned a corner, where he noticed that the target had run away somewhere, but he did not have time to follow her. When he stopped, Daredevil concluded that she was just hiding somewhere, but this did not bother him at all. Grinning, the brown-haired man wondered if Silly thought that if she ran away from him, he wouldn't be able to find her. In turn, the lady took refuge in an inconspicuous place, where she exhaled, saying that she finally got away from this kid. But suddenly, a blue-eyed guy appeared behind her, which scared her to death, forcing her to call him a demon. Dodger immediately jumped into the room from the window, and the excited vis-a-vis didn't even know where to go now. The young man demanded that his money be returned immediately, and the angry lady was extremely reluctant to do so. The cold-blooded guy extorted her to answer for her actions not only financially, but at one point, someone unknown called him a young man and asked him to wait a bit, which was strange. He immediately looked away, toward the source of the sound, to see what was going on. But there was no tension in his eyes. It was a tired-looking gentleman sitting in a wheelchair who seemed harmless, but he gave off a scary aura. Smiling, he calmly asked if Beauty Yu was making money again by harming everyone around her. The nervous Yehan suddenly threw the girl forward because he was a little startled by the appearance of a stranger. Sweating, the tense young man shouted out who he was, but the answer didn't come immediately. Being surprised, the hero mentally noted that many evil spirits were imprisoned here, and therefore a lot of other people's blood was spilled. The polite man said that he was the charming girl's brother and asked if she was playing pranks again. The brat said to complain that the bastard was stalking her without any decency at all. The angry brown-haired man noted that these were banal excuses, and again demanded an immediate return of his money. The woman began to provoke the brave man, saying that he could try to hit her if possible. The angry guy exclaimed that he would not restrain himself and would hit her right now. But this only amused her. A verbal altercation began between them, which did not stop for several minutes, and the disabled person just listened in silence. At one point, his face crinkled with the severity that was caused by two fools acting like children. He slammed the table, telling them to stop, and Yu said that her brother had finally fallen apart, so Yehan was about to die. Unexpectedly, the young master slapped her on the back of the head and shouted for her to shut it, and she even fell off her feet from the suddenness. Putting her hand to her cheek, the little girl pretended to be innocent and asked why her own person raised his hand to her. The angry man noted that he had already asked her many times not to gamble, but she did not listen to him. The extremely serious brother asked if the half-witted girl remembered how he lost both his legs. The lady said that it was only because of her abilities that she raised money for his treatment, because she didn't want his whole life to go like this. After that, the young man, broken in his soul, was imbued with thoughts and fell silent, experiencing moral pain. The wary Ye Han at that time wondered why a person unknown to him would lose his limbs. He decided to use the all-seeing gaze to pierce the legs of his counterpart and draw conclusions. The main character managed to examine everything in detail and see the problem areas that could be cured. The guy stressed that the young gentleman has a torn hamstring, and there is also a foreign body in the lower leg. His statement stunned his brother and sister, who could not have imagined that a stranger had such knowledge in medicine. The excited man first asked what was the disease in his legs, which he really wanted to use. Ye Han, who was pleased with himself, replied that he could understand everything at a glance, so he could do anything. Alarmed, Yu gently held his hands and asked him to treat her brother, and the youngster was even a little embarrassed. The slightly angry boy remembered that she had previously hurled insulting words at him, so he was not eager to help. The same hour, the beauty hugged him and, calling him handsome, asked why he was so angry, and saliva flowed from his mouth. After blowing a kiss, Charming promised that if Ye Han cured her brother, she would become his lady. But still, mentally, the insidious girl just wanted to take the boy under personal control, considering him a loser. Suddenly, the brave man pushed her away from him, as a result of which the girl lost coordination and was afraid. The intelligent hero said that he wasn't as naive as Yu thinks, so he wasn't going to give any help. Then, he turned around and raised his head proudly, squinting his eyes to get some rest from everything that had happened. Daredevil knew that he didn't know the man at all, and if he cured him, he might tell everyone about his sharp yin-yang gaze. The tense gentleman suddenly asked what the young man thought about the deal, which already sounded interesting. The stern Ye Han looked at the disabled man and asked him what he was talking about, but he didn't trust him at all. The stranger went on to say that he had once been the southwestern king of tricks, cheating, and fist-fighting. The anxious hero immediately realized that this was Zhao Hengdian, whom he had heard a lot about. The cold-blooded man had confirmed his identity, and his behavior was still somewhat mysterious. The boy remembered that a large figure had once had unlimited power in his hands, but something had radically changed his life. With tears in her eyes, little Yu wanted to tell her brother's terrible story, but she didn't finish. The elder raised his hand and asked her not to say anything, because he wanted to hear the youngster's opinion first. He asked what the young man thought of a deal that might be agreeable to both parties. The young man could see what the problem was, but he needed other abilities to cure the person. Suddenly, something like a magical evolution happened, which gave him new skills and gave him energy. The hero received books about the medical classics Gigu and Quick Tempering Ki, which was a very pleasant bonus for him. The extremely excited girl asked him to finally answer if he could cure her brother. The saddened man resigned himself to the fact that no one would help him, because even the help of all the famous doctors was useless. The enthusiastic Yehan suddenly and confidently declared that he could cure him, and this gave him great hope. The shocked invalid couldn't believe his words and was even a little confused, but the guy's appearance said it all. Baby Yu was very happy, and the hero noted that he needed some time to prepare in order to think carefully about everything. The tense master exclaimed that if the youngster removed the foreign bodies from his legs, he would serve him for 3 years. Barely able to hold back her tears of joy, the shy girl hugged Yehan tightly and sincerely expressed her gratitude. The boy felt a strong warmth in his soul and also gently pressed her, enjoying the wonderful moment. After a while, the hero caught himself thinking that he was embarrassed to ask for money for treatment from those who need it more. The little demon inside him was very angry at the little kid who spouted nonsense and pretended to be another person. All of a sudden, the young man heard a person shouting about a sale where you could buy Ming Dynasty Qinghua porcelain for just 3,000. The surprised guy found the offer very interesting, so he wasn't going to pass so easily. Ye Han, who was ecstatic, decided to take a closer look, knowing that he might be able to find a loophole. A gray-haired old man showed passersby his unusual artifacts and assured that everyone would be satisfied with the purchase. The attentive hero noticed that his grandfather dared to sell originals, although many in his place would not have done so. Twirling his thin mustache, the man said that for 302 yuan, he would give the Bell of the Warring States era, and Han decided to find out if he had something worthwhile. He quickly learned that the hieroglyphs were applied with printing ink that hadn't dried yet, and the bronze bell was made of plastic. In his mind's eye, the young man called it all madness, noting that both he and the old man were fools. At one point, the youngster passed by a bald, elderly gentleman who caught his attention. It was Zhou Mingshan, whose reputation was brilliant and whose eyes could find valuable antiques. The tense granddaughter said that they were not unlikely to find something worthwhile here, and the grandfather replied that she was still young and did not understand anything. The kind-hearted man asked that the Qinghua porcelain be placed in his hands so that he could take a look and evaluate it. The cold-blooded Ye Han watched from the sidelines with a sharp eye, not giving anything away. The gray-haired Ming Yuexuan asked the guest to extend his palm, then placed the desired item in his hand. The concentrated old man began to carefully examine the artifact, taking a closer look at each pattern on it. The granddaughter noted that even if this is the original, then the crack on top has ruined the vase. Now it is almost worthless. And the grandfather agreed with her. Not wanting to waste any time, Zhou Mingshan returned the item to the salesman, who was feeling flustered with frustration. After that, people became disillusioned with him and began to disperse, realizing that this was an ordinary deceiver. The main character, in turn, remained standing on the spot, as if trying to make an important decision for himself. Suddenly, the youth exclaimed at the top of his voice that he was buying a Qinghua porcelain vase, even though it was criticized. It caused confusion among an antiques professional and his granddaughter, who thought it was stupid. The guy repeated his words again, which surprised the frustrated salesman, who no longer knew what to do. The enthusiastic man shoved the artifact into his hands, telling him that it was only 3,000 years old from the Ming Dynasty. With a smile, a satisfied Ye Han agreed to these terms and handed over the bills, rejoicing at the new purchase. The old man thanked him and then began to run away somewhere, which slightly discouraged the young man standing on the spot. The scoundrel mocked the kid in his mind, calling him a ridiculous fool who bought a pathetic fake. People around also started laughing at the main character who made a mistake and wasted money. The pink-haired girl behind her called the boy a fool who gave $3,000 for a broken vase. Remaining absolutely calm, the brave man noted that all the people gathered here are complete imbeciles. The angry lady shouted how dare he insult her, but the daredevil didn't care about her emotional outbursts. The polite Mingshan asked how the youngster knew that the shattered object was genuine. Immediately, the confident Ye Han replied that there were two other things that he would like to correct the elderly master about. First of all, he said that the Qinghua vase was not broken, and then added that it was an original copy. The people around them continued to laugh, noting that the young scoundrel was lying and not blushing, considering them all half-witted. The reserved Joe asked the boy not to get excited and said that finding a gap is not so difficult. Besides, you need to have a trained eye. The brave man began to pour water over the artifact and asked everyone to open their eyes wider to take a closer look. After a couple of seconds, the old man and his granddaughter were greatly shocked. As the youngster's words were true, he said that the place of the crack is located above the ornament and it is just dirt that can be easily viewed. The fair man emphasized that the young man has excellent eyesight and admitted that he was amazed by this. Now, the people around him called Ye Han master, and they said to themselves that eating eyes was no good. The happy boy was grateful for Yin Yang's all-seeing gaze, which helped him figure it out completely. The tense girl exclaimed that her counterpart had never explained why the artifact might be real. The hero replied that he had already bought it, and asked what if it really was the original Qinghua base. The lady said that she would buy the item at the market price, but asked what to do if it was a fake. The guy replied that then he would be at a loss, and the lady threatened that he would work for her without a salary otherwise. With the last few words, the guys clapped their hands, making a small deal, and also gave each other a small smile. The joyful Zhou Mingshan knew that it would be a good idea if Yuner took advantage of the boy who could be the perfect helper. The man said that Ming Yuegan is located up ahead, where there are professional appraisers, so he suggested that we go there. Soon the three of them arrived at a large, luxurious building, and on the way, everyone was silent and thought about their own things. The polite gentleman greeted the dear guests and asked them not to stand at the threshold, but rather to go inside. It was the benevolent Lin Baimo, who was very happy to see Sister Yuner. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Very soon, everyone was gathered in a room that had a suitable atmosphere for important negotiations. The cheerful Jo Mingshan said that this time they had come to have a professional help them evaluate a piece of jewelry. The girl said that her grandfather was saying that the vase was fake, and Ye Han was generally unbearable and even argued with her. The calm Lin replied that there was no need to evaluate if the master had already said everything. But the serious hero stressed that the salesperson had said the same thing. The man added that the young man's face seemed familiar to him, and asked if it was his first time on the street of an antique dealer. Slightly perplexed, the guy asked what to make of it since he didn't understand the meaning of the question at all. The vis-a-vis replied that he had seen too many such people who, thanks to their ingenuity, tried to get into their circle. The hero said that he did not intend to offer his help as an appraiser, so he decided to go and find other specialists. Yuner, who was sitting on the chair, was a little wary, but the absolutely calm Jo Mingshan asked her not to worry. The friendly Baimo said that despite the youngster's first visit, for the sake of the master's good name, he would still look at the item. Turning around, the serious Ye Han asked if he had something final to say, and he was fully prepared to walk away. The man said that there are only 3 crafts in this antique shop, and if the guy can find at least one, he will help him for free. In his heart, the young man exulted, realizing that this was easier than a steamed turnip. And at the same time, he really wanted to annoy the arrogant brat. The provocateur asked if the kid was afraid of something, since he was in no hurry to agree to his offer. The brave man at the same time confidently declared that today he would open the eyes of a guy whose self-confidence knew no bounds. The friendly Jo Mingshan said that he needed time, and asked if 1 hour would be enough. The young man began to move to one of the stands, while asking why he needed so much time. Unexpectedly, he declared that 1 minute would be enough, and then carefully examined all the artifacts. Lin Baimo laughed and said that the kid was overestimating himself, because his intentions were simply impossible. The wary old man advised Chap to think things through carefully, and Yuner noted in her mind that he was making a row out of the blue. In just a few seconds, a joyful Ye Han found 3 fakes and placed them on the table, which was a stunning result. The dumbfounded trio thought it was all a joke and couldn't understand how he had discovered everything so quickly. The base of the bronze statue was glued, there was sand inside the rosary, and on the vase there was a joint connecting its 2 parts. Startled, Lin wondered how the guy had managed to do it so quickly when even the best appraisers in the country couldn't do it. Then the main character added that there were not 3 fakes in the shop, but 4, which was news to those present. He picked up the white ball with 2 fingers and drew the attention of the people in front of him to it, squeezing it lightly. The extremely tense Baimo cried out that this was one of the shop's treasures, a radiant pearl that required careful handling. The disgruntled man thought that the kid was smaller than Pooh, but he also asked him in a serious tone to take a good look. After that, Daredevil abruptly waved his hand and threw the artifact away, causing Jo Mingshan and the others to almost faint. At the same time, the shell shattered on the floor, and the shop owner, terrified, immediately rushed to it. The observant old man noticed that inside the radiant pearl was an ordinary steel ball. Ye Han, who was completely confident, looked at the dumbfounded people and asked if he still felt that he was relying on his wits. After realizing the situation, the nervous Lin Baimo apologized for his rudeness and called the Hero Master, paying his respects. The guy noted that he did not want to advertise it, but he understood that over time his talent would definitely be revealed. The tense Mingshan was displeased that the youth had forced his colleague to act submissive, but he still remained silent. The polite shopkeeper calmly asked the young expert to become his assistant in the assessment as soon as possible. After a short period of time, everyone sat down in their chairs, and Yuner was still angry. One of the assistants entered the room, bringing another artifact on a tray while the hero was picking at his ear with his little finger. It was said that the Tsinghua porcelain vase is real, and its market price is approximately 1 million yuan. The serious Lin Baimo listened carefully to the man and allowed him to go about his business while he began to examine the item. With great respect, the master handed the artifact to the young master, admitting that he wasn't lying at all. The boy smiled silently in response, realizing that now they would treat him completely differently. Yuner, who was slightly flushed, noted that there was nothing wrong with winning the argument, but in reality she was only pretending that she didn't care. Then she handed the brave man a gold card with a primitive password, on which there were as many as 2 million rubles. The young man was very pleased with himself, as in a short period of time, he was able to earn a huge amount of money. Jo Mingshan laughed happily, remarked that it was very nice to redeem a lost treasure, and then suddenly felt a pain inside. Suddenly, the elderly gentleman fell off his feet and, clutching his chest, began to complain of feeling unwell. The flustered Yuner immediately rushed to her grandfather's side and asked what was going on with him. But she didn't get an answer. A tense Lin Baimo called for help from his subordinates, ordering them to prepare the car for the trip to the hospital. The old man, who felt a great lack of energy, spoke to his granddaughter in a trembling voice. and his hands were rapidly weakening. With tears, the girl asked her loved one not to die. But the power of time was beyond his control. The worried shop owner knew that it would be very unpleasant if the man died in his home. Yehan, who was completely calm, couldn't take credit for what was happening. But he decided to take a closer look with his skill. Concentrating as hard as he could, he stared at the unconscious old man's chest while the others were confused. He noticed that there were some miasma swirling around Zhou Mingshan's heart that had been inside for several days. One of the assistants said that the car for the trip was already ready, so it was necessary to move out as soon as possible. A tense Lin Baimo abruptly grabbed his grandfather in his arms and began to run to the car, shouting that his condition should not be allowed to deteriorate. The extremely serious Yehan stood in his way, saying that if they went to the hospital now, they might not make it in time. The embittered master told him to get out of the way immediately, asking if he would take the responsibility of making Joe worse. The daredevil replied that he was studying to be a doctor, so there is a chance that he will be able to save the gentleman on his own. The vis-a-vis stressed that a very long time will pass, so he asked him not to engage in nonsense. Unexpectedly, Yunair, who was crying, asked him to stop and let the young man help her grandfather. The nervous Lin said that it was about a man's life and insisted that she think about it again. The alarmed girl understood that they would not have time to get to the hospital and said that she trusted the main character. After that, the shop owner silently placed Zhou Mingshan on the floor, and the cool-headed guy asked him to leave it all to him. At the same time, the intrepid youth used the healer's ability to provide first aid to the patient. His face remained stern, because he didn't relax for a moment to avoid making a mistake. A huge stream of energy was directed at the chest of the unconscious old man, whose life was hanging in the balance. The tense Baimo in his mind called it a strong medical technique, while the excited Yunair hoped that Grandpa would be saved. Soon, the novice pointed his hand at the Tan Chung point, which played the final role in the healing process. After a few minutes, Yehan, who was sweating profusely, said that he was finally done, and it could be seen that all his strength was exhausted. After a while, the hero was resting on a chair, and Lin periodically approached Zhou Mingshan, who was still lying down. The worried girl asked if her grandfather would be able to wake up, and very much hoped for a positive answer. The guy replied that he had invested all his strength, but stressed that she should look after a loved one on her own. At one point, a smile appeared on the beauty's face because she turned around and saw that the old man had moved. Opening his eyes, the first thing the elderly gentleman asked was why his beloved granddaughter was shedding tears. The fact that he had suddenly woken up surprised the little girl and Lin Baimo, but the hero was still serious. Unable to contain her emotions, Charming immediately hugged Joe, glad that he had finally come to his senses. Soon the man began to thank Yehan, and now he could breathe easily and did not feel any pain in his chest, and the young man asked him to take care of himself. The calm Abemo thought that if the brave man could pull it off, he would be able to save his family from their plight. He bowed respectfully to the young man, asking him for a favor, and the hero himself looked at him in silence. The boy understood that both families were very powerful and it would be very profitable to make friends with them, so he was ready to help in any way. The vis-a-vis said that his father was suffering from headaches, and there was no help from well-known doctors, so the only hope was for Yehan. The young man didn't fully understand Ghost Valley medicine, and this time he was just lucky. But it was also a good opportunity to strike up a friendship. The brave man asked to give him a month to prepare and promised to do everything in his power. A grateful Lin Bamo noted that the guy was already a family friend, even if he could heal his dad. Then, the gentleman noted that today he was extremely happy, so he invited the guests to have a glass of hot drink. The calculating Yuner decided to use this excuse to get close to Yehan, and then he would do some work for her. A small group gathered in a cozy restaurant where everyone had the opportunity to drink wine and relax after a hard day. The polite hero asked for forgiveness, said that he needed to leave for a moment, and Zhou Mingshan silently smiled at him. The young man went out to the hotel lobby to call his sister and tell her that he was fine, because it was late. Shifting his gaze to the side, he saw Yun Er, who was overwhelmed by the attention of an oddly behaving person. With a rose in his mouth, Bao Luofei gave the girl compliments, but she was angry and said that he annoyed her. She added that she has a boyfriend, but the young man has already managed to break through someone that she never had a relationship. The romantic asked if the beauty would accept his advances and wanted to put his arm around her waist as soon as possible, even though he was unpleasant to her. Suddenly, the stern Yehan intervened, grabbing the impudent man's arm and telling him to get out of the way. The hot-headed man shouted at him who he was, and Daredevil wasn't going to answer his questions. He pressed harder on his opponent's wrist to make him scream in pain and run away. The embittered Bao complained and asked to be released immediately, but he did so somewhat unnecessarily. The Daredevil took everything too literally and simply threw the half-wit to the side, causing him to crash headfirst into the wall. The insidious Yun Er decided that under this pretext she would get closer to the main character, and later use him for selfish purposes. Turning on gentle, she hugged Han and started calling him her boyfriend. complaining about being molested by another person. The dumbfounded Luofei couldn't believe his ears, as did the surprised youth who hadn't expected this turn of events. The beauty looked into Ye's eyes with love in her eyes, calling him cute and begging him to help her. The exultant boy inwardly emphasized that it was just in time for her to be so kind to him. Putting his arm around the girl's waist and touching her chin, he said that he had missed her in a short period of time. Enraged, Bao stamped his foot loudly on the floor and called out to the brat boy, asking how dare he take his love away from him. In a fit of anger, the fool ran into battle with his fists, threatening that he would destroy the impudent type right now. Worried, Yuner asked her lover to be careful, because she was the first to notice the impending danger. The cold-blooded hero managed to react and caught his opponents off guard with an unexpected direct kick. Pleasantly surprised, the girl noted that it was very powerful, although she did not expect this at all. Eventually, Luofei, who lost his coordination, fell off his feet and hit the back of his head on the floor, but remained conscious. After the devastation of his father, the half-wit in silk pants was no longer a match for the confident Han that Yuner was worried about. The guy put his arm around the beauty's waist and began to leave with her, offering not to pay attention to the rogue lying on the floor. Incredibly angry, Bao threatened that he would definitely deal with the scoundrel who took the lady of his heart from him. For several minutes, the young couple walked together, but each was silent and thinking about his own thoughts. At one point, the beauty asked if the main character didn't think it was time for him to stop hugging her. Chuckling slightly, the guy took his hands away and said that they had made a very realistic performance. After that, the angry girl turned around and began to leave, saying that in no case would she believe him. But after a couple of seconds, she stopped and froze in place, and the young man looked at her back and enjoyed the beauty of her hair and torso. The blue-eyed hunk was experiencing a wonderful feeling from spending time next to the charming girl. Suddenly, the serious girl turned to the dreaming Ye Han as if she wanted to make an important statement. Putting on a playful air, the cute Yuner stuck out her tongue slightly and said that she would show him something he liked tomorrow. The guy immediately began to fantasize a lot of interesting things in his head, so he wanted the time to pass quickly. The next day, the guys came to the gambling market, where the work process was in full swing and people were not standing still. The unsettled young man asked if this was the surprise the lucky girl had mentioned. Catching fire with excitement, the beauty grabbed the young man by the hand and dragged him along, seeing a batch of new precious stones. Because of the Kijue training that Ye Han had been doing all night, the fighter still wanted to fight, but he didn't have the opportunity. Yuner looked around in surprise, her eyes constantly darting, and her companion didn't even understand anything. Then, the hero drew attention to a huge amount of valuables, the prices for which were huge. The shop assistant was very happy to see Ms. Zhou, and she looked at him with a smile and began to approach. The elderly woman pointed out that the lady had earned the name of granddaughter of a great appraiser last time by discovering ice jadit. The main character silently concluded that the lady often comes here and assumed that she does it to test her skills. A man dressed in a suit came out to them and said that he wasn't here last time, otherwise this girl wouldn't be held in high esteem here. No one would have thought that the legendary Wang Dashi, who is not inferior to the king of the gambling market, would appear in person. The youth asked in a whisper why he was doing this farce, and Yuner replied that their jewelry companies were constantly fighting each other for goods. The old man invited the girl to compete, noting that the winner will be the one who finds the most expensive stone. The tense lady knew that she would lose and disgrace the family, and thought about calling her grandfather. Laughing loudly, the vis-a-vis angered the beauty, saying that if she was afraid, she could go back to her home. He was suddenly approached by the confident Ye Han, who offered his candidacy for the power test. The disgruntled people around him assumed that the cocky kid was here for the first time and dared to compare himself to a legend. Smiling, Wang Dashi called the guy's actions nonsense, and he began to scratch his head, not even knowing what to say. Unexpectedly, Yuner hugged the young man's hand gently, saying that he was her boyfriend, and, as the family's son-in-law, could be her representative. The stunned trio was furious, as the girl they really liked was some kind of leftist type. The old man said that the guy might represent the interests of the Zhou clan, but every competition has its own reward. The surprised lady immediately asked what was going on, because she did not understand what the elderly gentleman was leading up to. The calculating grandfather had heard that the girl's family had a jewelry store in the city center, and noted that this was a good place for him. People were talking about how much money was being spent on this place, so Wang Dashi suggested that they kill the fool while Mr. Zhou wasn't here. Folding his hands in front of his chest, Ye Han asked, completely calm and confident, what made them think that he would lose in the first place. The old man began to laugh out loud at his naivete, and the amazed people emphasized that no one could compare with the legend. The man said that if he lost, he would bark 3 times like a dog in public, and also pay compensation equal to the cost of a jewelry store. Worried, Yuner asked if the hero would be able to defeat an experienced fighter, and he promised that he would definitely do it. After that, the young lady loudly said that they were ready to start the competition. and the brave man smiled silently. The mysterious gentleman turned to the booth with precious stones and asked the guys to watch the master's hands. The enthusiastic boy asked his companion to follow him, saying that they would certainly find raw jadeite. For a while, he examined the artifacts in detail, and the commune heir noted various factors that could be used to determine a lot. Soon, the young man stopped at one of the medium-sized stones, saying that this is exactly what they need. The young man asked what color the most expensive item was, and the girl's nose almost bled with surprise. A trio of boys nearby started laughing loudly at the kid, emphasizing that he wasn't thinking straight at all. An angry Yunair shouted at him to ask why he had volunteered if he didn't know anything, and Yehan replied that she had asked him to win. Calming down, the beauty replied that the most expensive is transparent, like glass jaded. After these words, the hero focused as much as possible and used a sharp look so as not to make a mistake. The girl no longer expected anything good from him and had already accepted defeat, and the enthusiastic young man made his choice. The surprised lady asked the young man to let her look at the chosen stone, hoping that this time they would be lucky. But there were only disgusting cracks on the piece of cobblestone, and it was worth 500 yuan, which unsettled the lady. Enraged, Yunair slapped the fool on the back of the head, exclaiming that there was clearly something wrong with the item and that he was joking. Tired people began to call the guy an ignoramus and believed that Wang Dashi had unconditionally won here. Confident of his victory, the master suggested that the young man start cutting pieces of cobblestone in order to find out everything as soon as possible. The excited girl asked to give them a little more time because she wanted to change the choice. Suddenly, the gallant Yehan held her hand and looked into her eyes with a smile on his face, causing the beauty to even be a little confused. The determined hero asked her to trust him, promising that if they lost, he would compensate her for everything. Charming was extremely embarrassed and blushed, so she silently turned her back, burning with shame. Still, the young lady gave him the will to act and said that even if it didn't end in victory, nothing terrible would happen. The three men couldn't hold back their tears as they saw the adored Yunair showing warm feelings towards some loser. An absolutely calm Wang Dashi still assured that the kid would lose soon, so there was no need to waste time. The daredevil said that the defeat will be won by the self-confident grandfather, who should have gone to bed and slept long ago. A man from the crowd noted that if you match both stones, you can immediately determine who will win and who will leave in disgrace. One of the bodyguards reported that the tools were ready, and the old man asked him to cut the shell carefully, because inside there was jadeite worth 1 million. A loyal subordinate asked the elderly gentleman not to worry, noting that they had the best equipment. They were armed with a water jet cutting machine, a plasma cutter, and a pneumatic grinding device. Three focused professionals began a painstaking process, during which they did not even take their eyes off the stand. A slightly angry Yunair firmly said that the appropriate tool was also needed at their table. And as soon as possible, the simpletons looked back at her in confusion, not even knowing what to say, and began to annoy the lady. She was furious that they had given her a useless axe, metal hacksaw, and hammer, and the men thought her stone was useless anyway. The bold Yehan calmly asked for their weapons, saying that they would cut everything themselves, which made her even more stunned. The men were not upset at all and wished the children a pleasant time, and they themselves began to step aside. In the sweat of her brow, the girl decided that she urgently needed to call her grandfather and start begging for help, because otherwise they would simply disgrace themselves. At another table, someone exclaimed in shock that it was the same ice jadeite, the second best grade. Satisfied with himself, Wang Dashi laughed lightly and asked his subordinates to continue cutting, noting that he had already won. After a few seconds, the assistant said that everything was ready, and on the table was an incredibly beautiful emerald-colored crystal. A tense crowd began to offer millions for a beautiful copy, but the experienced old man asked them not to rush. He said that they would be able to choose the pieces after they were cut, and then turned his attention to the focused hero. Everyone began to watch the boy with bewilderment, considering it a disgrace and squalor that he cuts a stone with an axe. The nervous Yunair asked in a raised tone what the young man was doing if he wasn't done with the stone yet. Encouraged, the guy replied that he was looking for a suitable place so as not to touch the jewel inside. Vaughn was displeased and remarked that the fool spoke as if he could see what was in the middle of the shell. The boy didn't say that he really knew about it, and then he swung the axe sharply, showing a little aggression. After a couple of seconds, a very powerful blow was delivered, as a result of which many fragments scattered to the sides. Covering his face with his hand, a skeptical Dashi asked what was the point of this grand battle if he didn't even cut anything. But suddenly, the elderly gentleman's face changed a lot from shock and froze in place with bulging eyes. The tense people felt a slight pain due to the blinding light, but no one had any idea what it was all about. Stunned, Yunair pointed her finger and exclaimed that this was the green jadeite that no one expected. The main character showed everyone a precious crystal and declared that he had won the competition, although they did not believe in him. Surprised people began to praise the unusual object in every possible way, which was very large in size. An angry Wang Dashi exclaimed that this was clearly a scam, because nothing could have appeared in an empty rock. The brave man did not care about his criticism, because he was ready to prove his abilities more than once. Professionally swinging the axe in his hand, the daredevil asked him to take a good look and prepared to hold another show. In a show of aggression, he swung the tool sharply to cut open more shells on the table. In just one blow, the burly man cut through another boulder, knowing full well that there was a jewel inside it. Everyone was shocked to see once again a green crystal, which not everyone was lucky enough to get. The agile Yehan didn't stop there and continued to smash everything in his path to prove himself in all his glory. Almost losing consciousness, the three boys saw the pure treasure again, and their opinion of the hero gradually began to change. In the end, the tough fighter broke several more shells, and in each of them there was a beautiful jadeite hidden. The astonished people could not believe that there were jewels everywhere, but it was true. The unsettled Wang Dashi couldn't digest this information, and the delighted Yunair called Yehan gorgeous. Soon, people began to fall on their knees before the master, recognizing his authenticity and begging him to take them as their disciples. The hero asked them to calm down and noted that it was time to determine the winner, and the old man was very angry with him, but was silent. The boy asked how much the nugget revealed by Van Dashi was worth, and the happy friend replied that it was about 3.5 million rubles. Rich entrepreneurs were willing to pay huge sums for Mr. Ye's beautiful jaded, and even started to argue among themselves. The polite grandfather asked Master Zhou to help him fill the price, and promised to give half of the amount received to preserve his honor. But the angry man immediately punched him in the face, telling him to get out of his sight. Respected people sided with the main character, whom the old scoundrel dared to insult in front of everyone. The stern Wang Dashi understood that the situation was lousy, and first he needed to sneak out while everyone turned their attention to the kid. He told himself that he would try to lie low again, and suddenly people were looking at his back. The merciless Yehan immediately saw through the scoundrel and very sharply threw a sharp cleaver at him, causing the old man to simply fall into a stupor. The daredevil noted that he had better learn to bark now, and the terrified guy immediately obeyed him, clutching his head. In a few seconds, the grandfather literally turned into a dog, and calling the guy Mister, asked if he was doing well. The confident youth threatened that if he ever saw the scoundrel offend his Yuner, he would not spare him, and told him to roll away. Soon, people were mocking the stupid Wang Dashi, who turned tail between his legs like a street dog and ran away. Yehan was displeased and asked about the money, and the lady asked him to relax, saying that no one dares not pay the Zhou family's debts. The guy smiled sharply and turned his attention to her when he heard the mention of the clan, which unsettled the beauty. The young man began to ask when the charming girl would introduce him to her parents and in what year they would have a wedding. Confused, Yuner immediately covered his mouth with her hand and asked if he was acting like this to her on purpose. People kept offering various amounts, and one of the men even suggested that Yehan evaluate the beauty of the girls in his club. The young male immediately lit up with love and desire to do this, and even forgot about the pink stripe standing behind. At one point, the wary boy felt the grave cold behind him, which came just from his companion. Suddenly, the young man said that he could sell other stones, but the transparent jadeite was already promised to the charming Yuner, which surprised her. Although the trio of entrepreneurs were upset, they didn't want to insist and just went their own way. The deeply moved beauty gently hugged Yehan's hand and expressed her gratitude, while he remained calm. Unexpectedly, the beautiful lady kissed the young man on the cheek, which threw him into a stupor and made him blush with embarrassment. 3 kids nearby were whining and complaining about their worthlessness, wishing they could get rich and find a good girl. The enthusiastic hero was happy because now he had $30 million and could provide a good life for his sister. A disgruntled Yuner asked him to stop clowning around and said that it was time for them to get out of here. She also noted that you need to be careful so that they are not robbed. But for the guy, it first sounded wild. Still, Slick abruptly grabbed the girl's arm and started running forward, realizing the danger of the situation. Soon they were in the car, where Han asked if the lady should call her grandfather, and she said that the road was very calm. Suddenly, an oncoming car began to behave very strangely, as if its driver wanted to block the passage. In the end, the stranger brazenly blocked the path, stopping right in front of the young couple. The tense hero asked his companion to be careful, and she tried to keep a cool mind so as not to aggravate the situation. The girl managed to brake sharply and turn the steering wheel so as to avoid a physical collision. A disgruntled guy immediately leaned out of the window and asked who taught the idiots to drive, and the lady called them cretins. At the same moment, 3 guys got out of the second car, who immediately began to be rude to the brave man, telling him to get out into the fog. Breathing out a sigh of relief, the daredevil said that everything was fine because there weren't many of them and he could handle it. The wary Yunair stressed that this was a multi-seat woolen, so there were clearly more people there. A few seconds later, a whole crowd of bone cruisers came out, and each of them had different edged weapons in their hands. Ye-han, dumbfounded, shouted out how many people could fit in this car as the situation escalated rapidly. A red-haired guy stepped forward and looked at the hero, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The unflappable young man instantly recognized Chu Laozan, whom he had run into a long time ago. A bewildered Yunair asked if the youngster knew this bully, and he flexed his fingers and said that they were very good friends, but it was sarcasm. Laughing slightly, the daredevil asked how Chrysanthemum vis-a-vis was doing, which was an act of provocation. Laozan's comrades couldn't believe that he had a tongue like a broomstick, but he exclaimed that he would shut the chatterbox's mouth right now. Pulling out a sharp knife, the bandit said that Ye-han would either get in the car obediently or else he would be placed there with a broken leg. The rest of the ghouls began to flirt with the charmer standing behind the boy, who no one took seriously. The excited girl had high hopes for Daredevil, as only he could protect her. The cold-blooded hero asked her to behave calmly and leave the idiots to him, making it clear that he would deal with everyone alone, not at all afraid of anything. The guy used one of the abilities, and a crowd of enemies was ready to destroy him. The impulsive Chu Laosan spat out a cigarette and shouted at him to show off, then offered his friends a good punch. A horde of bone cruisers with various weapons rushed to attack the youngster, eager to quickly scratch their fists on him. Han, who was completely calm, still stood where he was, completely confident that he wasn't in any danger. He thought this was the perfect time to try out his breathing technique on the halfwits. Flashing a terrible look, the merciless warrior asked the guys to catch a hook, which they could not block. In the same hour, the group of hooligans were pushed back by the wave and scattered in different directions, unable to even get close. In less than a minute, one of the lunatics had their head stuck in the asphalt, and another was sticking out of the car and hanging from a tree like a garbage bag. Yunair's fathomless eyes shone with delight, and she recognized the actions of the fearless Ye-han as amazing. With a smile, the self-satisfied young man emphasized that it was just a matter of spitting, and then they could continue moving. At the same time, the hero was silent about the fact that he did not calculate the strength and damage the knuckles on his hand, but pretended that everything was fine. Meanwhile, the cowardly Chu Laosan, aware of the stalemate of the situation, lay behind the car, telling himself that he couldn't see anything. Sweating profusely, he rested his head on the asphalt and relaxed his body, trying to come to terms with the shameful defeat. Han, suddenly confident, threw the car like a soccer ball, asking where his old friend was going. The startled man began to swallow saliva, not believing what was happening, and his eyes were bulging as much as possible. In a panic, the fool embraced the brave man's leg and begged for mercy in tears, promising that he would never dare to bother him again. The tough fighter lifted the bastard off the ground and asked him whose group had sent them, and he said that Mr. Feng was involved. In fear, the bully said that the leader had ordered Han Shi-yuner to be captured and brought to him, but he didn't know anything about the rest. The girl had heard about a geek from Shanghai who always managed to win at roulette, and noted that he was not to be trifled with. With a smile, Chu Laozan added that he had already told them everything he knew and asked if he could go on his own way. The cold-blooded hero immediately hit him in the beard with his heel, as a result of which the silly boy flew very far away. The companion asked what the young man planned to do next, and a smile remained on his face. Daredevil said that the brats dared to attack their family, so he decided to check on a couple of their houses in response. After a while, he was standing in front of the mansion's door, telling himself that now he could beat small-time crooks. But at the same time, the young man realized that he clearly did not have enough strength to defeat the villain Feng, so he needed time. The main character entered the house of Mr. Zhao, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and immediately changed his face from a little surprise. The first thing Ye-han wondered in his mind was whether the Qili energy was hovering around a focused person. The guy said that he came to ask him to teach him Quan Shu and promised to examine his legs along the way. Suddenly, the dumbfounded man jumped up with a question about how the kid only got so much mana in a few days. The kid lied that yesterday he met a beggar who said that he had excellent muscles and military talents and gave him a magic elixir to drink. The Lord pointed out that his powers are wasted and have no use, so he can't develop his power. The guy asked if his counterpart would help him, who again concentrated and asked him to watch carefully. The calm man said that now he would teach the young fighter the 5-element strike, which should have been clearly memorized. Ye-han watched him closely, sweating profusely, and after a few seconds, Zhao Zhao suddenly waved his hand. Within an hour, pieces of wood were flying in all directions, and Blue Eyes stared open-mouthed in shock. He managed to cut down a thick tree trunk and arouse the boy's admiration, but he stressed that it was about 30% of his full strength. Yu Yu, who was angry, shouted out what the brats had done because it was a sprout that she had just planted. The serious gentleman asked the confident hero to practice on his own first, and he was already ready to do it. When an experienced warrior learned this science, he would practice hard for 3 years, so Chap would have to train hard to master the technique. Suddenly, the daredevil made him look at everything with bulging eyes from shock, because his inclinations were amazing. The delighted young man exclaimed that he had succeeded, and the dumbfounded Zhao mentally called it all an injustice. The boy asked if he was doing well, and the gentleman with the serious face said that he was doing quite well. He decided to give the boy a very rare book on the technique of fist fighting, and asked him to come to him if something was not clear. After that, the enthusiastic Ye Han began to carefully read the material, and the angry Yu Yu wanted to destroy it for the broken fence. Suddenly, the wary hero felt a murderous aura, but he didn't even know that his fists were already flying. The angry lady pushed the boy out of her yard, shouting that when he fixed everything, then he could come back. 3 days later, a fun party was held at Redison nightclub, and all drinks were free for guests. Young people were having fun and dancing in every possible way, and a lonely and inconspicuous boy was sitting at the bar. It was the cocktail-drinking Ye Hein, who had learned from Yun Er that this place was Mr. Feng's headquarters. In his mind's eye, he said that since the Zhou family couldn't find him for so long, he should show up on his own. In the end, the drunk brave man decided to throw a glass bottle at the acoustic device to attract attention. The frightened people immediately began to run around in a panic, not understanding what was happening at all. Immediately, the kid was surrounded by 4 thugs who threatened to break his limbs for daring to start a riot. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, the unruffled Han boldly told them to bring Mr. Feng, whom he had come for, to him. The enraged soldiers did not want to stand on ceremony with the half-wit any longer, so they rushed at him with strong hands. In the past few days, the hero had been studying the 5 elements fist technique hard, and it was already difficult to scare him with anything. Today, the young warrior had just had the chance to finally try out the ability on pathetic blocks. The cold-blooded fighter began to move with great speed and smash the opponents, not allowing them to even swing at him. Without exception, every bully was hit with a whip in the solar plexus, which made no one stand on their feet. In just a minute, the crowd of half-wits was on the floor, and the guy was bored because there was no one else to beat. The dumbfounded bald guy called him an incredible master, but his colleague pointed out that the fool couldn't resist Mr. Feng. Suddenly, behind the hero's back, the voice of a man sounded, who emphasized that his physical form was not bad. But then the elderly gentleman threatened that Ye Han wouldn't leave alive today after causing a disturbance in his domain. It was the white-haired Feng that the Zhou family was looking for, but he often managed to hide for a long time. Daredevil asked confidently. Old Man Lee had ordered his men to attack him 3 days ago, and whose backstage plot was it? Without giving an answer, the grandfather ordered his men to charge at the half-wit for daring to insult him in front of everyone. The subordinates really didn't like that their leader was reprimanded by an unfamiliar brat. That same hour, they were all leaping over the railing, eager to grab the scoundrel's face and punish him, and he called it a rash move. At high speed, Dodger began to move in different directions, becoming a very heavy target for opponents. The 3 bone cruisers soon fell from their feet, and the stern warrior quickly reached the defenseless old man. The elderly gentleman was impressed by the young man's inner strength, which he noted was similar to a master. Daredevil said that now the scoundrel will have a hard time, so it would be better for him to answer the questions obediently. Abruptly letting go of the wooden cane, the man said that it had been a long time since he had fought at full strength, but the situation required it of him. Unexpectedly, his flabby body grew a huge amount of muscle, and he himself declared that today's battle would be entertaining. The scene completely unsettled Ye Han, the bridge of his nose turning too purple from shock. The fearless hero asked if the stern Mr. Feng wanted to kill him, even though the answer was already obvious. Using the ability, the daredevil began to invite the opponent to his side, offering to see who would win whom in a spectacular battle. In the duel, the elements of the fire and ice beast converged, each of which was powerful in its own way. Alarmed, the old man's men peered out from behind the wall, trying in trepidation to guess which of the strong men would win. The enraged thug was the first to charge, ordering the spirit creature to devour the kid. The agile and very evil Ye Han also did not stand still and was ready to show off in all its glory. The 2 powerful elements wished each other dead and exerted a titanic effort that could be seen with the naked eye. At the same time, everyone needed to understand that no one is immune from defeat, and one should remain cautious. The blows were so powerful that a strong wave carried away cowardly idiots who were trying to grab something. After a few minutes of fighting, both opponents were still full of energy, so there was no end in sight. At the same time, there were many abrasions on their faces and torsos, and the fighters themselves began to look into each other's eyes and remain silent. There were still people who believed in Mr. Feng's unconditional victory, considering him to be a legendary warrior. The pushy Ye Han didn't plan on giving up, so he got back on his feet, maintaining a slight smirk on his face. Laughing out loud, the old man called the young man still green, who can't do anything against a pro. But suddenly, he was very tense and felt a lack of strength, as a result of which he abruptly collapsed on the floor. Daredevil showed no emotion and just silently watched the situation unfold, drawing conclusions in his head. Coughing up blood, The tense man wondered how it was possible that he had lost to a young cretin. Thanks to Yin Yang's sharp eyes, the protagonist was able to see the circulation of qi in the opponent's body and managed to seriously injure him. The stunned people couldn't believe that Mr. Feng had lost, and now everyone was afraid of the cold-blooded Yehan. Slowly dying, grandfather could not believe what was happening, but at the same time quietly reloaded the gun in his pocket. The serious guy asked if the opponent often mentioned Bai Lufei, but the answer didn't come immediately. Still, the man asked if the young warrior would let him go if he told him all the information he knew. The young man replied that he didn't have to kill him, as long as he didn't hurt anyone, and added that he could block all of his combat skills. Suddenly, the wily scoundrel leapt to his feet and took aim at the tense youngster, who was somewhat taken aback. But the determined mistress intervened in the showdown, threatening Feng with a weapon, telling everyone to lie down on the floor and keep their hands behind their heads. Yehan had no idea how the police were here, but the old man was shot in the arm and screamed in pain. Immediately, a whole squad of law enforcement officers burst into the institution, who ordered the people inside not to move. Ordinary Feng Sixes were handcuffed and tearfully begged for forgiveness, but the police didn't care. The absolutely calm hero was sitting on a chair and thinking about the current situation, but the head of the squad was already walking in his direction. The first thing the excellent lady asked was if the youngster had cleaned up the place, or if they had helped him with it. After a while, the guy was in the interrogation room, yawning with endless boredom and scratching his ears. The lady read out the biography of the young man, both of whose parents were dead, and clarified whether it is true that he lives with his older sister. Smiling broadly, Khan noted that his file looked like a good citizen's case, so he asked to be released as soon as possible. The stern madam told him to close the bread slicer and asked if he was the one who went up against Chu Laozan's gang all by himself. The unflappable kid replied that the bully came on his own initiative and he was only defending himself. The woman said that because of him, 30 people were lying unconscious, and the gang leader was in serious condition, but the hero continued to stand his ground. An angry lady grabbed the impudent man by the jacket, asking him what kind of person he was that could grow from a weak kitten to a macho man in a short time. The young man continued to behave too frivolously, which infuriated the officer, who could not restrain herself and decided to kick him in the ribs. The reserved guy asked if she was ready to start clarifying the circumstances on more relaxed terms. The agile Khan managed to grab the beauty by the wrist while not showing retaliatory aggression, but only wanting to calm her down. Then he managed to duck just as the angry lady swung her foot at him. Thus, the youngster was lucky for a whole series of attacks, but this made the counterpart even more angry. The blue-eyed boy smiled and suggested that the officer try out the power elsewhere. The angry woman shouted at him to remove his hands and close his eyes, but he remained disobedient. Awkward situations continued for several minutes, which caused the lady to experience great embarrassment and shame. In the end, the young man was exhausted and just fell off his feet, and the girl was finally able to calm down and regain her strength. Lying on the floor with blood running from his nose, Chap muttered that he could see a light at the end of the tunnel. But the cop didn't care. Still nursing her anger at the impudent kid, the woman, flexing her fists, threatened to grind him to powder. Silly asked the beauty not to hit him and continued to tease her in every possible way, which infuriated her even more. The fierce lady reminded him that she had already asked him to shut up and swung her fist. But the blue-eyed man was lucky enough to dodge in time. An employee entered the room and reported that Deputy Department Head Zhou had arrived and was releasing Feng and his gang. Abruptly calming down, the woman said that she needed to see it, and the terrified Yehan realized that he was saved. But the charming lady immediately said that she would take the boy with her, and the colleague listened carefully to her. A strict policeman grabbed the boy by the collar and dragged him along, but he just kept silent and obeyed. Meanwhile, criminal Feng was thanking the deputy, promising to thank him, and he mentioned that they were friends, so it was fine. The officer said that a firearm was found in the Burden bar and suspected that the gang was engaged in illegal activities. The serious boss corrected that the elderly gentleman is a law-abiding businessman and has armed bodyguards. He then said that the main target of the discussion was Ye Han, which was the reason for the big fight. Feng laughed and remarked that thanks to the head of Department Zhou, the order would improve day by day, and he asked not to flatter him. The reserved Xiaoyan said to check all the evidence before letting anyone go, and the leader acted too hastily. The hot-tempered man ordered to listen to him and rather arrest the main character, and then open him in a cold, solitary cell. At the same time, the law enforcement officers began to sternly look at the thin guy, whose face was not visible, and a drop of excitement. Smiling, the brave man advised the head of the department to think carefully about his rash actions. At the same time, the young man imperceptibly wrote a message to someone that he was at the police station and asked them to come as soon as possible. The insidious Joe began to crack his fingers, frighteningly saying that right now he would arrest the impudent man and personally interrogate him. Like wolves, the angry policeman began to move towards the defenseless guy, and he did not even resist. Suddenly, an extremely serious Yan stood up to protect the youngster, who covered him with her and told everyone to stop detaining him. The madam received an email notification from the provincial government and was fully responsible for the case. The angry deputy chief asked if Commander Yan understood who he was talking to and told him to show some respect. The stern lady replied that it was now the duty of all the police present to follow the order of the district head and arrest Feng Tao. Colleagues also began to listen to the woman and completely go over to her side, which made the corrupt cop even more angry. Ferocious Boar furiously asked how they became law enforcement officers if they were confused by the letter they received from nowhere. The scoundrel exclaimed that he was dismissing Yan Lingjiao as an officer, and she just looked at him seriously. But suddenly, a trio of people appeared behind him, who witnessed the deputy chief's brazen behavior. It was Tang Haiban, Baimo, and Pretty Yuner who had come to help Yehan in need. The main character was very happy to see good friends, just like they were his, which could be seen from the shining eyes of happiness. The police mole was shocked to see the mayor, the young master from Lin, and the daughter of the Zhou clan. Old Man Feng didn't think that all of them had come just for the sake of a kid who might have something to do with Bai Luofei. Haiban smiled and asked if any of them had more courage than they needed if they were going to hurt his brother's friend. The fat man said they were all acting within the law, and he wouldn't lay a finger on a good man. But that was all a lie. An angry Baimo said that Feng Tao was the head of a criminal gang, and the police were blaming an innocent person. A stern Zhou stressed that his arguments were groundless, and added that deliberate slander is punishable by law. Serious Tan noted that God sees everything and asked the head of the department not to think that other people live in ignorance. Fatso, trembling with emotion, replied that a good conscience was not afraid of reprimands, but it was not like that at all. The mayor took out his phone and said with a smile on his face that if he really needed proof, he would give it to him. The master called Lao Jiao to ask him to come over, but he also said that he was already waiting outside the door and was happy about it. Immediately, the man entered the room and first of all called Zhou Chengdong a non-entity, claiming that all the information was on his hands. The red-faced fat man was dumbfounded at the sight of the boss, but he didn't understand why he was here. The head threw a stack of papers at him, exclaiming that, according to the government's order, the scoundrel was being removed from office for colluding with a criminal organization. It was also said that he would have to wait for a verdict in the course of further investigation, which completely destroyed the idiot in the shower. The giggling old man Feng whispered that when he saw his friend, he knew that he was wrong, which completely annoyed him. In a fit of rage, the policeman shouted loudly that it was because of him. But now he was also muttering something in his direction. As a result, a fight broke out between the two idiots, which the head of the department looked at with even a little regret. He covered his face with his hand and ordered his colleagues to lead them away, while he tried to move away from everything that had happened. Yehan was now pleased, but surprised that so many high-ranking people had been tricked by the brazen Chengdong. Soon, the hero, along with close friends, went to a cozy place where they could finally chat and relax. The happy kids began to clink glasses of beer together, happy that all the bad things were behind them. The moral guy sincerely thanked Baimo, Haiban, and Cute Yuner for not abandoning him in his time of need. The good Tang called it nothing and added that he was very happy that he was able to make friends with a man he had previously heard a lot about from Bomo. Smiling Lin added that Pretty Zhou had raised all her family's contacts so that information about the young man could reach the provincial government as soon as possible. The blue-eyed boy chuckled and asked if there was still room for gratitude in his relationship with the girl, and she blushed silently. The shy lady pushed her counterpart away from her, shouting, asking who he was in love with there. But all this was just a joke. Everyone at the table started laughing in a friendly manner, and Yehan tried to calm the beauty down. After that, it was suggested to have another drink, because there was a good reason and everyone enjoyed a wonderful moment. After a while, the hero raised his glass of beer again and told the brothers that he wanted to have more fun. But at the same time, the young man noticed that the three friends had already managed to get drunk and fall asleep at the table, although they did not drink so much. A very relaxed Lin Baimo noticed that little Han was also being drained of liquid. But this was just another sarcasm. The thoughtful fighter noticed that after practicing his Chui refinement, his resistance to alcohol increased. Soon it was decided to return home, so the strong man took the sleeping Yunair by the arm, and his friend carried Haiban. The friend said that he would go with Tan, and leaves the girl to the hero, who asked him to stop because he was dissatisfied with this. He smiled, winked, and asked the kid not to be stupid, but he didn't quite understand the meaning of his words. The tense Khan didn't even know what to do next, as the girl wasn't on her feet and just needed to get some sleep. At one point, a sweaty Yunair started tugging at her t-shirt, complaining about feeling very unwell, which was a bad sign. The nervous young man understood what it all came down to and begged her with all her strength to hold on so as not to embarrass herself on the street. In the end, the cute lady still threw up because she couldn't hold back any longer and the guy couldn't watch it. After a while, the tired youngster finished taking a bath and could finally rest after all that had happened. The first thing he did was go to the room where Yun'er was lying. To make sure that she was doing well and sleeping normally, a beauty with reddened cheeks was snoring softly, which looked quite cute from the outside. Looking at her with a smile, Jahan said that it wasn't easy to deal with drunks after all. He had to struggle to get her to sleep. Even in her sleep, the pink-haired lady often tossed and turned and complained of a fever, and beads of sweat dripped down her face and body. The main character admired the beauty of a charming companion, who tossed and turned for some time. Suddenly, the girl swung her foot, not accidentally hitting his groin area, which the guy did not expect at all. The pain was so intense that the innocent youth seemed petrified and could barely hold back a scream. Blue Eyes immediately fell off his feet and began to roll on the floor, and the beauty continued to snore, not even suspecting anything. Unexpectedly, the phone call that Yuna received rang out, but she couldn't answer it at that moment. Worried, Han wondered who might be dialing so late, so he decided to go over and take a cautious look. Seeing that it was Grandpa Joe, the youngster assumed that he was looking for his granddaughter and was restless, but he didn't know how to explain it to him. The daredevil still picked up the phone and greeted the elderly gentleman first. Feeling excited inside, the jolly old man was glad to hear from Chap and said that he had been looking for him for several days on an important matter. The wary guy asked for what purpose he wanted to contact him, because they usually did not communicate. The polite man replied that these questions would wait until the moment when they would meet in life. At one point, the impulsive Mingshan asked in a raised tone why his granddaughter's phone was at Yehan's place so late. The tense boy asked the gentleman not to worry, answering that the tired girl had long since fallen asleep. But this made Joe even more angry, and the situation became more and more strange and incomprehensible to him. A very nervous guy exclaimed that the interlocutor did not understand everything correctly, and assured that he just helped his relative to go to bed. Calming down, the old man said that he did not mind their relationship at all, but warned that the boy would have to deal with the girl's father on his own. Noting that the time was already late, the grandfather suggested that we stop there and immediately ended the phone call. The bewildered hero first wondered what problems he would have to solve, but could not find an answer. Early the next morning, the boy was dozing on the floor while his beautiful girlfriend was relaxing on a soft mattress. The young dreamer dreamed of him embracing Yun'er, who impressed him and attracted him with her tenderness. Suddenly, the girl woke up and screamed at the top of her voice, and the guy immediately jumped up, not understanding at all what had happened. An angry lady suddenly slapped her counterpart in the face, calling him a scoundrel, although he did not even do anything to her. Slightly upset, the boy asked why she had attacked him if he had only helped her. Barely holding back the tears, Yun'er kept thinking about the terrible things that had happened to her. But in reality, nothing of the sort had happened. Yehan, who was completely calm, assured her that he didn't do anything improper, but only helped her change her dirty clothes. Still, the beauty was saddened to realize that he was clearly lying under the same blanket with her without even consulting her. The extremely serious hero assured that nothing of the kind had happened, and the charming girl asked if he was deceiving her. The unflappable guy said that he was a normal person and behaved only according to his conscience, so he had nothing to show. When Mrs. Joe calmed down, she asked him again if he was really being reserved, and Blue Eyes said that he was absolutely innocent. But the pink-haired lady suddenly slapped the kid's face, exclaiming that he was worse than any monster, and she couldn't miss this chance. As a result, the guy flew face first into the wall and bruised his forehead, twisting like a snake. In an inner voice, the hero emphasized that understanding a woman is like looking for a needle at the bottom of a deep sea. The girl called someone and asked to bring clothes to the 303rd room of the Druzhba Hotel, and the excited Khan decided to leave. As the youth reached for the door handle, a sharp knife suddenly flew into the door, which instantly threw him into a stupor. The stern lady asked if, after all that had happened, the impudent boy still hoped to leave her. The blue-faced guy gave a startled smile and asked what to expect, and hoped that he would stay alive. Proud Yun'er replied that they would talk about it later. However, from now on, he would be required to come at her first call. Encouraged, Yehan asked her to call if there were any requests, and then ran off to do his own business. Left to herself, the calculating beauty smiled and said that the boy would not get out of her hands. The breathless hero realized that he was captured by the girl, and did not even imagine what demands she would decide to make. On the street, he saw an old-style Jeep passing by without a roof, the body of which was in excellent condition. Behind the wheel of the car was a joyful Tanghaiban who greeted the youth, but it was unclear what he was doing here. A friend said that he had brought him pills of 6 flavors of yellow earth to restore the sugar content in the body. Smiling, the guy called last night a long story but decided not to go into details and just got in the car. The young man asked where Brother Lin was, and the other man said that he had urgent business and decided to take a walk because of boredom. The hero offered to visit his sister, noting that he just wanted to persuade her to quit, and a friend immediately picked up his idea. After a while, the guys stopped in front of the barrier, behind which was a high-rise building with panoramic windows. The tense guards immediately realized that the management had arrived again with an inspection, so they had to stand up straight. Two young employees saluted and greeted the chief, after which the car drove into the courtyard. The polite Yehan remarked that the guys had done a good job, so they deserved to be praised by him. Dumbfounded, the guys recognized the kid who spent a lot of money going to work, and if it wasn't for his sister, he would have been kicked out long ago. After getting out of the car, the two friends headed towards the entrance of the building, thinking about each other and feeling calm. One of the busy employees asked in a raised voice where the young man had been all this time, but there was no answer. Colleagues reported that Manager Wang had ordered the impudent man to be fired, and his sister was now in the office asking for him. Grinning, the confident hero replied that he had just come to write a statement and leave the place forever. The young man said that since childhood, he and a relative were supported by each other and worked in the factory, and Hyben encouraged him. Suddenly, the boys stopped when they heard a woman's voice from inside the room, threatening to scream if the supervisor approached her. The wary Yehan immediately recognized the older sister's voice and knew that she clearly needed help. The frightened girl was crouched in a corner and couldn't even get to her feet, which was a sign of being scared. Choking back tears, the trembling lady begged him not to touch her, but the bastard ignored her. The fat scoundrel threatened to fire her along with her brother, and the lady shouted that she would complain about him to the factory director. The halfwit replied that it was about his son-in-law, so there was no point in it, and saliva was already pouring out of his nasty mouth. The crying girl began to wail, hoping that at least someone would come to her aid, but the cowardly workers ignored the urge. At that moment, the iron door to the room was knocked out by an enraged Yehan, who couldn't leave his sister in the lurch. The ugly face of the unscrupulous manager Wang was assaulted by the protagonist's hard heel kick, causing his consciousness to flip abruptly. Then the brave man took the starting position and rushed to a loved one to give her first aid. The young man gave the jacket to his sister and asked if she was okay, and Fat Boy flew into the wall with his back, leaving a trail in it. The concerned girl said that now the manager will definitely fire the guy, because he dared to hit him. Daredevil smiled and surprised her greatly by telling her that he had earned a lot of money, and now they didn't have to suffer humiliation. An angry pig threatened to kill the kid and ordered the guards to take their weapons and immediately run to his office. Smiling frighteningly, Wang said that the fool should wait for death. But the brave man simply didn't care about his pathetic words. The excited sister asked her brother to run away, and he calmly assured her that he would deal with everyone alone. The reserved Tang Haiben said that among the fools, there is no worthy opponent of Ye Hanyu, so they all just go to their deaths. The surprised sister asked if her loved one was really as cool as they say. At the same moment, a whole crowd of thugs arrived, ready to kill anyone for their boss. One of the angry guys asked which halfwit had dared to treat his leader carelessly and threatened to teach him a lesson. Ugly Wang pointed his finger at the cold-blooded hero and ordered the bone cruisers to slowly teach him a lesson. A group of crazy people rushed to attack the restrained fighter, saying that he would immediately fall to his knees and beg for mercy. Outside, there were ordinary employees who saw the silhouettes of men fighting, but had no idea what was going on there. At the same time, people supported Yehan, who finally fought back against the scoundrel, but also worried because he was all alone against the horde. Suddenly, a whole group of hooligans flew out through the doorway thanks to a single kick from the hero, which startled everyone around. The stern fighter called the opponents a bunch of pathetic chicks, and the discouraged Wang couldn't believe what was happening. Now the colleagues were convinced that their old acquaintance was not a weakling at all, but they could not understand how he managed to become so cool. The shocked sister also asked how the brother managed to gain so much strength and firmness. The shy kid replied that a master had taught him a couple of tricks, and it was about the disabled Zhao. In turn, the balding boss decided to sneak out before it was too late and began to move towards the exit, experiencing strong excitement. The cowardly idiot's actions were immediately noticed by the cold-blooded Ye Han, who immediately blocked his path. Terrified, Wang yelled for help, but every employee in the factory hated him and didn't even think to get involved. Flashing a frightening look, the hero wondered if the pathetic little rat hadn't wanted to destroy him earlier. The sweating man froze on the spot and was completely confused, realizing that he could not escape. Falling on his knees in tears, the scoundrel begged the master to show leniency and spare his dog's life. The enthusiastic students supported the fair Ye Han in every possible way, calling his actions incredible. The noble sister said that people should be forgiven whenever possible, and the youngster decided to listen to her. The daredevil told the coward to get lost and threatened that if this happened again, they would talk differently, and he ran away. At that moment, a stern man in a brown jacket arrived and asked in a raised voice why they were making such a noise. This was the director of the firm who was the son-in-law of manager Wang. So now people were even more worried about the hero. The snotty brat started complaining to a relative about being bullied and remarked that he should take the initiative. The reserved master asked who dared to touch his people, and the fool immediately pointed his finger at Ye Han. Reminding that his son-in-law knew the head of the police department, the rat boy began to demand that they arrest the impudent hooligan. The determined sister covered her brother's back and said that if they wanted to punish someone, they could do it to her. Toothless Pig threatened that after the kid was put behind bars, he would personally deal with her. A completely calm Tang Haiban intervened to ask if Wang really believed that he had unlimited power. Suddenly, a terrible-smelling sneaker flew into the balding man's head, which was a very bold move. The angry boar immediately looked at the smelly item of shoes, asking what it was just now. The half-witted manager picked up the shoe and began sniffing, which looked very disgusting from the outside. The ferocious boar shouted as he asked who dared to throw this stuff at him, and a whole crowd of workers had already gathered behind him. Seeing the angry looks of the men, the tense fat man quickly realized that his business was bad and he would soon be in trouble. Angry people began to throw everything that came to hand at the cowardly idiot, and he ran to his son-in-law in a panic, asking for help. The goofy-looking director asked if any of them really didn't need a job anymore, since they were doing this. Yehan, unperturbed, noted that it was already impossible for Wang to resist the public anger, and asked how long he would cover for it. The man understood that the idiot was adding to his troubles every day. But if he didn't stand up for him, then at home the ugly wife would drip on his brain. The tearful manager repeated once more that the son-in-law should take revenge on the boy and revenge for him. At the same time, the master noted that all the employees did not feel the risk, but suddenly someone interrupted him. Secretary Lee came running up to them, out of breath, and the disgruntled director asked him why he was running so fast. The assistant found out from the guards that the hero came to the factory in a city committee car, so the fat man standing with him is the son of the mayor of the city. Tensing up, the leader looked at the two guys with sweat on his face, knowing that he was in trouble. He wondered if young Master Tang and his friend had come to test their capital. In reality, the young people were discussing where they would go for lunch, but the man had a completely different idea in his head and was very worried. After calming down, the factory owner quietly said that there was only one option left for him to escape. Unexpectedly, he raised his hand and swung at the goofy Wang, who felt confident knowing that his son-in-law would protect him. Suddenly, an enraged man slapped Fatty's face, calling him an idiot that caused a lot of trouble. Alarmed, the manager fell off his feet and, clutching his cheek, asked why his brutal son-in-law was beating him. The master continued to beat him with his feet, saying that every day he spoils his reputation, and promised that today he will find a replacement for him. The employees were pleasantly surprised that the head of the company had so dramatically changed his attitude towards his wife's brother. A few minutes later, the scoundrel was badly beaten, lost consciousness, and the man was simply exhausted. With a matter-of-fact smile, he announced Wang's immediate removal from office, emphasizing that no black sheep should be kept in the factory. The polite headmaster asked if Haiban was happy with his decision, and Haiban didn't even expect such a question. The young man replied that this question should be asked to his brother Yehan, who deserved it. The director didn't like the fact that the mayor's son was telling him to bow down to a poor loser, but he had to obey. Reasonable. Tan added that he captured everything that was happening on video and began to threaten that he would send the material to the Discipline Inspection Commission. The incredibly nervous vis-a-vis said that he was ready to accept this state of affairs and hoped that everything would go without a showdown. Falling to his knees, the head of the factory apologized to the hero for his son-in-law, asking for pity and noting that he still gave him and his sister a job. The shocked employees couldn't understand when Han had become so cool that the mayor was standing next to him and the director was bowing down to him. The concerned sister asked her brother to calm down, saying that she was no longer angry at the abusers, and he immediately listened to her. The crying man began to express his sincere gratitude to the young guys who treated him like a human being. The brave one confidently declared that they would no longer work at the factory today, and then headed for the exit. Very soon, the three of them got into Haiban's rare car and drove away, while the white-haired gentleman waved after them. The director was glad that the walking calamity was finally gone, and the startled people were still standing there with their mouths hanging open. On the way, burdened with thoughts of the future, the girl asked how they would continue to live without work. The guy replied that he had recently sold the highest quality Jediite and made a lot of money, and added that if it was good, he could ask Tan. The driver assured them that the financial benefits would be enough for them to live their whole life without any hassle. Smiling, the lady asked how much he had sold the mineral for, and the young man gave the amount of several tens of millions. At first, the young lady thought that she just misheard. But after a few seconds, the information completely sank in. From shock, the beauty jumped right up in the car, realizing that now they can heal completely differently, and began to hug the boy. Soon the guys left the vehicle and decided to take a walk, enjoying the beauty of the city. In the shopping center, Yehan recalled that his sister always bought clothes and shoes for him, but she didn't spend a penny on herself for several years. He added that this time it was his turn to give her gifts. So in the first place, they bought a luxurious blue dress. At a booth nearby, the guys noticed a pair of chic shoes that cost several thousand yuan. The excited girl said that everything here is very expensive and suggested that we go back to other shops. A positive Tan Haiban asked the beauty not to worry, emphasizing that the price for these things is only pennies for her brother. Patting the lady on the shoulder, the hero asked her to choose anything without thinking about anything, even though it was difficult for her. The playful boy slightly pushed the charming girl away from him, who felt calm and began to smile. After a short period of time, the beautiful lady put on another dress and asked if her brother liked it. She was a little worried about the fact that the sundress was too short, but the color scheme was perfect for her. The young man noted that the outfit is incredibly beautiful and added that everything looks stunning on his sister. The enamored Haiban began to praise the beauty of the girl and wanted to become the son-in-law of the Khan, and he replied that he should talk about it with her. After that, the mayor's son calmed down a little and, looking down, noticed his bulging stomach. Then he looked back at the ravishing lady who had put on another dress and blushed with embarrassment. The resolute Tang said that if he got the beauty, he would think that he had defiled her charm by looking at her. Patting his friend on the shoulder, the hero noted that he needed to believe in himself, and his face was angry. A stranger's voice rang out from behind, asking if Ye Han, a pitiful pauper, dared to come to such an elite place. The brave man immediately turned around and saw a man dressed in a business suit standing behind him, who was holding an equally beautiful lady by the waist. The blue-eyed man instantly recognized Bai Luofei, even though he didn't expect to meet him at the clothing store. The tough fighter scared his counterpart and his companion, asking if he still dares to catch his eye. The coward took cover behind the girl's back, warning her that a policeman was patrolling under the shopping center, so it was better for the kid not to rush around. The reserved hero understood that since the law enforcement officer was very close, it was not necessary to take drastic actions. The calm Tang Haiban asked her friend if he should ask people to take the enemy out of here. Daredevil smiled in response and said that he wanted to see what the treacherous Bai, whom they had previously encountered, was up to. The upstart said that he had come to shop and asked if the kid really wanted to block the seller's way of making money. The cold-blooded youth replied that he had also come for things, so he asked the fool to go around him if he wanted to go inside. The cheeky Luofei and his mutt started laughing at the top of their voices, calling Han a beggar wearing the same market outfit. The serious Ye Han and Tan looked at the mentally retarded couple with disdain, wishing to get rid of them as soon as possible. At that moment, the hero's beautiful sister made herself felt, who said that she had finally chosen her clothes. The happy girl asked if she was beautiful in this bright outfit, and she really made me feel very attractive. The three men immediately noticed that the lady was incredibly wonderful, and the bow girl was angry about it. The worried girl asked her lover what was so unusual about her, and added that she was much better. Scratching the back of his head, the kid lied that it was true, but it was still hard to take his eyes off the goddess. Stern Luofei was displeased that the beggar was also successful with women, and promised himself that soon everyone would not become his playthings. The hero, who knows how to show off his business, asked the seller to provide him with an invoice, feeling very confident. The polite man said that the total was 254,000, and the nose-picking bow remarked that the poor man was playing well. His companion said that if there is no opportunity, there is no need to show off, and the store owner noted that the payment was successful. The dumbfounded pair of imbeciles couldn't understand how the beggar got so much money, and Luofei's nose even started to bleed. The sister, who was feeling fine, told her brother that it was time for them to go, and did not even pay attention to the fools. The young man remembered that they had not yet bought a necklace for his soulmate, which needed to be fixed urgently. The enthusiastic girl pointed out one of the beautiful accessories and asked him to buy it, and he didn't mind at all. The confident guy immediately agreed, and the happy lady began to say how much she loved him. As the public game continued, Yehan noticed that they didn't look too bad, but most of the time he didn't care about them. The seller said that the price of the diamond necklace is 1.5 million yuan, and Luofei initially called the amount ridiculous. After a couple of seconds, the guy was taken aback by this and extremely dissatisfied, so the purchase was questionable. The concerned girl begged him not to delay, and the serious buyer understood that she was just beating money out of him. Even though they only had one night of fun, a girl was standing nearby with a toy in her hands, who looked at the young couple with a smile but did not approach. The tense young man said that another accessory would also be very suitable for his beloved. The young couple and the main character looked at the little girl with a slight excitement in their eyes, as if something was wrong. The child lightly waved a magic wand and said that he would turn one of them into a pig. For a couple of minutes, everyone present watched in bewilderment, maintaining complete silence. The enraged girl asked if Luofei thought I was 3 years old and cried out that she wanted a diamond necklace. The slightly nervous salesman reminded him that the gentleman had just agreed to the purchase, but now his wishes had changed. In a rage, the guy asked if the brat really thinks that he deserves a piece of jewelry worth 1.5 million, and shouted that she might not even dream of it. The cold-blooded Ye Han abruptly took a step forward and told the half-wits to get out of here, much to their dismay. He calmly stated that he wanted to buy an expensive accessory, and the owner of the store thought it was very cool. The nervous Bai didn't understand how he got so much money, and his companion noted in her mind that he was much better than her boyfriend for the evening. A caring brother began to put jewelry on his sister, asking her to try it on as soon as possible. But she was in a stupor from surprise. Admiring the girl stressed that Khan spent too much on it, and he only said that the accessory really suits her. Without admitting defeat, Luofei only said that he would let his opponent play for now, but promised that they would see each other again. Acting hot-tempered, he told his girlfriend that it was time for them to get out of here before he completely lost his temper. But suddenly, an angry girl gave him a kick in the ass, calling him a beggar who dared to show off his wealth in front of her. The mercantile brat turned her attention to the hero, promising to do anything for him just for one necklace. Her brazen intentions were instantly destroyed by the guy's sister, who flew her chin with her fist, which discouraged her brother. The stunned youth called the lady cool in his mind, and Tang Haiban noticed that she was just as strong as the brave one. As if nothing had happened, the nice lady said that it was time for them to go home, since all the clothes had already been bought. After a while, sitting on the bed, the fighter decided that since he had learned everything from Zhao Hengtian, he should start healing his legs. It was possible to do this with the help of the Gig medical classics, which the young man wanted to hone to the level of a master. In the Dantian position, all rare diseases could be cured with 9 types of acupuncture. Clenching his fist, Daredevil told himself that all he had to do was learn these techniques in order to eventually help his mentor. Yehan closed his eyes as focused as possible and decided to probe into the deepest part of his mind. The door to the room was opened imperceptibly by the older sister, but the guy did not hear this and continued to do his job. Once upon a time, the Pope told the girl to wait until the brother becomes an adult and then become his wife. Before he died, he told her that the girl was not really the hero's own sister, but hoped that she would take care of him. Now on the face of the beauty appeared a slight grin from the realization that the guy turned into a strong and independent man. She was now convinced that she had fulfilled her promise to her father and that her conscience was completely clear. The next day, the guy stretched and yawned, recovering from a state of sound sleep. After going for an evening dive, the young man completely mastered the techniques of acupuncture medical classics Gigu. Suddenly, a sleepy-eyed nurse came out of the room, muttering something about another promise and not knowing what to do. A cheerful boy greeted a loved one and smiled at her, and she did not even think that he was standing in the corridor. The young man fell into a strong stupor when the vis-a-vis suddenly turned around and just ran away in silence. Han wondered, perplexed, if he looked so bad that his sister refused to talk to him and just shut herself down. Deciding not to think too much about it, the hero reminded himself that the first thing to do was to heal Zhao Hengtian's legs. Soon, the lady opened the door a crack and inwardly asked her brother not to blame her, and there was a slight smile on her face. After a short period of time, the guy came home to the master, who was still sitting in a wheelchair. The tense young man asked if the mentor was ready, and he also nervously replied that they could start. The focused young man exclaimed that he was going to use the golden needles right now and wrapped them tightly between his fingers. He also asked his counterpart not to hold back in any way, after which the important process finally began. Soon in the hand of the paralyzed man was a well-fried chicken leg, and from it protruded the same devices. The hero asked the tired Yuya to bring him 2 more pieces of shish kebab, and he continued to fry meat together with a friend. The disgruntled girl did not understand why they initially agreed to treat the disease, but in the end, they had a picnic. In anger, she took the brazier, but Yehan was just worried that Zhao was too nervous, so he decided to relax him first. The serious gentleman reminded him that the guy wasn't here for a barbecue today, so he asked if he was ready to start a business. The serious young man confidently replied that he was able to cure the serious illness of Hentian, who was pleased to hear this. The enthusiastic Yu was very happy that her brother would finally be able to walk. But at first, he couldn't even believe his ears. The cold-blooded youth said that in theory, everything should work out, since he was well prepared for it. But the guy added that Zhao's legs were immobile for a long time, as a result of which the vessels were clogged. It was said that it might turn out that he would become disabled for life, which greatly alarmed the girl. The frightened lady was confused and began to try to connect 2 words in order to give some comment. She said that a specialist had come to town yesterday and she should contact him. But the unflappable man said that this was not necessary. 3 years ago, the enemy had taken Hentian's legs off and many of his brothers had died, and he still had to hide like a rat. Unable to hold back her tears, Yu asked him to promise not to fight with the opponents because it could all end tragically. In those years, the king of the Southwest received massive support, and now all the disabled people have left the service. An embittered Zhao said that he had been waiting for this opportunity for 3 long years, so he couldn't give up on the idea. He exclaimed that he needed to prepare himself in order to prove that he could return everything that was taken from him. The calm Yehan asked his brother to trust him and promised to do his best to heal him as soon as possible. The other guy said that if it doesn't work out, then it's his fate, and he won't blame the hero. And Yu respectfully thanked the noble guy. The inspired girl sincerely believed that her loved one would definitely be able to get back on his feet. The hero bought gold needles in the doctor's office, and even if they are not so good, they can still show the full power of medical pricking. The caring nurse began to roll up the pants of a tired Zhao Hengtian, who asked the young man what he needed to do. The young man replied that he would use special tools to eliminate the stagnation of blood in his limbs. He added that the test would restore his muscles, so he would have to endure. And the tense man asked him to start as soon as possible. With full concentration, the calm Han went deep into the process, knowing that he couldn't even look away. The two elements combined in his eyes, but he didn't show it and only stuck to the technique he had already learned. First, the young man decided to go through the points of Zhongdu, Lo Gu, and Diji, according to the three-shot acupuncture of the medical classics Gigu. At that moment, he was excited because it was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and it made him sweat. The silent Hentian clenched his jaw in pain, and Han exclaimed that the blood stasis was draining and asked Yuya to bring a knife and a towel. The main character could see a medium-sized ball inside the man's leg, which looked quite creepy. Concerned, the girl handed him the necessary tools, hoping very much that her brother would be all right. The brave man grabbed the sharp device and began to make the first incision, releasing excess fluid. The tense lady noted the fetid smell, and the guy said that the diseased blood had been stored in the body for many years, and this was not surprising. He made the beauty happy, said that Zhao's legs were half recovered from the illness, and she said that it was great. With tears of joy in his eyes, the young master said that he could feel his limbs, which were very stiff. Daredevil said that now he had to rebuild his muscles, and the guys now fully believed that he would succeed. Hugging the ankles of his opposite number, the serious Ye Han began an important process that required endurance and concentration. Surprised, Hentian noted in his mind that the youngster's inner strength might be slightly weak, but he wasn't even a match for him. The calm guy understood that there was still quite a bit left, so he put more and more effort. Abruptly hitting the man on the knee, the guy told him to get up, which radically changed the situation in an instant. The enthusiastic guys immediately realized that his plan had worked, and now life would be completely different. The exhausted hero said that everything was finally resolved, but he no longer even had the strength to be happy for his friend. The calm young man asked Zhao Hengtian to try to get out of the wheelchair to see for himself. After a couple of seconds, the shocked gentleman actually got up successfully, and he no longer needed the chair. The enthusiastic brunette happily exclaimed that he was back again and was no longer an ordinary burden. Smiling, the young medic said that after a maximum of 3 days, he would be able to walk like a healthy person. Happy vis-a-vis expressed immense gratitude to him, stating that he would forever remain his debtor. The noble Ye Han said that although there was an agreement between them, but Zhao had already become his friend, so there was no need for such big words. Chuckling slightly, the master listened to the words of the young man who had done so much for him. Then he gave Daredevil a cheat book and a sharp dagger, hoping that they would benefit him. The boy mutually thanked his friend for his generosity, then said goodbye and went on his way. Very soon, the hero brought his beloved sister to a new mansion, bought with his honestly earned money. The delighted girl began to admire the impressive building, calling the young man the best man on earth. She said tenderly that she was now completely dependent on him, but she was instantly ashamed, thinking the phrase was stupid. The young man asked her not to worry about anything else and stressed that he was very cool. The youth then said that Old Man Zhou, Lin Baimo, and Tang Haiban, whom he had gone to meet at the gate, would soon arrive here. But suddenly, a girl with a package in her hands got in the way of the guy. But earlier he did not notice her, so the collision was unavoidable. The hero crashed into the beauty, as a result of which her bags with clothing items flew out of her hands and all the contents were lost. After hitting his tailbone, Han complained of pain, as did the lady, who also felt ashamed. The angry lady asked if the cretin had lost his eyes, since he dared to run into her like that and ruin her mood. After a few seconds, the two of them took a closer look and recognized each other, after which there was a brief silence. The shy boy greeted Commander Yan, admitting that he had no idea that she also lived here. Then he asked what was the strange thing on his head, and the lady looked very angry because the underwear belonged to her. In a fit of rage, Ling Zhao slapped the impudent kid's face, calling him a bully who dared to act so arrogantly. The disgruntled hero exclaimed that she herself had crashed into him, and now they were letting her hands go, but the officer thought that he was wrong. An angry policewoman shouted that the scoundrel could say hello to her beautiful legs, and this was a hint of the impending blow. The brave man threatened that if she touched him again, he would answer, but the girl did not care, and she aimed her heel at his face. Jumping up sharply, the fighter said that they were waiting for a fight to the death, and firmly made it clear that he was not afraid of his counterpart. An embittered Yan wanted to punch him in the face for his impudent behavior as soon as possible. But it was not so easy to do so. After a couple of seconds, a fight broke out, during which a large amount of dust was raised and the opponents were not even visible in it. Soon, the place was visited by close friends of the main character, who could not understand why no one was visible on the horizon. But at the same time, they saw a guy fighting with a police officer, which looked very strange from the outside. The woman grabbed the boy from the back and began to try to strangle him, but he was not nervous to give up and showed strength of mind. A bewildered group of people could not understand what kind of nonsense the guys were doing, but no one interfered. Still, an angry Ling Jiao got down for the kid and said that was why too many people had passed by, so she would spare him today. The wary Haben recognized the powerful and very hot-tempered lady, and noted that even he wouldn't mess with her. When asked how it was possible to make her so angry, Yehan replied that it was a long story and invited the guests into the house. Soon, the hospitable sister began to greet the boy's friends, holding a tray with tea utensils. The young man asked his friends to sit down and make themselves at home, and they said, "I won't be comfortable in the chairs." A positive Zhou Mingshan jokingly said that nothing had happened at all, and the youngster had already managed to cloud the head of his granddaughter, who was embarrassed by this. Smiling, the boy replied that there was nothing between them, and if the master didn't believe him, he could ask brothers Lin and Tang. However, the two friends immediately turned the topic away and started talking about the beauty of the mansion, which made Yehan a little upset, but he didn't say anything about it. The older man said that he would not interfere, as they should sort out their relationship on their own. He stated that he had come for two things, and the first thing he did was congratulate the hero on his housewarming, giving him a beautiful green jade. The polite young man expressed his gratitude to his grandfather and said that he would gladly accept his wonderful gift. Curious, Lin Baimo asked what the second reason for such a respected person's visit was. Suddenly, Mingshan said that he wanted to make a brave man with your follower, which surprised everyone present. The gentleman added that the boy has an incredible gift, and he just has no one to pass on all his knowledge, and he also knows very little about it. Zhou also added that if you also take into account their young relationship, it's quite good to be a double relative. The beauty screamed again, asking her grandfather not to embarrass her, but he laughed because it was just a joke. The hero understood that the experience and knowledge of the old man would not be able to give him the yin and yang views, and he believed that this deal was only a plus. Suddenly, the young man fell to his knees in front of the elderly master and asked to be accepted as a disciple, which surprised Yuner. The man asked him not to hurry, and then said that for this he would have to pass a small exam. His words unsettled the young man, who asked what other checks they were talking about. The vis-a-vis replied that a random stone-buying festival would be held in Yun province next month, where Han and his granddaughter would celebrate their names. Old Mingshun had already paved the way for the brave man, but whether he could make it to the top was up to him. Suddenly, a familiar male voice rang out, calling the youth brother and chuckling slightly. Zhao Hentian, who has the ability to walk, and Yu, a shy beauty, came to the housewarming party. The guy was glad to see a friend who finally recovered, and he sincerely thanked him for this and congratulated him on the housewarming party. The young master held out the box containing the dragon-scale dagger, calling it a small gift from him and his sister. The dumbfounded old man Zhou said that this weapon was created by a great man and is considered the property of the entire country. The polite youth bowed his head to the elder's extensive knowledge, who said that he looked familiar. Grandfather found out that this is the same king of tricks and cheating Hentian who disappeared in the southwest 3 years ago. His surprised granddaughter and everyone present couldn't believe that this was a man who had been talked about a lot before. Yuner's parents had spoken unkindly of him, and Haiben and Baimo had heard that in the past, Zhao had relied entirely on fighting and was known to everyone. The calm trickster asked not to exaggerate about him, and the pink-haired lady asked if it was true that he was badly injured. The guy replied that his ability to walk was a credit to Yehan, and added that he now owed him forever. Chuckling, the hero asked why he wanted to make the conversation so serious, because he wanted everyone to feel comfortable. The shocked friends did not expect that the guy was so cool that he became the best friend of the king of the southwest, and gained his trust. The calm Zhou Mingshan realized that there was no need to pave the way for the brave one, as he would be able to do it perfectly well himself. After that, everyone took their seats in the chairs and started having a casual conversation, enjoying every moment. But at one point, Lin Baimo's phone received a call, which he answered with a serious expression on his face. The tense guy promised to meet someone in person, and the hero noticed this and asked what happened. The friend replied that his family had decided to secretly invite a disciple of the Northwest Medicine King to take a look at his father's illness. Daredevil said that tomorrow he would come to him under an excuse because he really wanted to see the man's medical skills. Encouraged, Tang Haiben added that he would do it too, as he felt that he couldn't miss it. Baimo smiled and said that the visit from the mayor's son was an honor for his family, but he did not seem to like these words. The next day, there were many guests gathered in the living room of the Lin family mansion who wanted to see the Medicine King's ward. The hero asked why so many people had passed, and Tan replied that the rich were more afraid of death, so they wanted to get connections with a good doctor. Chuckling slightly, he took a sip of his cocktail and called it a regular occurrence before continuing to look around. At one point, he noticed a man with a glass of wine in his hands who was having fun chatting with friends. It was Bai Jianye, who was carefully glancing at all the house guests present. Han was surprised to see that Luo Fei had also come, and Haiben pointed out that he was following his father everywhere and suggested not to talk about him. An excited butler rushed in and exclaimed that Shen Tianao's disciple had arrived. A couple of minutes later, the man entered the mansion with his head held high, and Lin Beimo accompanied him and carried a medical bag. Around him immediately gathered the heads of enterprises and managers of various corporations who wanted to get to know each other better. An angry Tan was angry that his friend was forced to serve, and the hero asked him to calm down, reminding him that they had come to see a doctor. The arrogant Tianao said that he knew what they were all here for, but stated bluntly that the doors of medicine are closed to those who have no money. The low-key Ye Han agreed that the treatment had to be paid for, but he thought it was overkill to deliberately brag about his finances in front of everyone. People said that a young talent would definitely be able to surpass the king and become the greatest doctor in the future. But that was hypocritical. Not far away was the cheeky Bai Luefei, who was wondering if he should mock the hero. Keeping calm, the guy mentally wondered what the treacherous kid was up to again. All of a sudden, Bai revealed a rumor that the Lin family was planning to invite a mediocre novice doctor to replace Mr. Shen. His words immediately caused shock among the crowd in the room, but at first many did not believe that all this was true. The angry brave man knew that the brat was trying to blacken the name of his friend Beimo's family, so something had to be done. Jianye supported his son, saying that the kid had mastered only a few banal techniques and was cheating. After that, people began to speak poorly about the young specialist, believing that he was just a laughingstock not worth mentioning. The cold-minded youth knew that he couldn't thwart his friend's important task, so he kept his cool. But an enraged Haiben stood up for him and shouted at the fools that he would kill them if they offended his friend. One of the men said that although he is the mayor's son, this does not give him the right to communicate with them in this way, and ordered him to immediately apologize. In a fit of rage, the boy was ready to pounce on him and tear him to pieces, while the agitated Yehan tried to calm him down. Tang, unafraid of anyone, continued to pour insults at the fools, making it clear that the conversation was not going to go well. The unperturbed Jianye emphasized that Lin Beimo should interfere in the showdown and thought that two fools shouldn't be here. It was not easy for the young man to make a choice, because it was about his friends who helped him in many ways. The crowd of nobles also thought that the half-wits would let them all appear in front of the esteemed Lord Shen, with their deceit and impudence. The crafty Luofei, with a smile on his face, wondered what his main rival would do in a stressful situation. The reserved Beimo abruptly stretched out his hand in front of him and bent his thumb, which alerted the guests of the house. He said that if someone is against his friends, they can't leave, and added that his Lin family didn't invite them. After that, many half-wits felt excitement inside, and the straightforward guy took a truly fair position. Dissatisfied individuals began to disperse, saying that they could see Mr. Shen in more pleasant company. The hero understood that he still needed to get money from the rich, so he could not let them go so easily. The Northwestern King's disciple said with a smile on his face that he couldn't allow the guests to leave so abruptly. The man added that the main thing in a person is a combination of moral and business qualities, so you should not pay attention to those who are alien to it. The tense nobles agreed with Tia now and decided that there was no need for them to stoop to the level of pathetic half-wits. An angry Tang Haiben said that they were called ants, which he did not want to tolerate at all and wanted to take revenge as soon as possible. The hot-tempered guy threw the shoe in Dr. Shen's face, shouting that he was nothing and had no right to insult them. The reckless action caused shock and intense anger among the people, as the respected person immediately swelled up his face. One of the concerned people asked if Mr. Tianao, who was clenching his teeth nervously, was okay. An angry man called the boy a scoundrel who dared to insult him in front of all the guests with a bad act. Tan laughed out loud and said that leather shoes fit the horn-shaped face, so there was no need to worry. The fierce doctor told him to immediately apologize to him on his knees, and the brave man continued to make faces and tease him in every possible way. The tense Shen surprised Lin Beimo by saying that if this matter wasn't resolved properly, then they would have to look for another doctor. The absolutely calm young man asked him for forgiveness instead of his friend, realizing that he had no other choice. In turn, the cold-blooded Ye Han used the sharp eye skill, as if he sensed something suspicious. Suddenly, the daredevil put his hand on the shoulder of a good friend, asking him to pause a little. A serious hero asked his brother not to apologize to the arrogant type, and said that he would cure his father's illness himself. People around him began to laugh at the incompetent underdoctor and insult him in every possible way, which Haiben did not like very much. They were also joined by the haughty Shen Tianao, who decided to make his point while everyone listened intently. Laughing loudly, he promised that he would never touch medicine again if the fool could cure Mr. Lin. Unperturbed, Han asked if he was afraid to lose, even though the answer was obvious from someone who didn't take him seriously. The vis-a-vis replied that he had nothing to fear, And the daredevil noted that at the same time he would exclude an ordinary deceiver from the world of doctors. His statements caused another wave of discontent from the guests of the house, who emphasized the impudence of the boy. Bully Luefei asked if the kid wasn't afraid of embarrassing himself, and reminded him that Mr. Shen was a disciple of the Northwest King. The stern Haiban threatened that if the madman said another word, he would be beaten so that his own mother would not recognize him. The cowardly little rat immediately hid behind his father's back, saying that you need to win the argument first and not break out on it. An enthusiastic Tianao confidently agreed to the deal, but he had his own conditions regarding the possible loss of the opponent. Spreading his legs wide, the fool said that if he won, the kid would have to get between them. A slightly tense Baimo asked if his friend was sure of himself, because his honor was at stake. The brave man asked him not to worry, and noted that he would be able to cure his father, after which a smile appeared on the face of his counterpart. An angry Lin said that the geek Shen not only manipulated him like a servant, but also asked for 10% of their family's shares as a fee. The stern Haiban said that they had agreed to the doctor's terms and told him to prepare to see the real skill. His statement somewhat unsettled the Medicine King disciple, but he didn't say anything in response. Calm Baimo asked the guests of the mansion to go inside, noting that they would act as witnesses. Most of those present supported Tianao, considering the boy an ordinary fraudster, wanting him to be publicly shamed. All of this made the loyal friend Tang very angry, but the unflappable Yehan assured him that they would soon be watching the half-wits blush with shame. A few minutes later, a large crowd of people came out into the room, where the unconscious man lay. Previously, Mr. Lin was very courageous and strong, but not sparing the disease slowly killed him, and radically changed. The main character could not understand outwardly what kind of illness is inside the old man, so it was decided to apply the views of yin and yang. Concentrating as much as possible, he began to carefully examine the patient's entrails without jumping to conclusions. The young man was a little surprised, as he noticed that the man's body wasn't affected by anything, but he was still passed out. He then looked at the man's face and wondered what was going on, but he couldn't understand anything. The tense young man noticed the appearance of something unusual and concentrated even more. Suddenly, 3 huge green skulls popped out, which could frighten anyone to death, and there was nothing they could do about it. At first, the blue-eyed youth fell into a severe stupor and clenched his jaw tightly, trying to connect the 2 words. The boy suddenly fell off his feet, exclaiming that he saw a ghost. But the people around him just started laughing, saying that he was afraid of the patient. They began to advise the fool to go home and not disgrace himself anymore, but he was not going to back down. Provocateur Bai Luefei recommended that the youngster immediately admit defeat and not compete with the respected Shen. Tianao himself noted that now young doctors, having learned only the basics, already believe that they have become great doctors, but still do not understand anything. His loyal friends pulled him to his feet and asked him what had caused him such a fright, and he replied that he was fine. The tense guy noticed that the ghost just disappeared somewhere, but he knew that he had to be alert. Then the hero remembered that the eye of Yin penetrates the other world, and Yang sees through everything that exists. Now the puzzle in the young man's mind was complete, and he used the ability again to complete the task. A few seconds later, the green demon of the underworld appeared once again, but this time it did not frighten the brave man. The hot-tempered Luefei nudged the kid, saying that he should get out of here if he couldn't do anything. After that, Sycophant bowed respectfully in front of Mr. Shen and asked him to come to the medical couch. Haiban, who was barely able to contain his anger, wanted to beat him up, and the cold-blooded Han said that only he would be able to distinguish old Lin's illness. He asked Baimo not to worry, saying that he would prepare a little and take up the treatment, which greatly encouraged him. Closing his eyes, he focused again and gave himself up to the process, believing that this time he would succeed. The yin-yang gaze was responsible for closing the spirit portal, and full control destroyed the demons of the underworld. The tense bully noted that the kid was playing the monk, and Tianao probably already recognized the disease. Smiling, the man gave a positive answer, but in fact he was very nervous, because he did not understand anything. Yehan, who was completely calm, politely asked him to explain what caused the old gentleman's illness. The deceiver replied that it was a matter of prolonged melancholy and a weak body, and the illness developed for a long time precisely because of this. The unperturbed Baimo said that if it was so easy, then his father would have been cured long ago. And the hero added that this is far from the case. Pointing a finger at the liar, the daredevil said that the condition of the family's head was not caused by an illness at all, and he did not even know what he was talking about. After that, someone in the crowd began to question Tianao's assumptions, who was becoming increasingly nervous. Concerned, Shen asked the young man to explain to everyone why the patient was in such a serious condition. An agitated Lin finally asked to tell him what had happened to his dad, and his friend asked him to be patient, deciding to take up the treatment first. Then he calmly went to the patient, and the angry deceiver stressed that he had not even identified the illness, but was going to do something. The reserved hero noted that the counterpart admitted that he did not recognize the problem of the master, and he did not even have something to answer. Shifting his gaze to the unconscious man, the boy asked the silly doctor to learn from him for now. Without further ado, Yehan placed his palm on the master's forehead and activated one of the vision techniques. At the same time, he saw 3 green devilish skulls in front of him, but now he didn't even flinch. The stern young man said that it was high time for the evil spirits to disappear from the world of the living, and asked why they still clung to the person. The determined fighter took advantage of the fighting technique, declaring that it was time to deal with them. In the same hour, the demonic spawn was attacked and experienced a wave of intense panic, which emphasized the daredevil's professionalism. Just a couple of minutes later, the tired guy put his hand to his forehead and said that the disease was successfully eliminated. Close friends couldn't believe that he actually managed everything alone, and proved that he wasn't a fraud. Unable to admit defeat, Tianao laughed, saying that the master hadn't even woken up, and the kid was already claiming to have helped him. The bullying Luo Fei supported him, exclaiming that the kid was just trying to fool them all and shouldn't be trusted. The crowd of people once again became angry at the young man, considering him an ordinary liar and eager to drive him away. But unexpectedly, the head of the Lin family came to his senses and, being tense, asked why they were making so much noise. The stunned people couldn't believe that he had regained consciousness, but they had to admit that Yehan hadn't let them down. Baimo, in tears, rushed to his father and hugged him, and he looked at the young man with bewilderment, saying that everything was fine. With a serious face, the man asked where the thing was now and if someone had chased it away, but it sounded strange. Surprised, the boy immediately got to his feet and asked what they were talking about, while glancing at his friend. Yehan calmly asked the patient not to worry, saying that he had chased away the spirits and they would never harm him again. The grateful gentleman called him an amazing doctor and declared that he would always remain in his debt. Dumbfounded people watched with open mouths, saying that Shen Tianao was just trash compared to the real medicine king. The guests' attention was turned to Luo Fei, who was inciting them all to chase away the genius man and insulting him in every possible way. At the same time, the fool was attacked by a crowd of people and he only cried for help to the Pope in tears, which looked very funny. The cowardly Jianye mentally asked his son to hold on, and then started walking away while he desperately asked for help. But suddenly, the stern men turned their attention to the scoundrel who had produced such a fool and was no better himself. The sweating gentleman realized that he had to get his legs out of the way immediately, otherwise they would simply break them. A horde of angry guests ran after the rat, trampling Luo Fei on the floor. The kid lying in the dust whimpered loudly and wondered why he always got hurt by someone. Yehan calmly said that nothing good could come of competing with him, while Tianao glared at him angrily. The crazy doctor didn't believe what was happening and asked how he managed to cure the patient if he didn't even have any disease. The cold-blooded hero took advantage of his sharp eyes and looked at him as if he was about to demonstrate something. Suddenly, the young man grabbed his counterpart by the shoulders and said that now he would clearly show him everything, and he was very nervous. Tianao froze in place, his face changing in alarm, hoping that nothing terrible would happen to him. The smiling boy once again used one of the techniques, spreading waves of powerful energy around him. In a panic, the cowardly trickster took to his heels, shouting something about the devil and the monster, which caused shock to the people around him. Baimo noticed that the fool had also wet himself, and Tang Haiban laughed at him for showing off in front of everyone all evening. After that, a tense Lin asked his father what had happened to him, and whether he and Yehan were hiding something from him. A worried-looking man asked outsiders to leave the ward because the information was too personal. At the same moment, all the people headed for the exit, and with him only a trio of loyal guys remained. The master asked if his son knew that their ancestors were engaged in grave robbing, and although he had heard about it, he did not understand what it meant. Shocked, Tan remarked that it was very cool, and Baimo said that the whole city knew about it, and they had long since stopped doing it. A few months ago, my father began sorting out the things of his grandparents, during which he accidentally found an ancient dot vase and immediately became bound by an incurable disease. He sincerely admitted that if the ignoble savior was Han, then death would have taken him into its clutches long ago. Happy Lin thanked his brother and promised to always remember what he did, and he replied that it was his duty. Suddenly, the excited man told many people to come here to meet the genius Dr. Ye. The bewildered boy couldn't believe that they were all here to meet him. But it was true. The heads of the corporation and other bigwigs tried to make friends with the young man, and Tang Haiban tried to keep them away from him. After a couple of minutes, a fight even started between those who wanted to get acquainted, and the startled young man asked them to calm down and approach in turn. The discord was stopped by a bespectacled man who entered the room, who drew everyone's attention to coughing and asked to give in to him. The bewildered crowd of people had no idea who it was, but nevertheless the fight was completely stopped. An angry Haiban, in turn, immediately recognized Secretary Li and asked in a raised tone what he was doing here. The tense crowd did not expect to see a man from the city committee and began to assume that the mayor was also ill. The courteous gentleman informed Yehan that the governor wished to invite him for a medical examination and asked if he had time. Smiling, the young man gave an absolutely positive answer, realizing that this is a good opportunity to prove himself even more. After that, the secretary let the guy go ahead and followed him to the exit of the Lin family's luxurious mansion. Now people considered the hero a real genius of medicine and understood that after today, he would become famous throughout the city. Soon it was reported on the news that Khan was a master of his craft, and even the mayor turned to him for help in curing the disease. A disgruntled caste-clad Luofei threw the remote at the TV, vowing viciously that he would kill the quick kid. He wanted to avenge the same crippled father, but he realized that the young man had already acquired connections with influential people. The insidious Jian Ye asked his son not to worry, noting that a good plan had already matured in his head. The same hour, the man called the Golden Triangle Organization, deciding to order a murder, and the price was not important to him. Meanwhile, the hero received gratitude from the next gentleman, because he managed to cure his lower back in a short period of time. The shy boy scratched his head and replied that it was his duty, so no baklava was required. The charming wife said that she had made a large pot of regenerating soup especially for her husband, and called him to the table. The gentleman in love immediately rushed to his betrothed, and the young man was surprised at the huge amount of his energy. At that moment, Yehan was picked up by a rare car owned by a loyal friend of his. Hyben, who was in a good mood, asked his friend to sit down, saying that Mr. Lin and the others were waiting for them. The enthusiastic boy immediately jumped into the salon, saying that they can go to the meeting right now. At the same time, the young man did not even suspect that a stranger with an earring in his ear was following him from a car nearby. A calm mercenary with a scar on his brow reported that he saw the target and began preparing for the operation. On the way, Tan noted that the brave man was clearly tired of running around the houses of the sick all day, so he advised him to open his own hospital. The hero replied that he was preparing for this and asked him to help find out if someone was renting out a room on the main street. At one point, the alert guy saw a laser point in the area of the chest of a friend, which was very strange. Greatly alarmed, Daredevil abruptly grabbed the steering wheel, asking Hyben to be careful, and he didn't even understand anything. The car began to move in different directions, raising columns of white smoke due to the emergency braking of the manager. A few seconds later, the windshield was shot through by a large caliber bullet, which stunned Hyben. The tense young man said that someone had decided to play sniper, and Han nervously exclaimed that we should immediately run away from here. The guys jumped out of the car and ran away, and the panicked people around them joined them. The brave man knew that this wasn't a game and someone was trying to shoot him, and Tan said that he would call someone for help. After calming down, the hero said in his mind that if Yin Yang's gaze hadn't warned him beforehand, they wouldn't be alive anymore. Meanwhile, the focused sniper was on a high-rise building nearby, where he had an excellent view. At that moment, he had the front of Tan's car in his sights, but the nimble boys had already managed to escape in an unknown direction. The man reported that the target stopped moving, hiding around the corner, and the colleague asked to leave it to him. With an evil grin, the assassin lowered the rifle, saying that this time Silly wouldn't be able to hide from them. The friend was very nervous, and Yehan said that they were safe now and should only wait for the police to arrive. Suddenly, a gray Mercedes car drove in their direction, which did not even think to turn off and was approaching closely. A mercenary with a scar on his brow and a gun in his hand leaned out of the window, making it clear that the boys were in trouble. Both guys quickly realized that the situation was a stalemate, and most likely they would not be able to get out alive. The merciless scoundrel pointed his weapon directly at the main character, exclaiming that he would be finished with him right now. The Daredevil smiled, resting his hand on the asphalt and saying that it would not be so easy to deal with him. The concentrated fighter activated the barrier technique to prevent the enemy from shooting himself. The killer noted that the kid was completely out of his mind, since he was trying to deflect bullets with an ordinary blade. However, the knowledgeable warrior managed to cut the small projectile in two, choosing the right moment to swing. What happened immediately startled the opponent, and an enthusiastic Tang Hyben called his friend's actions amazing. The cold-blooded Yi Han stayed in a fighting stance for a while longer, ready to continue defending. The dumbfounded man shouted out what the hell was going on here, but couldn't find an answer. People peered around the corner with bulging eyes, not understanding how the youngster had managed to deflect lead bullets with just a knife. The tough guy jumped out of the car and pointed the gun at the guy again, asking if he really thought he was Superman. In the same hour, a whole series of shots was fired. But the hero was ready for this and did not lose his head at all. Resorting to the use of two elements, the cold-blooded fighter thought through his next actions, not going to give up. In a serious inner voice, he said that all he could do was determine the direction of the projectiles. But the warrior also had the ability to deflect targets, so in just a moment, he turned lead shells into a danger to the enemy. His hand movements were lightning fast, and his eyes and brain were constantly on edge due to his high concentration. The unsettled bandit was confused and only asked who he was, since he was capable of such impossible actions. The angry fighter shouted at him to shut his mouth, and added that his life would end right now. The mercenary smiled and asked if the fool thought that he would just surrender to him. He tried to attack the daredevil running into battle with a knife, but immediately failed and strained even more. The man was confused because, at the moment, he felt the full power of the little boy, which was almost unbearable to resist. The calm hero had a perfect command of ki breathing, so there was no way the opponent's strength could surpass him. Meanwhile, a wary sniper watched the situation through the scope, choosing the right moment to shoot. The mercenary did his best to remain calm, so that his hand wouldn't waver and he wouldn't make a mistake. Without wasting any time, the gunner opened fire to kill, and the stern Yehan immediately realized that he needed to act quickly. The merciless assassin fired non-stop shots, wanting to get rid of the annoying type as soon as possible. Absolutely calm, the boy just smiled, quietly saying that it wasn't him who would die in this situation. The surprised opponent couldn't understand why the youngster abruptly retreated, if he had been holding him tightly by the wrists before. As it turned out, the cunning man decided to put the enemy under the bullet of his own colleague, which was considered a truly professional move. At the same moment, one of the mercenaries caught a bullet in the stomach and fell off his feet, his blood rapidly flowing out. The daredevil noted the sniper's shot was not bad, but he himself remained unharmed, which angered him even more. The enraged gunslinger shouted at the top of his voice that he would finish off the impudent freak who had robbed him of his comrade. Yehan laughed happily at the fool, while Tang Haiban supported his friend with a smile, calling him cool. Very soon, several police cars with flashing lights arrived at the scene. In one of the cars, the stern commander Yan Lingjiao was sitting with a loaded pistol in her hands. The strict mistress ordered her subordinates to block the passage and search all the buildings in the area in order to find the suspects. In her mind's eye, she noted that the hero was nothing but trouble, since 2 mercenaries even tried to kill him today. The observant sniper noticed that the law enforcement officers had already arrived, so he should have opened up as soon as possible. As he made his way down the stairs, he promised himself that he would get to Lucky again and finish him off. The squad leader pointed a gun at the car and told the people sitting behind it to immediately get out with their hands up. The smiling Yehan described himself as a law-abiding citizen, while Tang Haiban was unhappy that the police had taken so long to drive. The woman was very surprised and froze on the spot when she heard that the brave man had already managed to deal with one of the killers. The mayor's son pointed out the bandit lying in blood, and the shy youth said that he was only lucky to defeat him. Shocked employees recognized the long-wanted criminal, who could not be caught for many years. The tense Yan was getting more and more curious about the guy as he did the impossible. The observant lady saw a small cut on the young man's right arm, but it needed bandaging. She said that she could give him first aid, but the boy politely declined. Expressing great gratitude, the frivolous Haiban said that his buttock was also injured, but this was already a mockery that Ling Jiao didn't appreciate. A few seconds later, the kid was lying on the ground with a lump on his head for his words, but the lady still took care of Yahan. Her startled colleagues couldn't believe that the stern commander was helping the youngster, even though she had never been so gentle. Suddenly, a black BMW sports car braked near the curb, which attracted the attention of others. An excited Yuner ran out of the car after learning that her good friend had been attacked by a crazy criminal. But when she saw a very beautiful woman next to the young man, the girl immediately fell into a stupor and froze on the spot. The charming lady carefully helped the boy, who sincerely thanked her for the gesture of goodwill. Their playful conversations with each other really did not please the pink-haired girl, who had obvious feelings for her companion. The blue-eyed boy suddenly saw Yuner, and the first thing he asked was what she was doing here. Pretending that everything was in order, the beauty asked if she really interfered with them, which made her counterpart uncomfortable. The young man began to assure that everything was not so, but in his heart he liked the situation, and it seemed that something interesting was about to happen. The beautiful girl also noticed that Ling Jiao had tied a beautiful bow, which was also a sign of caring. With a smile on her face, she emphasized that Commander Yan wasn't very good at bandaging wounds, so she decided to fix it. Putting on a stern face, the quick Yuner startled everyone around her by abruptly starting the dressing from scratch. The young lady made a very beautiful flower with the help of an ordinary bandage, which greatly surprised the main character. With a smirk, Ling Jiao knew that the little girl was challenging her, but she said that she wouldn't admit defeat. After that, both competitors again grabbed the special material, and the alarmed guy realized that he was fucked. After a couple of seconds, a powerful competition began, during which Khan could not escape anywhere and he only had to endure. Very soon the young man was wrapped in a cocoon and hoped with all his heart that someone would free him from the clutches of the girls. Tang Haiban, who was terrified, noted in his mind the astonishing behavior of the 2 girls, but he couldn't do anything. The proud Yan said that they would fight again next time, and the equally haughty Yunner said that she was just lucky today. Meanwhile, in the Yanjing secret department, there were several people who were looking at the hero's photo on the digital display board. A man in a business suit stressed that the video was posted in the city of Shanghai and asked their opinion on this matter. Those present were amazed by the abilities of the boy, who with just a knife repelled all the bullets of the killer. The master said that they needed someone with such abilities and said that one of them should go to the city and bring him. The guys began to deny it and come up with various circumstances in order not to engage in the execution of the assignment. The angry boss clenched his fists tightly, mentally calling them trash who didn't want to take on such an easy task. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened with the foot of a woman in red high-heeled shoes, which looked pretentious. The surprised members of the organization immediately turned their heads to see who was visiting them. The calm mistress calmly asked the boss if there were any new errands for her. The smiling man asked why Huofeng had returned if she had gone on vacation earlier. The lady replied that she had inadvertently blown up the presidential residence in Country X, so she was put on the wanted list and returned. Mentally, her colleagues called her a crazy woman and did not understand what the head was thinking when he accepted her into the department. After seeing the photo of the hero, the lady noted that the boy was quite cute and asked if he was the target of the mission. The vis-a-vis understood that you can't let a hot-tempered girl take on the task, because she will spoil everything. So he said that the performer has already been found. The nervous man turned to the others, ordering them to immediately stand up to the one who had taken over the task. Worried people began to look at each other, not knowing how to behave, because no one wanted to go for it. With a slight chuckle, Huofeng came to the realization that she was just being tricked into staying in the rear. She stuck her heel into the table and shouted at them if the brats thought she was stupid, and they cried and begged their forgiveness. Grabbing a piece of paper, the self-satisfied lady once again asked who the task belonged to now. The terrified employees all exclaimed in unison that this was her quest, and no one would dare to encroach on it. Flashing a charming look, the beauty realized that no one was able to deceive her or convince her of anything. Crazy Ho said that it was time to have fun in Shanghai and decided not to waste any time, while the upset guys watched her go. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the boss said that they would have to forget about the capable young man, because with this impulsive lady, they would not be able to get him. A couple of days later, Yehan said goodbye to Zhao Hengtian, promising that he would definitely take him to visit another day. The last attack made the hero realize that his abilities are still far from ideal, so he decided to learn a few more techniques with his brother. After that, the young man went about his business, but suddenly the phone rang in his pocket. It came from my sister, which was a little strange because she usually never called just like that. With a smile on his face, the boy answered and first of all said that he would be coming home soon, so you should not worry about him. But a stranger began to talk to him, who greatly frightened the hero, and he was forced to ask where his loved one was. The bandit gave the kid 1 hour, telling him to come to an abandoned building in the southern district, threatening that otherwise his sister would not be well. An incredibly angry guy almost crushed the phone in his hand, calling an unidentified person a scoundrel. He said that if something happened to the beauty, all the scoundrels would be torn to pieces and given to the dogs. Meanwhile, the frightened girl was tied to a chair and asked the bandit to let her go, but he did not think to do so. The bastard asked her to be calm, saying that soon her brother will come and they will be together again. After a short period of time, the daredevil entered the territory of an abandoned building and began shouting for the girl. Being very nervous, he kept calling out to her, trying to figure out where she was, but it was all in vain. The excited girl still heard her brother's voice and answered him, and the geek's face showed a sly smile. Moving his gaze to the right, the hero saw a bandit who called him a good fellow for not being late. The angry guy asked him to immediately release the innocent girl, noting that she did not need to be involved in all this. The psychopath suddenly held the detonator out in front of him, telling the kid to stand still and not move. The scoundrel threatened that if the kid took another step, his sister would instantly fly into the sky. The daredevil asked what he needed to do to get the criminal to release her, and he didn't give him an answer right away. Still, the brat said he could give the girl freedom, but he wanted to play a game with Han first. The bewildered guy in the first case clarified what was going on at all, but he understood that nothing good should be expected. The merciless freak said that only one of the two would survive and asked who the youngster would choose. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he could do anything with him, but he had to leave the girl unharmed. Barely holding back her tears, the lady exclaimed that she wanted her brother to live, so she asked him to leave immediately. At the same time, the daredevil was not going to stand in anticipation of death and held a sharp knife behind his back, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, both opponents heard a woman's voice, who laughed and asked what kind of drama they were making. Upstairs, Huofeng was sitting with a lollipop in her hands, thinking about buying popcorn and soda and enjoying the performance. The mustachioed bandit calmly asked her to get out of here, threatening that otherwise he would shoot her as well. The fearless lady only laughed at his stupid words, making it clear that she would not take a step back without her own will. Suddenly, She made a jump down, which stunned the men, who began to think she was crazy. The angry criminal immediately opened fire with a pistol, but none of the shells hit the quick target. The cold-blooded lady spun around as she ran, becoming a heavy target and acting professionally. After landing spectacularly, the beautiful Huo Feng noticed that the half-wit sniper was a lousy one. Startled, Ye Han and the bandit couldn't believe that the tough girl had managed to come back from all the bullets. The tough guy threatened to push the detonator button, and they'd all be killed together if she took another step toward him. Unexpectedly, a large amount of blue energy appeared on the battlefield, moving towards him. In the end, the bolt landed directly on the scoundrel's arm and left a bloody wound on it, causing him to cry out in pain. Smiling, the beautiful Huo Feng emphasized that the boy knows how to have fun, which threw him into a stupor. The lady's effect then swung her foot and kicked the enemy's chin with her heel, knocking him out. The defenseless bandit simply flew up like a soccer ball, and his weapon remained on the ground. The self-satisfied beauty clapped her hands as if nothing had happened, saying that the performance was over. The worried young man immediately ran to the bound sister, asking if she was okay. With tears in her eyes, the girl replied that everything was fine thanks to the mysterious lady who came to their aid. The young man agreed with her, so he thanked the stranger, because without her, they would have already died. The red-haired Huo Feng was extremely displeased because the criminal didn't even have anything interesting in his pockets. The wary Ye Han stared at him in silence, trying to make some conclusions in his head, but it was difficult. Soon, the lady turned to the boy, saying that she had not yet found a place where she could finally settle down. Unexpectedly, she announced that she would spend the night at the main character's place tonight, which was her reward for helping him. Discouraged, the guy immediately asked why such a decision was made. And even without his approval, the beauty patted the young man on the shoulder and began to walk forward with a cheerful step, and he continued to stand in a stupor. However, Ye Han's displeased voice was raised as he said that before she could even say anything, Huo Feng had already confirmed everything. The nurse began to reassure the young man, saying that there was nothing wrong with this, because the woman still saved them. The other woman asked which direction their house was going, and added that it was time for them to move out. And the young man realized that they were in trouble. Late in the evening, the hero reflected that the lady is very unusual and also has excellent abilities. He decided that he had to find out who she was, so he started sneaking into her room through the mansion's balcony. Looking out the window, Slick concluded that he hadn't been noticed, so he could relax a little. When he got closer, he carefully looked around, trying to find Huo Feng. But she was in the bathroom at the time. Absolutely calm girl was well aware of the visit of the boy, but still continued to calmly lather the body. Inwardly, she wondered if the kid was really that impatient, since he was acting like this. The observant Ye Han guessed that the lady was taking a shower, but he still stood by the window and continued to watch. Soon, she wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked into the room, stretching and yawning slightly. The kid decided to come back another time, and Huo Feng saw him and noted that this mission was very simple. Slightly perplexed, the young man did not quite understand the meaning of his counterpart's words, so he continued to listen carefully to her. He needed to sort things out, and the lady was giving herself away by muttering something about an important task. The guy wanted to find out what was going on as soon as possible, but the girl in every possible way delayed and created intrigue. Suddenly, the girl jumped out on the balcony, and this greatly frightened the boy who was trying to find out any information. From fright, the hero took a few steps back and as a result fell over the railing, falling to the ground. The excited sister heard this and asked if something was wrong, and the brother replied that he was just practicing the technique, but a lump had already popped out on his head. Brave once again told himself that he had to find out who Huo Feng was, who remained extremely mysterious. Unexpectedly, Slick jumped back onto the balcony and first of all angrily asked who she was. With a sly smile, the mistress mentally noted that the boy was stupid and could be a little fun to play with. She suddenly swung her foot at the kid, claiming that she was the one who would kill him, and he noticed her incredible speed of movement. Putting up a block, the tense guy asked why she should deal with him if there is no hostility between them. This question caused the red-haired lady to think for a bit, while the boy was standing in a fighting stance, covering his torso. With a flick of her finger, Huo Feng replied that she had taken a fancy to Ye Han's little sister, and by killing him, she would be able to possess her. Dumbfounded, the young man asked why she should do this if she was a girl, and his pupils were greatly reduced from shock. With a sharp charge, the calm Huo Feng replied that she was not indifferent to people of her own gender, and there was nothing wrong with that. The daredevil also noted that he was not a weakling at all and could give change. And the girl already swung her palm at his face. A cold-blooded fighter could predict the opponent's actions, so he was not afraid of her and was ready to fight. He saw through the girl and carefully observed her fists, so that he could dodge at the right moment and stay unharmed. At one point, the lady sharply swung her foot at the boy, but he managed to take a step back, which alerted her. The surprised woman at first could not believe that the opponent had predicted her actions, but everything was real. Choosing the right moment, the stern Yehan clenched his fist tightly, intending to launch his attack. The slightly tense lady noted in her inner voice that the hero is very powerful, and she is not able to resist. The daredevil began to press on the enemy, trying to drive her into a corner in order to deliver a decisive blow later. The wary girl concluded that there were many secrets hidden in the boy, since he was so strong. An angry Han said that he would not allow his sister to be taken away from him, and Huofeng was perplexed because she said this in jest. But he thought seriously. A close friend from the lower floor asked what his brother was doing upstairs, and he was even a little surprised and confused. Puzzled, the guy didn't even know what to say to her, but he knew that just keeping quiet wasn't the answer. The excited girl asked the young man to quickly descend, because in the dark it is very dangerous to climb so high. Raising his hands in the air, the hero said that he had learned something about the girl they had sheltered, and decided to tell a relative about it. But at one point, he noticed that Huofeng had simply disappeared from the balcony somewhere, and his eyeballs almost fell out from shock. Putting on an innocent face, the lady asked why the guy came to her veranda late at night, and he began to yell and get angry at her. The beauty took advantage of the acting skills and began to irritate the young man even more, which made him blush very much. Sweating angrily, Yehan called her a pretender in his mind, but he didn't even know how to get out of the situation. The enraged sister shouted at him to ask if this was too much behavior on the part of her brother, even though he was simply accused of something that he did not do. The tense guy waved his hands, saying that he would explain everything and trying to say that Huofeng had set it up. The girl threw the first object in his face and told him to go down quickly, and the young man fell off the balcony again. The kid bumped his nose into the ground for the second time, and the stern sister immediately began to walk in his direction. The young man teared up and assured her that it wasn't what she thought it was, but the lady called it excuses and sent him to bed. She began to drag the boy with her, and he emphasized in his inner voice that all ladies are cruel. The sly Huofeng watched with a smile on her face, wondering just how many secrets Yehan was hiding. In the morning, the hero came down the stairs, complaining that because of the lousy half of the night he listened to the teachings of his sister and did not get enough sleep at all. But at one point, he stopped and looked forward in surprise, as if he had seen something unexpected. Yunair and Tang Haiban were sitting in the living room, accompanied by a red-haired girl. The friend patted the guy on the shoulder, noting that only a little time had passed, and he had brought the beauty back to his luxurious home. Moving to the side, the boy asked him what they were doing here and why the Zhou family beauty looked so angry. The insidious Huofeng began to flirt with Yehan in every possible way, in order to put him even more strongly in front of the girl who was not indifferent to him. The petrified boy couldn't figure out what the woman was up to, and he didn't want to mess with her. Immediately, the stern Yunair got up from her chair and walked towards the young man, while he looked at her with excitement in his eyes. Without any mercy, the lady slapped the half-wit's face, exclaiming that he would now go to Dianan alone, and threw the tickets in his face. The calm Haiban said that she came to remind him of the trip, but they didn't know that they would find another girl at the hero's house. Yehan, who was confused, said in his mind that his friend had misunderstood everything, so it was urgent to explain everything to her. He immediately started running after Yunair, asking her to stop, and Tang asked her to take him to another city. The persistent guy really wanted to talk to the beauty, and hoped that she would give him a chance to speak out. The hero knelt down and said that Huofeng had saved his sister, and that was the only reason he had allowed her to stay with them for a while. At one point, the still angry charmer asked if he was lying to her, which surprised her somewhat. Raising his hand, the brave man swore that this was absolutely true, and if he lied, he would die now. When Yunair calmed down, she decided to believe him, and the boy smiled and thanked her for her understanding. But suddenly a gentle female voice turned to the youngster, calling him cute, which alerted the guys. Putting on a worried look, the crafty mistress loudly asked why he wasn't going to give her a massage if he already promised. The discouraged guy began to sweat profusely, realizing that after such words he was definitely finished. The enraged Yehan asked the half-witted lady with a loud shout as he was throwing out such words. The sly fox replied that last night he himself had climbed onto her veranda and begged for it for a long time. The angry hero exclaimed that he had done it for a completely different reason, but did not even realize that he himself had made a mistaken expression. The enraged Yunair was convinced that the impudent man had climbed onto the girl's balcony, so now he was waiting for reprisal. Smiling, the young man assured her that he would explain everything to her now, but no one was going to listen to him anymore. In the same hour, the kid was thrown away like a soccer ball, and the stern girl said that she didn't need his excuses. The beauty began to walk away, calling him a fool, and the kid was lying on the ground with a lump on his cheek. What was happening caused a slight sneer from Huofeng, who once again proved her invincibility. The tense Yehan got to his feet again and realized that the situation was stalemated, but he didn't even know what to do next. Being angry, he asked why the girl was doing this to him, and she began to tease him, saying that it was just fun. The serious fighter remarked that he would quite dare to raise his hand against her. and the lady called him a slob and asked him to come up to her. The impulsive young man threatened that he could send her to the next world with one blow, but the counterpart still did not take him seriously and provoked him. After that, a verbal altercation began between the guys, during which everyone threw mud at each other. Unable to hold back his emotions any longer, Daredevil decided to activate the combat technique to teach the brat a lesson. Huo Feng's eyes bulged in shock as his body was rapidly enveloped in mana. Then the cold-blooded warrior made a sharp jump, aiming directly at the silly girl who dared to annoy him. The discouraged woman noticed that the guy was even faster than yesterday, as a result of which she simply fell into a stupor. An angry Yehan clenched his fist tightly and swung at her, exclaiming that her life was going to end right now. The first thing the worried lady did was put a block, but this did not make her feel any better, and the fear did not go away. In her mind's eye, she noted that both the fighter's agility and strength had become more impressive, and she tried to figure out who he was. Grinning slightly, the protagonist mentally said that today he would reveal the true face of the girl who stood in his way. A minute later, the Daredevil knocked the opponent to the floor and blocked her movements, and a large amount of dust rose around her. Holding the girl's wrist tightly, the brave man asked her if she really enjoyed being beaten up so much if she had asked for it. The young man began to ask her who she was and why she had come here, and the calm Huo Feng admitted that he had exceeded all her expectations. Initially, the mysterious lady planned to have a good time with the kid for a couple of days. But the plans changed. The tense Yehan noticed that she wasn't going to give up, so he threatened her with his fist again. Suddenly, a dark blue card flew into his face, which startled him. But at first, he couldn't understand what was wrong. Startled, the boy first wondered what it was, but only after a while did he realize that he was holding an ID card. Sitting down on a chair, the woman with a smile on her face asked him to take a closer look to cut off unnecessary questions. As it turned out, she worked for a security agency, which made Han even more uneasy. The lady wondered if the boy, who was no longer so sure of himself, was afraid. She sipped her water and said that if he begged for mercy on his knees, he might get a pardon. The surprised boy asked what kind of organization it was, which shocked Huo Feng, who abruptly spat out the liquid. He assumed it was a cargo transport company with security guards, but that even sounded a bit silly. Laughing at the top of her voice, the woman asked if the young fool had never watched movies about agents. Looking at the girl in disbelief, the hero emphasized that she did not look at all like employees of a secret corporation. Smiling, the girl said that in this case she would show her full strength in order to prove everything to him. Being nervous, she used a cloud-piercing arrow, telling the kid to see great power. Suddenly, a loud salute began outside the window, and a wide smile appeared on the face of the beauty who stuck out her tongue. The stunned guy ran out onto the balcony in an hour, looking up and trying to understand what was happening around him. After calming down, he asked not to mention that the fireworks were a means of communication, noting that it was the 21st century outside. At the same time, he remained tense because he heard strange sounds on the street and decided to take a closer look. After a few seconds, the kid's face changed a lot from shock because the situation in the moment changed dramatically. Artillery installations were already nearby, and the squad leader ordered the third squad to prepare missiles out of sight. The main character barely lost his jaw and eyes from shock, seeing a whole column of maneuverable tanks and a swarm of attack helicopters in the sky. With a small laugh, Huo Feng emphasized the fact that the startled youth now clearly believed her. With tears in his eyes, the young man got down on one knee and admitted that he obeyed her, after which he began to apologize to the proud lady. The cute lady on the phone reported that the danger was eliminated and ordered the subordinates to retreat in the opposite direction. Yehan, who was very surprised, couldn't believe that she had the power over an entire battalion of soldiers in her hands. In just a couple of seconds, the military equipment disappeared, and only gray smoke remained on the road, which even more startled him. The delighted boy was behaving very differently now, and the self-satisfied mistress just smiled, knowing that she had won. After a little thought, the beauty said that now the youngster would have to do something for her. Reaching up, she began to complain of extreme fatigue, which was already a hint for the thoughtful hero. Soon, Han was massaging her shins, asking if there were any other requests, and she remarked that he was quite good with his hands. The shy boy thanked the woman for her praise because it was really nice to hear that. The lady said that his family's background turned out to be clean after checking, and added that tomorrow he would go with her to work at the security agency. At first, the helpful young man agreed to her suggestion, but after a couple of seconds, the meaning of it dawned on him. Yehan abruptly pushed back and asked if his counterpart was really offering him a job in the organization. Smiling, the lady confidently stated that the agency needed a hero who had all the necessary makings. The young man asked for forgiveness and immediately said that he refused, because it was too much for him. A few seconds later, he was standing on the balcony, but an angry Huo Feng ordered him to stop immediately. The serious guy firmly asked if their corporation was going to forcibly hire employees. The woman said that the agency provides 6 types of insurance in one fund, and the salary is paid 16 times a year. It was said that the kid would not be able to find similar working conditions anywhere in the world, but he thought about it and noted that everything sounds pretty good. Tense, Ho made a mental promise that she would deal with Chap after he joined the organization. At the same time, the brave man still refused the offer and went down, saying that he preferred a quiet life. The youngster was absolutely confident in his decision, so he kept a smile on his face and went on his way. Putting his hands in his pockets, the daredevil continued walking as if nothing had happened, humming a light melody. Serious Fiing considered it her duty to lure him to the agency, because then she would not be afraid of those who are trying to find her. Yehan, who was not happy, thought that she was holding him for a fool, hoping to get him interested in such a dangerous job with a few words. After a while, the excited sister packed her brother's suitcase for a trip to Thailand, and he thanked her, saying that he would be back very soon. A nice girl asked a loved one to be more careful and not get involved in any trouble. Taking his counterpart by the hand, the hero said that he was only going to buy stones, so nothing would happen to him for sure. Not far away was Huo Feng, who had overheard their conversation and, with a slight laugh, asked him not to be so confident. The stern-looking woman had heard that this year's event would be slightly different from previous years. The completely calm guy asked her what she meant, but tried not to trust her completely. With a sly smile, the lady replied that the young man would find out everything on the spot and did not go into details. Then she abruptly threw the main character an incomprehensible object of a round shape, making it clear that it would be useful to him. The surprised boy barely managed to catch the ball, which almost flew out of his hands several times. Taking a closer look, the young man noticed that it was an ordinary two-colored ball with small patterns. Being tense, he asked what kind of thing it was, and Huofeng said that it would help him carry his dagger. After thinking about it, Yehan realized that the journey wouldn't be smooth since he would have to take his blade. Smiling, the lady from the security agency's inner voice asked the boy to come back alive. Very soon, the guy and two of his close friends landed at the airport in Thailand, where they began to enjoy the views of the airport. An ecstatic Yuner was glad that they had finally arrived and could now walk through the streets of a wonderful country. Both boys discussed something interesting for them in secret from the girl, who was very angry and wanted revenge. At the same time, the hot-tempered girl put her heel on the toes of the fools, making them understand that this was not the way to treat her. From the pain, the boys began to jump in one place and even let out tears, and the beauty was offended by them and turned away. Yehan sincerely apologized to his beloved, admitting that he was wrong, but she was still sulking. A tense Tang Haiban asked them to stop fighting and reminded them that they should have been met by now. Behind them, they suddenly heard a man's voice that recognized little sister Yuner, who looked amazing. A pompous blonde man with two bodyguards called it a coincidence that the trio also flew to Thailand. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he said with a smile on his face that it was definitely fate, even though it all sounded crazy. The beauty immediately recognized Ningfeng and wondered if he was also interested in this event. After pushing the two boys apart, the impudent man came up close to the charmer and gave her a positive answer to the question. An old acquaintance took a beautiful lady by the hand and asked her to get into his car, since life brought them together again. He arrived in a luxurious pink supercar with huge wheels, and on the left door was a sticker with a beautiful model. The shy Yuner hesitantly declined the offer, saying that their team should be met soon. The persistent guy said that they could have dinner together and then go to his huge mansion and dream about the future. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the stern Ye Han, who asked why on earth a half-wit would touch his girlfriend. The nervous blonde man shouted that it had nothing to do with him and ordered to immediately release him, threatening violence. The main character abruptly threw his counterpart away from him, which looked very impressive and was a reason for pride. In the end, the blonde kid flew nose first into the hood of his own car, unable to do anything. Hugging the charming Yun heir to him, the daredevil confidently declared that he was her boyfriend and would not allow anyone to stick to her. His behavior surprised the beautiful girl, which she couldn't understand when he became such a serious man. Smiling, the calm guy asks if the beauty has something against what he just said. What was even more sudden was that he gently touched the girl's cheek and gently kissed her on the lips. The shy Yuner slightly pushed him away and called him a scoundrel, but it wasn't all out of spite. Tang Haiban, who was impressed, appreciated his friend's actions and said that he would take note of such a good method. An angry Ningfeng exclaimed that he was still here, and the brats dared to brazenly kiss right in front of him. Sun Mir asked if such a loser still dares to perform while watching a beautiful couple who enjoyed their moments together. The angry guy was hurt to the core, so he began to clench his jaw tightly, eager to take revenge on the fat man. Enraged, the blonde man ordered Ah Mao and Hu to make the two villains kneel in front of him, begging for mercy. The loyal bodyguards all said that they clearly understood the boss's order and immediately began to carry it out. Startled, Haiban exclaimed that he was relying on his best friend, who still had a smirk on his face. The big guys attacked the kid, threatening that he would be finished if he did not apologize to their head immediately. Daredevil assured them that they would soon be begging for mercy, and then activated one of the techniques he had learned. It only took a few seconds for the two beaten cretins to admit their guilt, calling Yehan father, which stunned Ningfeng. The merciless warrior reached for a sharp dagger, noting that now it was the blonde halfwit's turn. The angry guy trembled with excitement, but still boldly asked what the unpredictable youth was up to. With a sharp swing of the knife, the hero declared that he would get rid of his outer clothing, and instantly turned it into pieces of rags. After a couple of seconds, the guy, who was pleased with himself, said that everything was ready, but the opponent still did not understand anything. Soon, the blonde looked down and noticed that he was standing in his underwear, which was cool. Yun-Er, who was confused, covered her eyes in horror, and Haibin, who was dumbfounded, almost fell off his feet from what he saw. Ningfeng, who was burning with shame, called out to one of the assistants for help, while Yehan laughed at him. In the end, the fool ran away with flashing heels, hoping that everyone would soon forget the stupid incident. The three of them were discussing that people currently have strange addictions, and Tan almost threw up. Still, nausea got the better of all the guys at the same time, who could not come to terms with what had happened. A mysterious person suddenly appeared behind them, asking if it was Lady Zhou standing in front of him. The two young men immediately turned to look at him, and the quick-witted Yehan realized that this was the man who greeted them. The polite Liu Jiming introduced himself and said that a member of the Yun'er family had told him to meet them and asked them to get in the luxury car. The enthusiastic couple ran towards the car, while the tense Haibin had to carry the suitcases alone. After a while, they came to an ordinary restaurant, where the same people were sitting and enjoying their meals. Han, who was eating meat, was praising the restaurant's menu, and the girl asked him to eat more, even though she looked unhappy. She then asked why Brother Tang didn't come to have lunch with them, but the answer didn't come immediately. The hero lied that the guy wanted to try traditional cuisine, but in fact he was eager to meet a Thai beauty. All of a sudden, the kids heard that a Japanese man nearby was making a scene, calling the dishes disgusting. Two men shouted that this inedible food should not be placed close to the magnificent dishes of their country's cuisine. The angry people exclaimed that if they didn't like something, they could get out of here and not bother anyone. One of the half-witted Japanese began waving a katana, shouting something in his own language and making it clear that it was better not to mess with him. The boys froze in shock, not expecting this outcome at all. But there was no fear in their eyes. People were dissatisfied with the fact that the scoundrels dared to expose the blade, so it was decided to call the police. Laughing out loud, the man with the unshaven mustache said that none of this pathetic group of cowards would even dare to come out against them. The serious Yun-Er recognized the suit, clad head of the Japanese corporation, Fujiwara, and his personal bodyguard. The tense Yehan stressed that they were half-witted and just wanted to pick a fight, as if that was what they wanted. A stern-looking young man suddenly passed in front of him, and he turned his gaze towards him, realizing that the situation was getting heated. The angry fighter exclaimed that his own life was not dear to the idiots, so he decided to teach them a lesson immediately. A chatterbox with a thin mustache was the first to be hit, catching a slap across the jaw before he even had time to understand. Extremely surprised, the hero wondered who this big guy, who was an order of magnitude faster than himself, was. The angry man ordered Jing Xiaojun to deal with the pigs, and Jing Xiaojun immediately followed the order. The samurai used the blade, choking storm, and Hasaka techniques to destroy the offending boss. The tense, brave man knew he didn't have any weapons, and the evil head of a Japanese corporation was happy to know he was going to die soon. Unexpectedly, the fearless Yehan, who had a sharp dagger in his hands, came running to the aid of the slightly confused young man. The daredevil immediately activated the breaking technique and attacked the fool who dared to behave arrogantly in the establishment of a foreign country. A very nervous samurai could not understand how the situation turned in such a direction, and now he urgently needed to change tactics. In the end, he was pushed back by a powerful wave that he didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. His back hit the wall and he fell to the floor, his voice shaking as he noted that the kid's blade was incredibly fast. Enthusiastic Thais began to gloat and mock the fools from Japan, who simply pretended to show off. The admiring beauty Yun-Er blew a kiss to her lover, calling him cool. The dumbfounded head of the corporation did not understand how the kid managed to break the invincible Jing Xiaojun in one blow. The two fighters began to stare at the ugly Jap in a frightening manner, wanting to deal with him as soon as possible and eradicate his audacity. Very soon, the boys got rid of him and got to know him better, and Kun-san sincerely thanked Yehan for saving him. The young man noted that the hero did not arrive at them very well in time, since riots have often occurred here recently. The curious Yun'er asked if it was true that all this was due to the gem evaluation event, and the opposite person confirmed it. It was said that this year's award is big, and the four most influential families in the region, as well as representatives of Japan, will take part. The thoughtful, brave man realized that there was a lot of difficulties to go through, and this was Zhou Mingshan's test. Smiling, Kun-san noticed that he liked the boy very much and suggested that they have a drink together. The next day, The trio arrived at the minimalist mansion where they were supposed to be met. The young couple was thrilled to see the legendary Wat Pho temple, where the old bell often boomed. A new friend said that this is the most picturesque place in their region, and according to rumors, a Buddhist guru lives here. Tang Haibin, who was very tired, asked them to wait for him, complaining of severe pain in his legs, so he trailed behind them. After a couple of minutes, an elderly gentleman with a long beard came out to the children, leading a cute girl by the hand. He was happy to see the main character and surprised him greatly by saying that he should take this child with him. The news stunned the youth, and the three close people behind looked at him with great bewilderment. The boy's mouth nearly bled in shock, and the delighted little girl asked if it was really her dad. Tang happily asked when his friend had gotten a daughter, and Kun-san didn't expect that such a young man already had a child. The stern Yunier was eager to immediately deal with the scoundrel who hid such details about his personal life. The startled guy exclaimed that he had been alone for more than 20 years of his life and had no idea where his daughter came from. The embittered girl grabbed the boy by the collar, threatening that if he didn't tell her everything right away, he would be in trouble. The polite old man said that this layman wasn't the little beauty's father, and she had already almost strangled him. The excited little girl said that the guy seems very dear to her, but she couldn't understand what was going on. In tears, the hero once again repeated that it wasn't his child, after which the angry Yunier loosened her grip and stopped choking him. The disgruntled lady pointed out that he could have said that right away, and Han exclaimed that she simply refused to listen to him. After calming down, the young man asked the master to slowly explain what all this meant. "I endlessly adjust my long gray beard." The gentleman said that only a daredevil can prolong the charming girl's life. The young man realized that the grieved girl was ill, but he did not know if he would be able to recognize her illness with the help of yin-yang looks. Nevertheless, without further ado, the brave man used the ability and, concentrating as much as possible, began to inspect. After a few seconds, he could already sense the evil energy that was located inside the little child. The main character was dumbfounded when he saw the huge devil spirit, but he didn't even know what kind of creature it was. An unknown monster could destroy the baby's life at any second, so it was necessary to act as soon as possible. The old man had said that the only way to exorcise a brat was with the divine gift of a layman, but the young man wasn't sure of himself. Deciding not to waste time on idle conversations, the elderly gentleman asked the child to go to the guy. The man said that he had been holding back the essence all these years, but his time would soon come, and expressed the hope that the daredevil would agree. Enraptured, Yunier tugged on the beauty's cheeks, and together with Haibin, she asked Yehan to help her because she was still a baby. Suddenly, the girl threw herself at the young man's leg and hugged her tightly, calling him brother, which caused surprise among others. She said that she really liked the smell of him, and the shy boy scratched his head and decided to give approval. The elderly gentleman expressed his sincere gratitude to him, and then said that he had one gift for his counterpart. Suddenly, he used a fire technique, causing Yehan to be thrown back a couple of half meters. An alarmed girl was very worried about her beloved, and a devoted friend did not know how to help him. Serious Kun-san noted that the master passes on the legacy of art to the fighter, and this is a great honor. And if you interfere, he will lose touch with reality. For a couple of minutes, the guys watched the spectacular process, but did not notice that 4 unknown people had entered the territory. Soon, the wary guy still turned around and first asked who all these people who came without an invitation were. The bald thug smiled broadly as he said that Yehan had already killed 2 of his guys, so the day of his death had finally arrived. The tense Tang noted that these people had already tried to finish off the hero, and the anxious Yunier didn't know what to do, because the youngster was immobilized. An angry Haibin said that he would not let him lay a finger on his friend, and Kun added that first the idiots should ask his permission. The harsh beauty said that first the scoundrels can try to deal with her, and only then touch her lover. The bald guy held up his hand, saying that since they valued their lives, they would be killed right now, and his minions were ready to charge in. At the same time, a group of thugs ran into battle, and the master was still passing on the knowledge of martial arts to the layman. Brave San exclaimed that they would fight to the death, and 2 of the thugs were already swinging their sharp machetes at him. Suddenly, the cold-blooded Yehan entered the game and replaced his teammate, preventing the scoundrels from hitting him. The daredevil threw all the opponents in different directions in one fell swoop, telling them to immediately scram away. Admiring comrades were proud of the fearless warrior who could single-handedly destroy any opponents. The tough fighter said that if someone dares to touch his friends, they will immediately pay for it with their lives. The old man called it lucky that they managed to finish the process on time, and the guys still remained wary. The bald brat still said that Yehan was going to die today, but unexpectedly, a cut appeared on his neck, so he immediately shut up. The same fate awaited his friends, because the hero did not intend to suffer humiliation and used the newfound fire dragon technique. In just a few minutes, a whole group of criminals were already lying on the ground, surrounded by pools of blood. The enemy muttered something else, and the brave man said that in his eyes they were all useless bugs. Admiring colleagues sincerely praised the brave guy and noted that even for a moment they did not doubt him. The shy youth said that it was all thanks to the art passed down to him by the great master. The elderly gentleman already felt Zochin, and in his inner voice said that he would soon be able to get to the right place. The concerned girl noticed that the man was not feeling well, so she immediately ran up and asked what was wrong with him. The excited hero decided to immediately transfer the healing power to his counterpart, hoping that it would somehow help him. Han stuck his hand out in front of him and started the important process in a concentrated manner. But it didn't do much good. Smiling, the master said that now the beauty has protection, so he can safely leave. But before that, he asked to fulfill his request. As he disappeared into space, he said something about a sword slicing through the sky without defeat, as well as crimson dust and a god's request. At that time, the calm hero held the little girl who began to cry, not wanting to part with the master. The brave man promised that he would take care of the baby, and she couldn't believe that the teacher would never be there again. The next day, a lot of people gathered at the event, which was attended by various large companies. Yehan looked around happily, feeling great, and Yuner said that there would be even more people ahead. Straight-talking Hyben liked the blonde and immediately offered to exchange contacts, but she just called him an idiot. Feeling Spanish shame, the hero told himself in his mind that he clearly should not have taken the stupid friend with him. He grabbed his friend and began to lead him, and Tan continued to shout something to the charming lady, but she did not even listen to him. Then the guys went inside, where there were various pebbles on the stands, the prices of which were amazing. The gambling young man said that this time he should earn a lot of money, and Yuner asked if he liked any nuggets already. The guy pointed his finger at the shard ahead, knowing that it was a precious crystal jade, and its minimum value was 200 million yuan. A slightly perplexed Hyben asked if he was serious. Johan stressed that he should believe in him. The young man said that he wanted to get the nugget of his choice, and the cute saleswoman clearly understood him. But suddenly, a man stood in the way of the blue-eyed youth's happiness and asked him to slow down. It was the previously disgraced Ning Feng, who said that this jewel caught his fancy as well. The angry Yuner first asked him what he needed, and the cold-blooded hero was ready to teach the idiot a lesson again. The hot-tempered Tang asked if the blonde youngster had forgotten about the last lesson and wanted it all to happen again. The blonde noted that if in such a place they even touch him with a finger, they will immediately fly out of the event. He also added that he participates in the festival on an equal footing with them and does not violate the law, so there is no need to let go. Yehan smiled, offered him a fair fight, and covered his friend's back so that he wouldn't do anything unnecessary. The rival said that he was ready to give 3 million yuan for the nugget, and the daredevil promised 100,000 more. An angry Ning began to complain, and the guy stuck out his tongue, saying that he would bet as much as he wanted. Happy friends encouraged the hero in every possible way and supported him, sincerely believing that he would win. A very nervous blonde man said that he had enough money and was ready to get better, after which he offered 4 million rubles. Every time he made a new statement, the youngster annoyed him by adding 100,000 to everything and thereby moving ahead. People nearby were wondering if the kid was afraid to compete with Rich Feng. Soon, an enraged major exclaimed that he would give 10 million for the nugget right now, and this was already a desperate move. Worried, his teammates asked Yehan to keep his temper under control, saying that if he continued, he would simply go broke. The daredevil assured him that such a small sum would not make him poor, and Ning began to laugh and tease him in every possible way. With a restrained smile, the main character said that he was willing to offer a sum of 10 million and 100,000 yuan. In a fit of rage, the blonde wanted to pounce on him and scratch his face, but the excited guard stopped him. The assistant said that the bets had already exceeded the real value of the nugget, and the boy would regret it very much, and he would have to watch him lose. After that, the spendthrift Feng became happy, and the man calmed down after realizing that he had managed to stop him. With a laugh, Ning refused the pathetic stone, and advised the young man to return home with huge debts and remember to wipe away his tears. The people around him joined in and started thinking the kid was a fool who just threw money away, but they were wrong. Badass realized that he was going to embarrass Han in front of everyone, and perhaps Yuner would abandon him and run into his arms. Picking his nose, the brave man called the opponent a half-wit, on whose head a medium-sized stone unexpectedly fell. He offered to make another bet, promising to give everything if he lost, but if he won, the opponent would pay him 100 million rubles. The assistant whispered to the blonde guys that the nugget could cost a maximum of 5 million and assured them that the victory was already in his hands. Without any hesitation, the stupid kid agreed to the deal, anticipating the imminent glory. Half-witted people began to talk various nonsense, which they will do if a pebble costs a lot of money. Soon, Ningfeng said that he had already prepared a check for the specified amount, and stressed that his counterpart was not at all afraid of being left without pants. An angry Yuner said that her boyfriend had enough money and shouldn't laugh at him, and he asked her not to be nervous. The hero called his beloved the best wife, and she reminded that they had not yet received consent from her grandfather. The exasperated blonde promised himself that he would soon kill the geek who dared to do such a thing in front of him. The specialist asked how the young gentleman wanted to open the nugget he had bought. Suddenly, the strong man lowered a piece of cobblestone from the stand to the floor, asking him to wait a second. He resorted to using the yin-yang gaze to examine everything in detail and draw conclusions for further action. Then the hero asked to retreat 5 centimeters to the left and 10 to the right and to cut through the shell. Having clearly listened to the command, the professional in his field put on gloves and set to work. While the young man watched with a smile, the opponent chuckled, saying that the kid spoke haughtily, as if he saw everything from the inside, and he did not pay attention to his statements. Jahan smiled and said in his inner voice that it was true, but he couldn't tell anyone about it. The tense Tang constantly asked what was inside, and Yuna replied that the process had just begun and he wouldn't be able to see anything right now. People were discussing that the kid clearly realized that he had lost and was trying to maintain his composure, even though he was sure of his victory. Soon, admiring friends began to say that the hero was right, and he had a sharp eye, because a precious stone really fell out. Ningfeng's assistant asked him not to forget that the nugget should be worth at least 10 million yuan. The young man, who was in a great mood, clearly took everything into account, but noted that the price of it was not at all the same as it was said. Stunned, Yunair and Hyben couldn't believe their eyes. But they said that the amount of the price was clearly more than the agreed amount. Dazed, the blonde man nervously wondered if this was actually a precious crystal jade. He said that he did not believe the words and demanded to see everything in person, after which he headed towards the eye-blinding treasure. The specialist covering his face called Yehan lucky, who in a matter of minutes increased his fortune many times. The startled audience stared open-mouthed at the nugget, saying that they were all idiots in the end. The angry kid didn't understand how this was even possible, but all he had to do was admit defeat. In a rage, he grabbed the assistant by the shirt and the man assured him that what had happened to him was also a complete surprise. Satisfied, the young man picked up the check and thanked Ningfeng for adding a full 100 million to his budget. The charming Yunair sarcastically remarked on his master's kindness, and Tang jokingly hoped that one day his generosity would descend on him as well. The stern guy abruptly pushed the bespectacled man away from him, firmly accusing the main character of having deliberately divorced him. Everyone around them began to laugh at the idiot, who only now realized that he was the victim of a banal deception. The hot-tempered Ning threatened that he could only say one word to the family, and the kid would never be able to sell the nugget again in his life. People began to note that his clan was really influential, so it was not worth crossing his path. But the brave man did not care. An angry Yunair pointed out that a scoundrel wasn't allowed to do anything in this world, and he said that he wouldn't budge and they would see who dared to buy the jade. Suddenly, someone tapped a long cane on the wooden floor, saying that they wanted to buy a precious stone. The surprised crowd said that even though no one liked Feng, the family's well-known jewelry store was behind him. The stern blonde man immediately asked who dares to stand in his way, then turned around to look the man in the eye. It was the venerable master Liu Guangzong, who calmly asked who the young man thought he was. The boy recognized the head of the jewelry business and stressed that he was doing well if he had the energy to attend the event. People were discussing that an exciting performance was waiting for them, because the one who is not afraid of the blonde family has come. Surprised, Yunair didn't think that the owner of a jewelry store that was not inferior to the competition would end up here. The polite old man pushed the blonde man aside, declaring that he was willing to buy the gemstone from Yehan for any amount. The shocked and extremely tense crowd assumed that the minimum cost would be 200 million yuan. An angry Ningfeng mentally asked his opponent to believe that luck was on his side today, but there was nothing he could do. The brooding hero in his head noted that the man had stood up for justice, and now he could not raise the price too high. The older man smiled and asked if the boy had made up his mind, which made the blonde man increasingly angry. The brave man said that he would sell him the nugget for 200 million, and an excited Yunair noted that something could be done for a higher price. The boy replied that he had already made good money today, and the opposite man smiled slightly and was very happy with a pleasant deal. Bowing respectfully, Guangzong expressed his sincere gratitude to the youth, but as always, half-wit Ning intervened. The kid proudly raised his head and closed his eyes, confidently saying that he also wanted to buy a nugget. His statement unsettled and stunned the young couple, as he had previously behaved arrogantly. Puzzled people noted that the young man had obvious problems with his head, but there were no drugs for idiocy. Wily Feng knew that the Liu family's salon was short of jade, and he couldn't afford to let them get such a gorgeous nugget. The angry old man advised him not to cross the line, and the scoundrel asked if he would forbid him to take part in the auction. The young man said that he was willing to take the jade for 250 million yuan, and thought that everyone would be shocked. The emotionless Yehan startled him by abruptly refusing the offer, then turned around and started to leave. The disgruntled blonde asked if the kid really couldn't count if he just gave a negative answer. Daredevil angered him even more by telling him that he would rather have a selfless friendship than a business with a pathetic dog. His words caused laughter from those around him, who really appreciated it and noted that the boy said everything correctly. People began to look at the disgraced Ning Feng with disdain, agreeing that he was a mediocre puppy. Suddenly, the guy experienced a severe deterioration in his condition due to the endless hatred for the main character. Absolutely calm Daredevil, with a grin on his face, said that he did not have a bone to give him to chew. The blonde youth couldn't handle the shame and intense pressure, causing blood to gush out of his nose. In the same hour, he fell off his feet and lost consciousness, and the frightened assistant rushed to him and began to ask what had happened to him. Soon the doctor began to take the young man away on gurneys, and the mercantile assistant hoped that everything would be all right with him, because he had promised to take him to Turkey. The bewildered Ye Han and his loved ones watched him behave like a woman with a feeling of nausea. The smiling Liu Guangzong handed the young man a check for 200 million, saying that this nugget of crystal jade would bring him quite a bit of help. The boy replied that they had helped each other in this situation, because he had long disliked the annoying Ning Feng. The gentleman decided to give him his business card, saying that he would be honored if the hero would deign to join their company. The serious youth only looked into his eyes in silence, not extending his hand in return, as the decision was quite difficult. The old man's path was suddenly blocked by the resolute Yunur, who firmly stated that her lover wasn't going anywhere. The man responded with a kind grin as he recognized Old Man Zhou's charming granddaughter, who didn't smile back at him. Behind her, Han was scratching his head, and the beauty looked down, feeling uneasy. Turning around, Guangzong started to leave, saying that with such abilities, Mr. Ye would soon become an era master. But suddenly, someone in the crowd made fun of it and asked if the kid was suitable for it, which greatly angered Tang Haiban. Surprised, Liu mentally asked if this was the one he was thinking of, and began to carefully move his eyes around. It was the elderly professional Huang, and Guo Yun was walking beside him, and both of them felt absolutely confident. Shocked people discussed that the elder was the best at understanding precious stones and once even found an ore vein. The slightly perplexed hero asked for forgiveness, but noted that he did not recall ever touching a man. The angry vis-a-vis exclaimed that this was indeed the case, but he couldn't say the same about his friend Master Wang. Stunned, Yunair quickly remembered that this was about a fool who had argued with Ye Han and started barking in front of everyone. An angry Huan shouted that his brother had been bullied for several months because of the boy, as a result of which he came down with a serious illness. The fearless girl said that at one time his relative tried to harm them, and they could not just sit idly by. Gritting his teeth, the old man told her to shut her mouth and stop talking nonsense, even though it was all true facts. A serious man offered the kid to fight and also promised to bark in front of everyone in case of his defeat. The stern-looking Haiban asked what would happen if he won, and the master looked at him with a slight surprise. Suddenly, Huan announced that the hero would be stripped of tendons and legs and turn into the same disabled person as his friend. An angry Yunar called it an unequal condition and added that only a Cretan would accept it, so she suggested that Ye Han leave immediately. But two burly men in business suits immediately got in their way and blocked the road. Flashing a smile, the haughty Guo Yun asked if he was allowed to go, which sounded annoying. Rolling up his sleeves, the hot-tempered Haiban asked if the kid really wanted to fight and added that they wouldn't be able to intimidate him. A tense Guangzong advised the blonde to think carefully about the consequences of his actions, because he was not on his own territory. It was because Master Huang had agreed to work for the Guo family for free for 1 year, so the guy felt it was his responsibility to step in. The nervous old man Liu didn't even know what to call the impudent person, so he was a little confused, and his face was angry. The unexpectedly reserved Ye Han asked the elderly gentleman not to worry, which surprised him a little. With a smile on his face, the daredevil accepted the challenge, saying that just one match would not bring anything critical. People around him thought that the kid was crazy, because his opponent was second to none and it was only a road to certain death. An agitated Yunar asked the guy not to agree to this, saying that the opponent specifically wants to frame him. The nervous Tang also discouraged his friend by appealing to unequal conditions, and Guangzong asked him not to act out of anger. The brave man said that he could lose in anything, but not in the evaluation of nuggets, because he had the ability to see through everything, which he hid. With a sly smile, Huan emphasized that everyone present had heard his words, so it would be too late to regret them later. The fearless Ye Han replied that he wouldn't do any whining, but he had one condition. He firmly stated that if the old man lost in the competition, he would bark while kneeling in front of him. His words stunned everyone around him, but the main opponent was clearly angry, even though he tried to restrain himself. The startled people didn't understand why the kid had so much courage when facing off against Guo Yun's family. The representative of a powerful clan sternly looked at the young man and asked if he really didn't live in peace. Clenching his fist tightly, the confident hero said that he wouldn't be afraid of anyone daring to challenge him. After that, eye contact was recreated between them, during which the daredevil kept complete composure. Master Huang whispered to the master that the kid was clearly scared, and added that everything was already planned, so he wouldn't be able to win. The blonde stunned him, emphasizing that you need to be prepared for anything, because there are unforeseen circumstances. The angry old man said that he would agree to work for his family for free for another year, which should have already changed his mind. Encouraged, Guo Yun replied that he liked the idea and stressed that he would expect him to win. Very soon, a crowd of people entered the basement, where there were many nuggets to work with. A disgruntled Yuner noticed the fetid smell that was bothering her and asked what kind of unkempt room it was. Master Huang said that there were remnants of stones from previous festivals lying here, but Ye Han didn't understand why he had brought him here. The master said that whoever finds a precious piece of jade among all these piles of stones will win the competition. He also added that the task is given only 1 hour to complete, but this did not alarm the opponent at all. The excited people realized that this was impossible, since the search required at least several days. If the hero didn't have the yin-yang gaze, he would never have found the artifact here, and Huang looked too calm and it seemed strange to him. The assistant whispered to the man that they had already prepared the place they had previously chosen, and he asked if the kid was ready. The insidious guy said in an inner voice that today the kid has no chance, because he has already calculated everything in advance. Caring Yunir suggested that the guy come up with another way to compete, believing that it is impossible to find a jewel among the mountains of garbage. Daredevil assured her that everything was in order, since there were many treasures here, but this did not make the lady feel any better. The excited people still believed that the youngster was doomed to failure, since the pile of cobblestones was repeatedly checked. Everyone knew that the guy's lack of experience had gotten him into trouble, but he remained cool-headed. Master Huang soon began to examine the shells, but the first stone turned out to be a dummy, which he clearly did not like. The same fate awaited several subsequent subjects, but he did not stop there and tried not to get upset. The professional came across another unremarkable boulder, while Ye Han just stood there. Smiling, the hero mentally noted that his grandfather was not bad at pretending and decided to let him finish his role. At the same time, he activated the yin-yang gaze to penetrate a whole pile of cobblestones and look at it in detail. The young man was curious to find out what trick the sly old man, who assured everyone that he was honest, wanted to resort to. As it turned out, the scoundrel had prepared a vitreous type of jade in advance in order to choose an unconditional victory for himself. The main character found out about this very quickly, who initially understood everything, but waited just to make sure. The elderly gentleman chose the desired artifact and confidently said that he was betting on it, and understood that now the victory was in his pocket. Reaching for the shell, Master Huang said in an inner voice that the kid would soon be finished. Suddenly, the brave man just grabbed a rock and threw it to the side, which caused an incredible shock to the other side. In the same hour, the stone shattered into small fragments, and the dumbfounded man simply could not believe it. The kid excused himself by saying that his hands were shaking, and the enraged grandfather shouted that he did it on purpose to prevent him. Absolutely calm Khan noted that he did not steal anything from him, so there is no point in blaming him. He noted that the stone chosen by the opponent simply rolled away to another place and should be searched for it, and the old man was already sweating profusely. People agreed that if the master couldn't find the artifact, then it was just an imposter, which made the fool more nervous. The very excited gentleman wondered if the quick kid had guessed his cunning plan. The hero asked why he was still standing still, and reminded that there was very little time left. With trembling hands, Juan rushed to the chest of a nearby boulder and began to rummage through it, promising that the kid would pay for everything. The unruffled youth said that he would look forward to it, then headed in the other direction. The smiling guy did not expect that among all the pacifiers there would be such a precious thing. He walked up to the huge stone and used his ability to see the jade inside, calling it a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, the master tearfully said that he had finally found the right stone, and his world fame had almost come to an end. The bewildered Khan and his friends noted that the fool rejoices early, because in his hands he had only a small stone. The enthusiastic old man shouted that he had made the right choice and the young scoundrel would definitely lose. Yawning, the hero noted that he just found a glassy jade. But it's not a fact that this will lead him to victory. The tense man said that it was the most precious kind of nugget, and he didn't believe that among the piles of pacifiers, Chap would find something more expensive. Now the attention of the crowd was turned to the master, and many began to say that the kid only knows how to make loud speeches. Daredevil confidently declared that with this artifact, he would be able to defeat the arrogant type. The people began to mock him, saying that he was simply out of his mind and hammering various nonsense. The agitated Yuner and the wary Tang Haiban also began to doubt that there was precious jade in the shell and suggested not to rush. The grandfather began to laugh irritatingly, noting that the boy had already admitted defeat and allowed possible mercy over him. Then the brave man reached out his hand in front of him and applied it to the shell, causing an eruption of green rays. The blinding light quickly spread to the entire room. So tense people had to cover their eyes. After a couple of seconds, there was a minor explosion, causing the treasure to be completely released. The people were stunned to see a very rare natural jade, more valuable than which nugget simply did not exist. The astonished audience immediately recognized Yehan's victory. After all, he managed to get an extremely unusual stone. Juan almost dropped out of shock and wondered how the kid had managed to find such a precious item among the pile of trash. An embittered Guo Yun mentally noted that the young man was too lucky, and his plans went downhill. Relatives began to rejoice for the hero, noting that he surpassed himself, and this was a real reason for pride. Unexpectedly, the brave man threw the beautiful green toad into Tang Haiban's hands, who instantly fell into a stupor. Daredevil said that the old man should keep his promise, and his hands were already shaking with great excitement. In a fit of rage, Huang accused his counterpart of cheating, then shouted out how he could find natural jade himself. The disgruntled crowd turned against the master, who behaved like a girl and was not going to admit defeat. Sweeping accusations from the opponent caused a grin from the main character, who was completely sure of the purity of his conscience. Grabbing the scoundrel's wrist sharply, the tough guy pointed out that he was the one who was cheating, but there were immediate objections. Daredevil asked everyone around him to watch carefully, and then abruptly pressed down on the old man's hand, who dropped the shell. The scene made Juan even more tense, but he couldn't do anything but watch the falling rock. After a couple of seconds, the stone fell to the floor and split, and inside it was a beautiful emerald pearl. An angry Yehan exclaimed that this nugget was recently embedded, as the glue on top didn't even have time to dry. Now the angry crowd began to look at the alarmed grandfather, who ruined the reputation of the entire event and cheated. Laughing frighteningly, they flexed their fists, eager to beat the old fool out of his insolence. At the same moment, a powerful scuffle began, and tears of pain flowed non-stop from the eyes of the beaten master. The tense Guo Yun told himself to leave immediately, because there was no longer any hope for Huang. Smiling, the calm Yehan startled the blonde man by asking him where he was going. Fancy Yuner pointed out that he should bark too, and Haiban added that his grandfather had already been dealt with, and it was his turn. The serious guy reminded me that he was the most revered guest at this event, but no one cared, so a scuffle broke out. Just a couple of minutes later, with a bump on his head, the fool started barking like a dog while kneeling, which made the protagonist laugh. The enthusiastic audience began to laugh loudly and shoot everything on the phone, praising the brave man in every possible way. A happy Lu Guangzong asked if the boy was going to sell the jade he found, and he was happy to see the master again. Suddenly, a determined man offered him as much as 30 billion yuan for an ultra-rare nugget. The stunned young man at first thought that he had simply misheard, because he had never encountered such sums before. At the same time, many entrepreneurs began to fight for the treasure and offer huge amounts of money for it. Suddenly, a fight broke out in the room between customers who were throwing fists at each other with reddened eyes. A bewildered Tang thought it was stupid to kill for a pebble, and Liu noted that the nugget not only does not have a price tag, but also can bring fame. Yehan, who was flustered, wanted to step in and say something, but Yuner, who was standing next to him, immediately stopped him by holding his hand. The worried girl looked into her lover's eyes, confessing that she also wanted to take the jade. Chuckling slightly, the blue-eyed boy said that he would arrange it for his beauty without any problems. Raising his hand up, the main character asked others to stop quarreling, saying that he did not sell the nugget. His words caused great confusion among entrepreneurs who offered him exorbitant sums from the company. The brave man said that he and his future wife would need this treasure themselves, so it is not subject to any exchanges. After letting out a sigh, Guangzong said softly that the young man still didn't know how much trouble this item would bring him. While in the family's jewelry corporation, an angry Ning Feng was ordering all the subordinates to start preparing. He firmly said that he had to get the nugget today, and it didn't matter if Yehan died or stayed alive. The crippled Guo Yun ordered his men to launch an attack on the hero's mansion and extract the jade, and said that he would pay them whatever they wanted for this operation. The armed mercenaries, who had a lot of experience in fighting, promised the master that the boy would soon come to an end. The wily blonde man mentally said that since the kid dared to insult him, he should enjoy his last night to the fullest. At the same time, the head of the Fujiwara Financial Group believed that only his great empire had the right to possess such a jewel. A crowd of motivated samurai supported their mastermind, shouting that they would do anything for the sake of their common cause. In the evening, Yehan and his loved ones were sitting in the mansion with a man in a business suit. But there was no joy on everyone's face. The man reported that the Ning corporations, Xiangjiang, the Japanese, and other small groups were planning to launch an attack to take the natural jade. Worried, Yuner began to apologize to the guy, since it was because of her that he left the jewel in his possession. The fearless hero asked her not to worry, saying that he agreed to give the treasure to her and would not break his word. Suddenly, a man entered the room and confidently exclaimed that he had come to help Brother Ye. Big Kun-san found out that his friend was in trouble, so he brought along armed buddies and promised that they would turn all the enemies into dust. The enthusiastic young man shook hands and thanked his brother, who confidently said that together they would put down ill-wishers. A happy Tang Haiban joined the group and supported the fighter's words, which brought even more peace to Yehan's soul. The daredevil raised his fist in the air, loudly saying that as many people as dared to come to his house, so many they would destroy. Late at night, a group of Ningxians had already gathered near the villa, the leader of which said that he could single-handedly kill the kid. Guo's squad noted that the mansion's defenses were full of holes and easy to enter, so the task promised to be easy. The Japanese Fujiwara team was more vocal, and their leader stressed that they could not give up. The three commanders shouted in unison that they should immediately destroy the impudent person who dared to insult them all. At high speed, the soldiers rushed forward with weapons in their hands, eager to get their hands dirty as soon as possible. The experienced mercenaries told each other that they couldn't let anyone get ahead of them because they wanted to win all the glory. The Japanese warriors were no match for them in strength and agility, and their leader wanted to grab the main prize as soon as possible. But all of a sudden, the assassins' plans were shattered by a round-shaped projectile that flew at them out of nowhere. Immediately, three fighters were fatally wounded in the center of the chest, which greatly stunned everyone else. The startled assassins said that it was simply impossible, but the situation was real, and they had to accept it. A small group fell to the ground without signs of life, and the members of the squad noticed the shooter ahead. Pointing his gun at them, the fearless Yehan threatened that those who dared to enter the grounds of his villa would simply die. For the first few seconds, his opponents looked into his eyes in silence, moving away from what had happened. And the warrior himself showed confidence in himself. Tense enemies did not expect that the kid would be so good that in a few seconds he would destroy the best three of them. Smiling, the hero said that losers can only dream of his death and precious natural jade. He learned of their arrival through Yin Yang's eyes, and Kun-san and the others spread out around the perimeter, waiting for the fools to take the bait. When they calmed down, the thugs began to point out that the youngster only had one gun, and they were enough to grind him to powder. The Japanese leader of the city raised his sword, ordering his subordinates to destroy the target for the glory of the empire. The enthusiastic crowd once again attacked the kid, realizing that they really had nothing to fear. The brave man calmly asked if they really thought they would bully him if there were a lot of them, and a group of people already wanted to tear him apart. The absolutely calm kid said that since they were outnumbered, there was nothing to be done. Spreading his hands out to the sides, the crafty Yehan asked Kun-san and the others to come out, which was already a wake-up call. At that moment, the hero's companions began to come out from behind the bushes and stones, who had been hiding all this time and were waiting for the right moment. The stunned opponents were very frightened and decided that they should leave immediately, since there were more fighters. Confident in his abilities, Kun began to run to the attack with his comrades, shouting that they needed to deal with everyone as soon as possible. Soon, many were seriously injured and beaten up, even crying and begging for mercy. Yehan, who was wary, noticed that the three team captains had disappeared somewhere, which was already something to think about. At the same time, he heard the voice of a frightened eunuch calling for help from the window, and the guy realized that the scoundrels were following her. The armed crowd tried to surround the hero, eager to do it quickly, since it was still necessary to take the nugget. After a couple of seconds, heavy machine gun fire started all around, and grenades also exploded, which was really creepy. A very nervous young man noticed that the enemies were rapidly approaching, so it was urgent to think of something. The stern Kun-san continued to cover the opponents of the beast, saying that they will cope, and the young man asked to go and save the girl. I do not waste time in vain. The daredevil made a jump to climb onto the balcony and quickly find his beloved. The first thing he did was rush to the veranda, shouting for Yunair and hoping that she was fine. In the center of the room, he saw bandits surrounding the jade display, trying to break the glass. The beauty was lying on the floor unconscious, and the thugs turned their attention to the boy and decided to deal with him first. Yehan, who was feeling angry, grabbed a dagger and shouted what the geeks had done to his girlfriend. The big bald guy with a kiss on his face said that the girl just passed out and you shouldn't worry about her. Then he grinned slyly, about to say something about the kid coming to them alone. Without warning, the merciless guy swung his fist and exclaimed that the fool was going to die right now. Enraged, the protagonist screamed that he would destroy him first, and immediately launched a counterattack. The unprincipled scoundrel was wearing a pair of heavy brass knuckles that could turn an opponent's face into mincemeat. The bandit was quite agile and did not stand still, so as not to turn into an easy target. And this strained Khan. The brat noticed that the kid was behaving well in battle, and he also noticed that the opponent was much stronger than him. The second opponent took the opportunity and went into the back of the nervous youth, who was slightly confused. The scoundrel immediately swung the knife at the boy's neck, holding him by the arm, but he kicked until the last moment and tried to break free. The opponent threatened to take the head of the boy, who froze in the moment, not knowing how to proceed. Having chosen the right moment, the dodger put a block and jumped back, which surprised the criminal, who was sure of his victory. The samurai said that the nugget would go to the first person to kill Yehan, and his colleagues completely agreed with him. After saying that, the three of them charged with devious smiles on their faces, but they didn't panic the daredevil. The angry warriors screamed that they were going to hell right now and abruptly held out a sharp blade in front of him. Without any fear, the fighter rushed into battle, eager to incinerate the Japanese, who considered himself the god of war. A few seconds later, there was a rather powerful explosion from the collision, the heat from which quickly enveloped the room. After landing, the stern Yehan silently concluded that he was facing three people that he couldn't do anything against. Flashing a serious look, he realized that he would have to use the power passed down to him by his master. Suddenly, Huo Feng, who was eating an apple, appeared calmly behind the boy and asked if he needed help. The dumbfounded youth asked what she was doing here, and the lady replied that she had a mission here, and she heard his situation, so she came to see. The beauty said that she could destroy the trio very quickly, but in return, the main character would have to make her a promise. The brave man said that he could handle it on his own, and the lady stressed that they were all wanted S-class criminals. Slightly angry, she added that even she wouldn't have had it easy with them, but that didn't stop the warrior. Closing his eyes, Yehan, as focused as possible, mentally asked for a few more minutes. The scoundrels began to flirt with the beauty, showering her with compliments and calling her a great trophy, just like natural jade. The hot-tempered lady immediately screamed that if they continued to do this, they would be killed instantly. Suddenly, the silent hero put out his hand in front of her, not allowing her to go forward, which threw the beauty into a stupor. The confident fighter said that he would deal with them himself, and the slightly flustered Huo Feng noticed that he had become stronger. The daredevil said that the half-wits could all approach him together and thus save them time. And the companion watched in silence. Harsh opponents wanted to quickly shut up the kid, who thinks too much about himself, and stop taking them seriously. No longer showing any mercy, they charged at the same pace, using various martial techniques. Yehan, who was completely calm, flashed a slight grin even when he was only a second away from being killed. Suddenly, he looked at his opponents and asked in a serious voice, "Is this really all they can do?" After that, all the half-witted criminals were severely injured in the womb and started coughing up blood while being dumbfounded. The kid noticed that the fools had shown themselves to be rather weak, and they couldn't even tell him anything properly anymore. As they lay on the ground, the bandits muttered something and did not believe at all that the kid had managed to defeat them alone. The impressed Huo Feng also couldn't have imagined that a brave man would take down an entire trio of martial artists in one blow. Even geniuses who were trained by the old men in the ancient world from a young age couldn't possibly compare to a young professional. The delighted lady rushed to the angry Yehan, saying that he should join the security agency even though he didn't have to. The mistress jumped on the guy and began to persuade him, and he tried to throw her off, calling her a hooligan. Soon, the headache-stricken Yuner woke up, and the first thing she asked was why it was so noisy. After waking up from sleep, the most perplexed girl asked what her lover was doing with Huo Feng. After a short period of time, a group of children gathered in the living room, where the hero said that all the dangers were left behind. The woman said she could use the security agency's power to help him walk, but the youngster would have to stay and do her a favor. The impulsive Yuner slammed the table, crying out that she couldn't leave Yehan because she didn't trust her counterpart. The tense Tang Haibin supported her, saying that they would go together, and Kun-san pointed out that as long as the nugget was with the guy, it was dangerous everywhere. The main character abruptly got up from his chair and persuasively asked them to stop arguing, after which the guys fell silent and were surprised. Daredevil said that his soulmate and close friends would take the natural jade, and he would stay in the mansion. The flustered beauty really didn't want it, but the cold-blooded youth thought it was best for all of them. The ever-calm lady asked if they had made up their minds, and the brave man said that agency members could enter. Very worried, Yuner suddenly threw herself into the arms of her lover, whose life she was constantly worried about. She was afraid that something would happen to him and asked what she would do in such a terrible case. The young man patted the shy charmer, telling her not to worry and assuring her that he would be fine. At the same time, several agents in suits entered the room, one of whom asked what kind of soap opera they were having here. The haughty guy asked if their assistant would be a little boy who only knows how to pick up girls. Ms. Ho replied that he was an unusual guy, and an arrogant colleague said that he could defeat 5 people like him in one blow. The fool continued to make fun of the main character, but forgot that words often have to be answered for. Daredevil said that he would teach him a lesson, and as a result, with a sharp swing of the blade, he stripped the idiot of hair on his head. The red-haired lady blushed and started laughing, and the bewildered agent did not understand what had happened at first. After a couple of seconds, he was taken aback by the fact that the impudent man had done this to his luxurious hair, which he had grown for a long time. Discouraged, his teammates began to emphasize the fact that the guy was on the same combat level as the boss. Everyone was now afraid of Yehan, and the leader laughed, expressing his joy for helping him get his hair done. But then he continued to miss his hair, and the young man asked if he didn't like the new haircut. Head Feng asked them to stop joking, and reminded them that the entire squad was gathered here for an important mission. The calm hero asked who the target of their mission was, and then prepared to listen carefully. The woman replied that they will have to catch a maniac codenamed Rat, who understands explosives and is considered very dangerous. The serious guy told her to hide Yuner first and then start the execution, but she really didn't want to. Barely holding back her tears, the girl urged him not to go on such a dangerous adventure for her safety. Glaring at the red-haired lady, she whispered that when she left, the youngster wouldn't be able to resist her temptation. The hot-tempered guy exclaimed that it was simply impossible, and the treacherous lady overheard their conversation. Suddenly, Huofeng hugged Yehan tightly, saying that if the girl couldn't hold on to such a good man, then she wouldn't stand idly by. The lady gently ran her fingers over the young man's arm to leave a pleasant impression. The stunned youth asked what she was doing, and the ferocious Yuner was ready to pounce on the brat and scratch her face. The angry girl told the nasty chicken to stay away from her loved one, which sounded very convincing. The haughty woman asked who she was to a beautiful boy to control his life. The beauty replied that she was his soulmate, and Feng noted that they are not married and may break up tomorrow. Startled colleagues were surprised that their boss was having a row with another lady over a man, and they were convinced that the youngster was very good. The delighted Haiben wanted to be fought for like this too, and the sarcastic Kun advised him to start earning a lot of money and change his appearance. After that, the two vixens started shouting at each other, trying to pull on the hero, who was afraid to interfere. Suddenly, a man's voice shouted at them to stop arguing, threatening that no one would leave the mansion alive. The wary trio couldn't figure it out at first, but soon the puzzle in the cold-blooded agent's mind began to take shape. It was the same crazy maniac who was an expert in explosives, who came and brought them a small gift himself. Alarmed, Huofeng exclaimed that everyone needed to go to bed immediately, while Yehan froze on the spot in shock. Trying his best not to panic, Daredevil grabbed Yuner's hand, which was more precious to him than life. The merciless criminal pressed a button on the detonator, saying that right now they would all appreciate his generosity. The nervous young man hugged his discouraged lover, asking everyone else to be careful. After a couple of seconds, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred, and the hero grabbed Haiben and the girl by the arm, trying to save them. Still, the shard grazed Yehan's head and left a scratch that started to bleed. But he remained conscious. The first thing the worried guy did was ask if his loved ones were okay, who were slowly recovering. Coughing loudly, Tan sincerely thanked him for protecting them, and replied that it was fine. At that moment, the young couple crossed deep views, but there was no time for romance at all. Worried, Yuner noticed that her beloved was injured, and he also said that she should find a place to hide first. The tense Huofeng, who was hiding behind another wall with the squad, apologized to the youth for dragging him into this. She was going to distract the crazy villain, and the hero asked to pick up his friends and leave immediately. The scoundrel viciously said that he had planted bombs all over the territory, so that if they came out, they could blame themselves. Keeping calm, she said that she should hold the scoundrel and wait for support, because there was nothing else to do. With the help of the yin-yang skill, the hero could clearly see the location of explosives, which radically changed the situation. Feeling confident, he said that he would defuse the bombs and asked his colleagues just to distract the maniac. The nerve agents asked him not to be so patient and first gain experience, because it was a risk to his life. The thoughtful team leader asked her colleagues to be quiet and said that she believed in Yehan, so she gave him the go-ahead. The serious Tang promised that he would bring a friend this time, and the restless Yuner asked her lover to be careful. Daredevil grinned slightly and asked them to stay vigilant too, so as not to get into trouble. An embittered Haiben suddenly asked his girlfriend to give him all the jewelry, and she desperately looked at the hero's back. Then the bewildered girl asked what her friend, who usually sat in the rear, was going to do. The psychopath asked if they, a bunch of security rats, didn't want to arrest him, and urged them to come out of hiding as soon as possible. Behind him, he heard a strange rustling sound and turned to see a long, unshaven leg with a black shoe. Tang, who was disguised as a woman, suddenly came out to him and began to flirt with the unsettled criminal. The same hour, the man vomited right on the floor and asked the ugly entity not to come even a centimeter closer to him. Even his colleagues found this method of distraction too blatant, but Haiben was pleased with himself. The perfect fit for the role of the guy in the inner voice said that Han should hurry up, because his life hung in the balance. The terrified blonde man didn't understand what kind of monster had come to him, and told him to go to hell immediately. In a fit of anger, the psychopath began to press the red button on the detonator, wanting to end everything as soon as possible. The excited members of the agency and Yuner knew that the miracle hadn't happened, and they would end right now. The incredibly angry Haiben realized that he shouldn't have played the hero since it would all be over now. But after a series of stimulation of the switch, nothing happened, and it stunned everyone around even more. A thoughtful Huofeng tried to sort out the problem, and her colleagues assumed that the bombs were defused. Extremely nervous Bomber could not understand what was going on and continued to frantically click on the button. But nothing happened, At that moment, an imperturbable brave man with a hand in his pocket approached him from behind and asked him not to strain himself. The daredevil threw several pieces of glued dynamite on the ground, making it clear that nothing would work. As if nothing had happened, the boy smiled and confidently said that he had already sorted out the crazy idiot's toys. An ecstatic Yunir exclaimed that her beloved man had made it, while the bewildered scoundrel stared at the youth with his mouth open. Wiping away his tears, Hyben fell off his feet and said that he would have died if his best friend had come a little later. The startled agents began to say that the main character could be the trump card of the security bureau with such speed and vision. Sticking out her tongue, the scheming Huofeng mentally told herself that she must have such a beautiful man by any means necessary. The stunned bomber could not believe what was happening because he hid the dynamite very well, but the kid still found it. The fearless warrior asked the opponent not to talk nonsense, and asked if he would give up on his own or if he wanted help in doing so. A gloating Hyben begged for no mercy to be shown to the psychopath, and wanted him to feel what it was like to dance in stockings. The rest of the allies looked at the young man disguised as a woman who was talking nonsense in disbelief. Enraged, Likode immediately pulled the pin from the grenade, sending everyone into the forest and not intending to give up. Laughing frighteningly, he shouted that if he died, he would take them all with him, which alerted Ye Han, who was flexing his fists. Close friends of the hero are very tense from the realization that right now, everyone's life can end. Not at all taken aback, the cold-blooded fighter grabbed a sharp blade and threw it at the opponent. Eventually, the blonde's arm was seriously injured and he dropped the explosive device. Clutching the bleeding limb, the man began to complain of pain, but no one was going to help him. Taking advantage of the perfect opportunity, the daredevil quietly approached the opponent from the rear. With a slight grin, he asked if a fool was looking for death, since he was acting so haughtily. The very nervous little rat whirled around, not expecting such meanness on his part, but it was too late to react. Without showing a single drop of mercy, the brave man kicked him in the groin area, which almost caused his eyeballs to fall out. Immediately, the enemy flew into the sky at high speed, breaking through the ceiling, but did not even pay attention to it because of the unbearable pain. In tears, he began to shout loudly that he would definitely take revenge on the impudent man for this. But no one took him seriously anymore. Satisfied with himself, Yehan didn't stop there and threw the grenade he wanted to use at him. The boy pointed out that his things needed to be taken care of properly and asked him not to throw them anywhere. The incredibly angry blonde knew that he was going to die right now because the check was already torn out. A second later, a very spectacular explosion thundered, which looked beautiful and exciting against the background of the full moon. Admiring children watched from below, and an impressed Yunir noticed that she liked the fireworks. Soon, many people gathered at the Jade Gambling Festival to discuss the terrible events at Yehan's house. The hero was satisfied that he had brought the girl in tan back and still made it in time, and Kun-san was eager to find his own vein. Amazed people could not believe that the guy was still alive after the storming of the mansion, and were convinced that he was not as simple as it seems. The angry Ning Feng hated the brat wholeheartedly, while the embittered Guo Yun had suffered heavy losses because of him and was eager to destroy him. The head of the Japanese organization Fujiwara also harbored a dislike for the kid who hindered the empire's cause. The brave man understood their attitude without words, but did not pay attention, and calmly approached the stand with nuggets. People were discussing that finding the most valuable piece of 9 stones is difficult, even for the best craftsman, and the first place will get $100 million in a vein. The shy Kun asked which artifact had the best chance of winning, and the thoughtful Han remarked that the icy purple glow was quite good. Crafty Feng understood that he only needed to buy an item that the kid would like, so as not to waste energy, and considered himself a genius. The shrewd young man knew that the blonde man was trying to take advantage of him, and obviously, the fool still had little shame. A slightly flustered San asked his friend to hurry up to place a bet, as the intrigue grew by the second. The enthusiastic young man pointed at one of the emeralds, confidently exclaiming that it should contain the highest quality jade. With a twinkle in his eye, the friend looked at the nugget chosen by the hero, noting that all this sounds convincing. The daredevil decided to try to make a bet of 80 million won, and then began to write the amount on a piece of paper. At the same time, he was surprised and shocked by the cunning Ning Feng, who announced that he was ready to purchase the artifact for 100 million rubles. This made Han angry, but he immediately warned that no one would be able to stop him, so it was useless to be angry. The daredevil shouted that getting this stone was equivalent to first-place bonuses and decided to fight to the end, offering 200 million rubles. Without any doubt, the rival bid twice as much. The situation continued to heat up more and more. The arrogant blonde man said that the beggar boy would never be able to cope with his financial and power. The tense guy called Ning Feng ruthless and gave him permission to take the nugget, since he only brought 300 million rubles. After that, he decided to leave, and the worried Kun-san said that he could lend him some money if needed. The serious hero replied that this was a test given to him by Old Master Joe. so he couldn't ask others for help. The proud opponent confidently declared that he had finally defeated Yehan, who had been standing in his way for a long time. The tense assistant immediately suspected something was amiss and asked the young master to pay attention to the item. The head of the Japanese corporation said that he was ready to give 400 million yuan, and the guy also called him unbearable and decided not to resist. After that, he just turned around and started walking away, which shocked Ningfeng, who didn't expect this from him. The daredevil performed a similar trick with Guo Yun, who assured him that there was no point in competing with him, and the great actor lost to him. The bewildered Kun-san had no idea what was going on, and the main character stuck to his brilliant plan. It soon dawned on the enraged blonde that they were all simply tricked by the same trick of the sly kid. The friends began to walk away, giggling at the idiots who were very easy to deceive. But suddenly, Yehan's friend was accosted by a stranger in a light business suit who quickly recognized him. The Ruin family's young master asked if he was still in the mood to attend the Jade Gambling Festival. Kun's face changed, and he sternly asked why he couldn't do it if the other party had managed to do it. The arrogant Hong recalled the bet between the clans and pointed out that if he lost, his family's home would belong to him. The courteous Rong Fansheng, one of the 7 greatest players in Southeast Asia, assured him that everything would be as he wanted. After that, the 2 idiots began to laugh loudly, feeling like peerless gods, although they looked very ridiculous from the outside. The bewildered hero asked who they were, and San replied that the Bia, Kun, Yan, and Ruin families own the stone industry, and this is the heir to one of them. Being nervous, he added that not long ago, the clans had made a bet with the family Vane. But they didn't expect the Hong family to get in their way. The brave man asked his friends not to worry and promised to help. But in his mind, he told himself that he had to win this argument for him. The 2 men began to mock the young man, noting that he clearly fancied himself to be someone who is not at all. The reserved guy offered them a $300 million bet on whether he could win the grand prize or not. Haughty Ruin had heard that they could do it secretly this time, so that other people wouldn't be able to find out the price they were offering. The wily guy knew that as long as he was betting more than Yehan, the boy would never win him in terms of money. The harsh hero said angrily in his inner voice that he would leave the cretin in a white suit with only a spot of shame in his soul. The people around them were discussing that the youth's social status was far inferior to that of a young master of an influential family. The strict opponent noted that the kid had only 10 minutes left, and he scratched the back of his head and admitted that he almost forgot about it. The beautiful actor once again used a clever trick and pointed at one of the nuggets, exclaiming that it must clearly contain high-quality jade. His statement stunned Ruin Hong and the people around him, causing them to almost fall off their feet. The angry man asked if he thought he was an idiot, and stressed that the sly man had already used this trick 3 times. A trio of deluded fools picked their noses behind his back, thinking they were the Empire's elite, but to him, they were just scum. The absolutely calm hero asked the people to believe him, repeating that there really is a real treasure inside. Dissatisfied people weren't going to bet on what he was offering because they knew he was a cheater. Daredevil realized that this was a waste of time and suggested that Kun-san look for another stone. And Kun-san followed him in silence. Inside, Yehan was exultant, because the jade was indeed in the very shell that the society considered a lie. The tense opponent ordered everyone to keep an eye on the kid, and the impressed Fansheng supported him, saying that the kid would definitely lose. After a while, the host announced that after the process of cutting the evaluation, the most valuable stone for today was allocated. Adjusting his bow tie and clenching his fist, the man loudly asked if everyone present was excited about this matter. The enthusiastic crowd began to raise their hands, and everyone sincerely hoped that it was their bet that would win. The serious Ruin asked if Yehan's surveillance had been well conducted, and the assistant replied that they had bet on a nugget that the youngster had noticed. The insidious guy said in an inner voice that today the boy will get for publicly challenging him. Picking his nose, the hero annoyed him by calmly asking if the idiot in the white suit had prepared a check for $300 million. The man replied by asking why he would do it if the boy was going to lose, who was already eager to see the look on his face when the winner was announced. Showing confidence, the daredevil said that you need to wait a little, and they will see everything, and the counterpart angrily looked at him. Ruin's henchmen considered the hero only a kid with no past and did not understand how he was going to defeat the young master. The host abruptly held up the red cloth, loudly declaring that the most valuable stone was the icy purple jade. The nugget looked very unusual and attractive, so the cost was considered quite justified. The admiring audience envied the man who got such a diamond because it cost a lot of money. The man offered to look at the lucky winner of the main prize and then reached into the box for a piece of paper. The wary gentleman called it strange that there was only one bid in the box. Although he expected much more, the dumbfounded Hong and his family couldn't believe what was happening because they were hoping to hit the jackpot. Raising his hand up, the host confidently exclaimed that the esteemed winner of the competition was Mr. Ye Han. The main character was pleased with himself and the fact that he managed to circle around the nose of another stupid rich man. An angry Ruin and Fansheng did not know what to do with themselves, and a happy Kun-san was happy for his friend. The young man thanked all those present and the organizers of the event, saying that he was very lucky. At the same time, the crowd of majors turned against the geek who dared to deceive them all and deprive them of money. An embittered Ruin Hong and his assistant decided to just walk away, because there was nothing left to prove. But suddenly a crowd of bone cruisers stood in front of them, led by Kun-san, who wasn't going to let go of his old friend so easily. One of the thugs reminded that the rich man had not yet paid the promised $300 million to Ye Han, and this had to be urgently corrected. Sweating, the tense nobleman asked if they were trying to blackmail the young master of an influential family. The big man confidently exclaimed that he didn't care who he was, and added that he would beat up the two of them if they tried to escape. A couple of seconds later, a massive massacre began, during which Ruan and his friend were taken off in the ribs and face. Soon, an absolutely calm Xiang began to walk to the side with the check in his hands, and the opponents were lying on the floor. A loyal friend handed the hero a check for 300 million, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude to him, while Major watched it barely holding back tears. The stern guy said in his inner voice that tomorrow, both scoundrels would face a terrible end. After a while, a crowd of people gathered in a room where playing cards were placed on a table. The patriarch of the Ruin family asked where the representative of the San clan was and began to make fun of him, and his son already felt confident. The head told him not to dare think about getting what he wanted by using deception, and firmly said that he would never give him their personal file. The scheming Shanhe had bribed all the martial artists in Southeast Asia, so the Kun family had nothing left. He added that he would like to see who the opponent will find to defeat the great fighter they hired, and Rong Fansheng assured that they will win. Suddenly, from another room, someone confidently exclaimed that they could defeat the mentioned person. A blue-eyed young man walked inside, accompanied by security guards, showing elegance and masculinity. The guy called himself the god of gambling and made it clear that not one of the people present could compare with him. The embittered Shani had no idea who else it was, and the bewildered Kun wondered if it was the master that his son had hired. The tense Ruin recognized Ye Han, and Rong Fansheng was dumbfounded by something, so his mouth remained open. The extremely serious hero pointed his finger at the first patriarch, declaring that he would definitely lose today. The hot-tempered guy laughed out loud, asking if the fool really thought he was the god of gambling, even though he looked ridiculous. One of the men in the suit suddenly started talking nonsense about the best price for recycling, as well as old refrigerators and other household appliances. The second man said that they had run out of pedals and asked if the boss would like to resume services. Kun-san's tense colleagues asked him not to fool around and get the idiot out of here, because the fate of the family depended on the bet. The nervous clan chief also didn't understand what the hell was going on here, but no one could give him an answer. The confident Shanhe called it the end of the family of rivals and no longer saw the point in continuing the sport. The sly Ye Han asked why he thought that he was ready to show off his extraordinary qualities. By slamming his hand on the table and throwing out his cards, the daredevil made it clear that he could beat him in any situation. His hands moved with lightning speed, and it was difficult to understand what he was doing. But this fact emphasized the professionalism of the player. The kid smiled and wondered if Fatso wanted to admit defeat right away and not waste any time. Everyone present was stunned by his arrogant behavior. But at the same time, the hero could be trusted. The shocking fact was that the young man found 4 aces in the deck of falling cards without even looking at them. The persuasive Kun-san assured his father that Ye Han could win the bet for them and get their family out of a difficult situation. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, the clan patriarch made a decision and gave a positive response to his request. Respectfully, the gentleman said that they did not count on the main character in this case, and he looked at him with a smile. The daredevil's hugging gaze made it clear that they could rely on him and that he would never let them down. The young man said that he and San are good friends, so this is also his problem, and promised to do everything possible to win the bet. Grinning slightly, Grumpy Rong, not far away, called the young man's behavior shameless bragging. He asked the kid not to be overconfident and noted that he committed murders at the gambling table while the kid was still walking under the table. The harsh hero offered to find out everything over the game, and the haughty guy said that he was familiar with everything in the world of gambling. So the choice is up to the youngster. The guy said that it would be dice, but noted that he had 1 billion yuan on the card, and he would bet everything on one match, and the winner would become the owner of everything. The master knew that it would be a draw at best, even if they both dropped 3 sixes, but he still agreed to the terms. The sly man said with a smile on his face that since the kid was so insistent on giving him money, he wouldn't refuse. Seconds later, the first round of the game between Southeast Asia's greatest player and the nursing home killer began. The confident man exclaimed that the boy was about to see his 18 hands heavenly demon style. With a sharp swing, he threw the dice on the table, knowing full well that a lightning victory would remain on his shoulders. The surprised people said that Yehan didn't stand a chance against Mr. Wrong, who had used his best trick from the very beginning. The mysterious hero was grinning slightly as he swirled the bowl in his hand, as if waiting for the right moment to do something. He called Fan Sheng's actions just an outdated technique and asked him to carefully observe his hands. The daredevil closed his eyes and focused as much as possible on the process, wanting to show the best result for the public. Stunned people called the trick cool, and for lightning-fast movements, no one even had time to move their eyes. The two opponents looked into each other's eyes with slight smirks, but Yehan was completely calm. Mr. Wrong emphasized that there are only 3 dice and the kid can get a maximum of 18 points. In the same hour, he happily exclaimed that he had scored 1 more, so he could easily be considered the winner. The Ruin family was delighted with Fan Sheng, who did not let them down and helped them complete the story of the bet. The frustrated Kun clan was already shedding tears, disappointed in the kid, but he also kept his cool. Flashing a grin, the young man asked if the fool still had the guts to talk in front of him. The brave man confidently asked him to open his eyes and look carefully at the number of his points. After a few seconds, a dumbfounded Rong Fan Sheng and everyone present began to call what was happening impossible. All of them looked at the dice on the table and fell into a stupor, trying to gather their thoughts or draw any conclusions. The hero noted that he had scored 33 points and asked how the idiot was going to beat him. The discouraged man felt a sharp deterioration in his condition and sat down on a chair, his face greatly changed. Dropping his hands to his sides and feeling as upset as possible, he said in a trembling voice that he had lost the contest. The winner was the killer from the nursing home, Yehan, who taunted the old man lying on the floor in tears. Pleased with himself, the hero thanked the opponent for 1 billion yuan, which was considered a very pleasant bonus. The situation for the Ruin family was very tense, because now their home was gone and everything was going downhill. The enthusiastic members of the Kun clan were also in awe of the daredevil who had brought them a great victory and saved them from collapse. An angry Hong in a white suit accused the kid of cheating and exclaimed that this round does not count and everything needs to be repeated. Suddenly, a whip flew into his impudent snout with the palm of his hand, which instantly dumbfounded him and knocked him out of the rut. The hot-tempered boy told the pathetic dog to immediately get away from him, because he couldn't stand him any longer. In the end, the stupid guy lost his coordination and fell off his feet, riding on his back for half a meter. The embittered trio of bodyguards were ready to teach a lesson to the impudent person who dared to hit the young master. Daredevil noted that they didn't have enough strength to beat him, but this made him even more annoying to potential opponents. The nervous Shanhei shouted to stop the whole circus and calm down, so that the situation wouldn't get even more heated. The man said that the Ruin family had dignity, and if they lost, then they should hand over the vein to the Kun clan as agreed. Bowing respectfully, the second patriarch smiled and thanked him for his honesty, but his counterpart was very angry. Having a hard time controlling my emotions, a small crowd began to leave the room, glaring at Yehan angrily. Outside the private hall, they remained silent, each thinking their own thoughts, but no one could fully accept defeat. Holding his reddened cheek, Hong asked if they would just give up the vein that is their family business. My father firmly replied that it was almost empty and didn't matter, but a youngster who dared to oppose them must die. At that time, the head of the Kun family was thanking the hero for keeping their ancestral business safe with his great help. All the clan members joined the patriarch and promised that they would never forget the young man's kindness. The shy boy replied that it was his duty, and the elderly gentleman made it clear that this was not the end of the dialogue. The vis-a-vis said that their 4 local families took turns keeping the map, documenting the vein, and it was time to hand it over to Yehan. The guy opened the old object and began to carefully familiarize himself with it, and his eyes were slightly surprised. On it, he saw a picture of the Devil's Forest, which was marked with a terrifying skeleton. The patriarch said that they sent people to explore the vein many times, but they ran into unknown creatures and got injured. The brave man knew that if he got the value, then the Yuner family would no longer interfere with them being together. So he was eager. The devoted Kun-san suddenly took his friend's hand and said that he would go to the forest with him, and he looked at him with a slight bewilderment. The hero noted that brothers who think alike are worth more than any gold, and then he was ready to go. Meanwhile, the 3 majors who were opposed to the youth were sitting at a round table and discussing their future plans. A serious Guo Yun, swirling a glass of wine, told his companions that Yehan had received a precious vein card. The smoking Ning Feng replied that he had found someone who had secretly made a copy of the documents, so he didn't care. An enthusiastic Japanese suggested that they go to the Devil's Forest and destroy the little boy there, and then take the treasure. The allies immediately agreed to his adventure because each in its own way wanted to annoy the boy. All of them in one voice of the city exclaimed that they would deal with the hero and take away his cherished vein. After a while, Po Brave and Kun-san with a small armed group was already wandering through the thick of the forest. Tense, he cut the branches in front of him, noting that walking in this area was very difficult. The serious Han said that according to the route on the map, they would only reach the canyon mine by following these paths. My friend asked me if this whole trip wouldn't be a waste of time if nothing happened in the end. The confident guy assured that everything would be fine in any case and was ready to go to the very end. The calm young man knew that with his eyes, Yin Yang wouldn't miss a single sign of trouble. All of a sudden, the group heard frightening sounds nearby, and many people immediately became cowardly, regretting that they had come here for the money. The stern Ye Han begged the allies to calm down, exclaiming that they weren't the ghosts they thought they were. At that moment, an armed Ningfeng and his companions came out of the bushes, smiling as they looked at the enemy. The haughty blonde said that they were the ones who would send the pathetic half-wits to hell right now. An angry Kun-san immediately shouted out what he was doing here and where he got the map of the vein from. The blonde man replied that they had received it from another place a long time ago. And besides, he had not come here alone. An embittered Guo Yun and the head of the Fujiwara Corporation with their samurai immediately appeared on the horizon. Their triple alliance didn't surprise the reserved Ye Han, who was ready to start a battle at any moment. The hot-tempered Guo Yun threatened that for cheating at the Jade Gambling Festival, the kid would die today. The Japanese man with the sword added that he would get a quick death if he gave up the precious jade toad. The crafty Ningfeng pointed out that if the kid was going to beg on his knees right now, he might as well show mercy and let him go. Their statements only caused laughter from the main character, and they also believed that they had intimidated him, and now they had the victory in their pocket. Suddenly, Daredevil also promised to grant them a quick demise if they gave up and obeyed him. Gloating opponents began to note that the boy went berserk and started talking nonsense, which even no one was angry at. The head of the organization, Fujiwara, said with a smile on his face that they should torture the scoundrel for his audacity. Nervously clutching his automatic rifle, the impulsive Feng asked who the youngster thought should be begging for mercy if there were more of them. The confident hero snapped his finger and asked Huo Feng and the others to come out from behind the shelters. The members of the agency were happy that it was finally their turn to prove themselves and help a respected ally. They said they had followed the boy through the trees and now, for the first time in a long time, they could move their limbs. The red-haired lady stood in front of the rest of the guards, showing her willingness to start fighting with just a word. By the sweat of their brows, the excited opponents recognized the people from the security bureau and realized that they were simply framed. Ye Han had a premonition that the fools had made a copy of the map, and he knew that they would attack him in the forest, so he had thought of everything beforehand. The enthusiastic guy exclaimed that it was time for the half-wits to get down on their knees and beg him for mercy. Enraged, Guo Yun shouted that the scoundrel might not even dream of it, because he wasn't going to lose his honor. In the same hour, the hot-tempered man promised 10 million to the person who would kill the little brat, and the subordinates were eager to do it. The Japanese man and the blonde guy also offered huge sums to the armed men. Eager to get rid of the annoying kid, the beasts charged and began to open heavy fire. Realizing that as many as $30 million were at stake, the harsh hero began to move at great speed, no longer intending to give them any chance of survival. Enraged, Kun said that he wouldn't let them kill his brother, and Huo Feng added that Han was important to the security bureau and he couldn't die here. At that moment, a real massacre began, during which everyone risked their lives but did not take a step back. In one fell swoop, the Daredevil managed to leave heavy wounds on the body of many enemies, which was a sign of professionalism. No less experienced Feng was flying around smashing up the pathetic opponents, asking them to accept her fine punishment. The impulsive Kun-san opened fire with his assault rifle, shouting that all the scoundrels were going to burn on the battlefield right now. Cowardly people began to run away in different directions, admitting that money is of no use if the person is dead. Incredibly angry leaders ordered them to stop, but no one would listen to them because life was more expensive. Alarmed, the Japanese knew that something had to be done immediately, because otherwise they would all just die. Concentrating, he said softly that he could use his musical instrument in such a difficult moment. With difficulty, the man began to blow into the nozzle, and the muscles of his face and eyeballs were straining, which was very noticeable. Meanwhile, Ye Han was holding onto the shirt of the last defeated enemy, but he suddenly heard a strange sound not far away. The young man is a little wary, so they transport him to the source, hoping that there is no danger. As it turned out, the cunning opponent with his melodies called the terrible monsters of the Devil's Forest, which were set up against the guy. Sly knew that there would be a lot of mutants here, so he specially asked the Southeast Asian wizard to make a bone-summoning flute for him. The enthusiastic allies did not expect that He Tang Yuan would have such a trump card, but he surprised them with his initiative. The wary Huo Feng warned that the beasts would be difficult to deal with, and the nervous San said that the people sent by the families were killed by them. The young man called it strange that there was spiritual energy in the body of the creatures, which he could see with a sharp look. He seriously wondered what would happen if he used his mana to disrupt the flow in their bodies. The aggressive creatures had been snarling and hissing loudly for a few seconds, and Han was elated when he realized that his plan had worked. While still using his flute, Fujiwara ordered the mutants to move forward and immediately kill all of his enemies. But suddenly, a horde of thugs turned against him and began to surround him, which greatly alerted the man. Teng Yuan's eyes immediately turned bloodshot at the realization that his life might end right now. The bloodthirsty entities no longer listened to him and began to intimidate him with growls, slowly approaching. In the end, the Japanese was eaten right in front of the discouraged colleagues, who just stood there. The stunned Ningfeng couldn't understand what was going on, because at first the monsters obeyed Fujiwara. The two half-wits were terrified as the creature's attention shifted to them and they found themselves in the midst of danger. A panicked Guo Wun shouted at his frozen companion to get out of the way immediately, while they still had them. A group of people, blue with fear, began to run rapidly forward, hoping to have time to break away from the merciless mutants. Yehan smiled proudly and said that there was no way a bunch of fools could kill him, because he would always outplay them. The excited Huo Feng and Kun San asked him to stop bragging and look around because there was danger behind him. The boy was taken aback and asked what was wrong, but the animals had already gotten close to him. The terrified youngster almost dropped his jaw and eyeballs when he saw the snout of a huge predator in front of him. The tense mistress grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him forward because they simply couldn't beat the crowd of mutants. The alarmed woman asked the hero to immediately come up with a plan, because she realized that they would not be able to run far. Suddenly, one of the team members was bitten directly on the buttock by an aggressive rodent that could transmit poison. A very nervous Yehan shouted that they would soon reach the end of the forest, and according to the map, the beasts wouldn't leave. At one point, the guys found themselves on the edge of a cliff, where they had to make a high jump to get to the other side. Now the team had a chance to rest for a while, and Kun-san swore that he would never enter this cursed place again. The main character just exhaled and finally took a deep breath, and then began to think about further actions. The young man was glad that the information on the map was correct about the monsters not leaving the forest, but at the same moment he shouted to his friend to be careful, because behind him was a long and thick snake tail. In a panic, the comrade tried to grab onto the grass, asking his brother to save him, and the hungry mutant wanted to eat it as soon as possible. At the same time, Daredevil charged at the monster with a dagger in his hands, emphasizing that he was clearly looking for death. Dodger managed to quickly take the opponent's head off, after which he, being cold-blooded, landed on the ground. For the other predators, what happened was a reason to think and step back so as not to lose their lives. But in the end, the smell of blood just angered the animals, who began to rapidly approach the scene. Kun-san, who was lying on the ground, let out a tear and accepted that it was all over for him and that he was going to die right now. The panicked team members couldn't run anymore and didn't know what to do in this situation. But Huo Feng kept a low profile. Suddenly, the mutants froze in place, which caused great surprise to Ye Han and his friend, who was blue with excitement. As it turned out, the animals experienced a strong fright and began to whine loudly, afraid to even move. After that, they turned around and ran away, and the bewildered hero had no idea what had happened to them. After a few seconds, the observation fighters felt strong tremors and vibrations under the ground. A huge devil spirit appeared out of nowhere, which posed an even greater danger to all of them. The unperturbed youth noted that this creature was at the top of the food chain, and the nervous Kun said that they jumped from the fire and into the flames. The stern warrior didn't care what kind of beast it was, so he just suggested that his companions fight together until the end. The inspired fighters filled with courage and began to shout that they would deal with this pathetic monster right now. But suddenly, a small and very cute white tiger cub came up to the unsettled Khan and looked at him lovingly. The delighted Huo Feng looked at the baby with a glint in her eyes, and the boy wondered if this was the top of the food chain. Soon, the miraculous creature led the team to the mine from the map, which caused joy and a smile on the leader's face. Ecstatic San didn't expect to find the right spot with the tiger cub accompanying him. And Huo Feng was unhappy that the handsome man was only following Yehan. The youth said that he would call him Little Bai from now on, and assumed that he was here because of his spiritual energy. The woman suggested that the guy go inside the mine alone, because the air coming out of it made her feel uncomfortable. The rest of the team also decided to stay outside, arguing that the cave belongs to the hero. Daredevil didn't understand why he and the tiger cub didn't feel anything, but he allowed for the chance that it was all because of the mana. The brave man began to move forward, and his excited comrades asked him to be careful and take care of the cute cub. As he walked on, he noticed that the spiritual energy around him was incredibly strong, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle it. The curious guy was curious about what was inside, so he decided to check it out without thinking twice. Suddenly, Little Bai started to move forward rapidly, and Yehan asked him to take his time and wait for him. Soon they came to a place where emeralds were sticking out around them, and an extraordinary sword was peeking out of the stone. The delighted boy called the mine unusual and began to look around with a twinkle in his eyes. He then named the place the Spirit Stone Cave, which was rich in various minerals and nuggets. The joyful hero knew that with her help, He could break through again and not spend an eternity training. After taking a closer look, the youngster saw strange objects near the blade, and the tiger cub was also making some sounds. On the stand, it was written that in the last years of his life, an unknown person realized that the secret of longevity lies between yin and yang. The enthusiastic Yehan had mastered the main character's luck cards, and now he had a chance to enjoy it for once. Kneeling down and bowing respectfully, he expressed great gratitude for the teachings of his predecessor. Sitting down on a stone stump, the guy decided to practice a little to consolidate his success. With maximum concentration, he completely surrendered to the important process, sitting in a meditation position. But in the meantime, all his companions were tied up, and the enemy told them to call Chap to come out of the cave and meet him. It was all Shanhe's thirst for justice that said that for insulting the Ruin family, the brat would die today. An embittered son said that if they hadn't lost his powers due to chasing the mutants in the forest, the enemies wouldn't have gained the upper hand. With great respect, the subordinates held a chair for their mastermind, who talked with the prisoners. After sitting down, the man said that he could wait until the kid came out, because he wanted to talk to him personally. The stern Ruin Hong ordered the allies to prepare their weapons and watch the move to prevent the crafty youngster from leaving. Everyone listened to the order clearly and raised their hands in the air, ready to rush into battle at any second. At the same time, the main character remained absolutely focused on the process, and Little Bai enjoyed his sleep. Soon the procedure came to an end and the serious fighter abruptly opened his eyes, trying to understand his feelings. Satisfied with the result, the warrior broke through to the middle stage of cultivation, which he could be quite proud of. Unfortunately, the youth had absorbed all the spiritual energy of the mine, and he didn't even know how many years it would take for it to recover. He decided to leave the area, saying that the people from the Ruin family simply couldn't wait any longer. Shivering with fatigue, the soldiers were still standing at the entrance, waiting for the enemy to appear. But they were already very eager to rest. A sweating subordinate complained that they couldn't take it anymore since they had been standing there for almost a day. The hot-tempered Hong asked why the fool hadn't come out yet, and the bound Huo Feng suggested that they go find out on their own. The stern Shanhe asked if the girl was really taking them for fools to throw such words around. The scoundrel said that now one person will die every 10 minutes and decided to start with the red-haired lady. The wily Ruin said that if the kid didn't come out soon, the beauty's life would be in danger. At the same hour, the main character jumped out of the cave, who threatened to kill him if he even laid a finger on the lady. The scoundrel laughed, asking how he was going to do it, and if they were really using the insignificant sword in their hands to do it. The daredevil exclaimed that he understood everything correctly, and then without further ado, rushed to the attack, wanting to avenge his friends. The bewildered opponent did not even have time to understand anything, as a scratch already appeared on his neck. As he bled and panicked, he said it was impossible, but it was real. The warrior firmly told the dying Hong that it was a divine blade, whose name was Long Quan. The stunned Shanhe couldn't believe that his son had died right in front of him, and the hero was looking at him without feeling guilty. In a fit of rage, the master gave the order to destroy all the prisoners right now in order to make the brat feel his pain. In the way of the fighters loyal to their ideological mastermind, a white tiger stood up, obeying the owner in everything. With lightning speed, the predator ran forward, scattering all the enemies with just a wave of its paw. The hero sincerely praised Malashbai, who was pleased to listen to this, and from this, he even more wanted to be useful. Daredevil asked his companions to untie the others immediately, and Huofeng asked about him in return. The determined warrior rushed forward, declaring that he would deal with Ruin Shanhe right now. A very nervous fat man promised 100 million yuan to anyone who would deal with the kid and not let him see him. The angry crowd was ready to meet the enemy and began to throw a lot of shurikens at him. Far from being intimidated, the warrior called it all just a pathetic dartboard that couldn't break his spirit. Professionally dodging all flying targets, he emphasized that such tricks are useless against him. Choosing the right moment, the fighter made a high jump and greatly frightened Shanhe. Being in his rear, the merciless Yehan swung his fire sword, telling the brat to immediately go straight to hell. The sweating Ruin family patriarch couldn't quite believe it, but his life was hanging in the balance. Without any ceremony, the hero left a serious wound on the head of the enemy, who did not have time to understand anything. At the same moment, the leader of the family fell off his feet and fell face first into the ground, blood spreading all around him. The stern youth ordered the remaining men to surrender, emphasizing the fact that their leader was already dead. In a panic, the fighters began to raise their hands and beg for pity on them, calling their counterparts terrible and admitting that they were no match for him. After a while, an enthusiastic Kun-san stood up to praise his brother, who single-handedly managed to defeat the clan. The shy boy replied that he had become stronger in the mine, and at that moment, Huofeng turned to him. She noted that the agency helped the youngster in the forest, and he saved them in return, so now they are even, and it's time for them to leave. The lady asked the hero not to forget that the security bureau would always welcome him, and he thanked her and promised to think about it. A curious friend asked what Yehan would do with the cave that was left behind them. The brooding boy told himself in a morning voice that there was no need to be afraid of the animals on the steppe when little Bai was around. Although he had absorbed almost all of the mana from the stones, the remaining jade fragments were also of excellent quality, so he decided to work with the Kun family. Happy Sun said that the clan's residence was almost empty, so his father would be happy to hear about such a good offer. Daredevil left the rest to his comrades, and then said that he had to go back to Shanghai, otherwise Yuner would worry. On the plane, the satisfied guy thought that not only had he passed Old Master Joe's test, but he had also earned a lot of money and developed his skills. With a red face, the young man fantasized in his head, and the woman sitting next to him silently thought him crazy. A passing flight attendant politely asked if any of the passengers wanted a drink. The mysterious man in front raised his hand and beckoned her over, drawing Yehan's slightly surprised attention. The wary hero said in an inner voice that this person causes him a strange feeling. A nice lady approached the gentleman, saying that they had coca, orange juice, mineral water, and coffee. But at one point, the woman's face changed a lot from fright, as if something unexpected had happened. The criminal abruptly brought a knife to her face and said that he wanted to get her life, which threw the beauty into a stupor. Then another psychopath with a mohawk popped up, laughing angrily and exclaiming that it was a hijacking of a plane. The bandits ordered everyone to stay in their places and not move, threatening to kill anyone who would rush. Terrified, the women begged for mercy in tears, promising that they would behave themselves. One of the bastards grabbed the stewardess by the throat and told her to shut up, still holding the knife to her face. A few more bandits took the passengers hostage, and the main character sat in his seat with a deadpan expression on his face. The disgruntled young man didn't understand why he was so unlucky if he had already encountered a carjacking on the way home. Abruptly pushing the stewardess away from him, the scoundrel with a large scar on his face turned his attention to the other person. The cold-blooded Yehan assumed that he was following him, but he still tried not to show any signs and remained silent. He also wondered if this was the same group of assassins hunting him down. The man told Miss Nangguan, who was sitting next to the hero, that they had spent a lot of effort looking for her, and asked if she would get up from the chair herself. Absolutely calm girl immediately got up from her seat and took off her hat with glasses, which surprised the young man behind. People recognized the main celebrity of the modern Asian entertainment industry, which was the target of the hijacking. The stern hero deduced that these people weren't here because of him, but he had no idea who the lady in front of him was. A tense Zixin promised to pay the bandits twice as much, but the leader immediately refused. He stressed that her offer is quite attractive, but the most important thing in their business is… An intricate fool with a mohawk began to praise the beauty of a superstar, whom he wanted to pull by the tender cheeks. Yehan, who was extremely dissatisfied with the situation, wanted to deal with the brats who dared to act so impudently. The hot-tempered bandit yelled at the half-witted associate, saying that he would kill him if he laid a finger on Zixin. After these words, the scoundrel turned his attention to the tearful stewardess, who had already suffered enough from them. The freak grabbed the girl by the throat and began to carry her after him, and she begged to let her go, promising to give all her money. An angry Nangguan asked why they hurt others if they needed her, and the leader asked if she wanted to take the lady's place. The hot-tempered woman called them scum, who only know how to engage in robbery and intimidate the innocent. The bastards were not going to stop, and the rest of the passengers were barely holding back tears, looking at the floor, afraid to say anything. The stewardess was sobbing and screaming for someone to help her, and the guy with the mohawk just smiled and enjoyed it. Suddenly, the cold-blooded Yehan spoke to the guys, noting that bullying a girl in front of so many people was wrong. The bandit immediately poured a sharp knife on him, threatening that he could send the kid to hell if he wanted to become a hero. The startled people didn't support the brave man's actions, thinking that he just wanted to show off in front of Zixin. A tense accomplice asked the gang boss to stop talking nonsense and quickly kill the idiot who came out of nowhere. Using an unusual ability, Daredevil unexpectedly warned that he would regret it. Several impulsive criminals exclaimed that he clearly wanted to die since he was allowing himself such arrogant behavior. Abruptly grabbing his weapon, the Daredevil stressed that it was still completely unknown which of them would die first. At lightning speed, he began to move and strike at the soft tissues of opponents who could not keep up with him. A minute later, the warrior finished the job, and the stunned people began to doubt that it was even a person. Very impressed, Nangguan watched with her eyes bulging in surprise, calling his actions amazing in her mind. Looking at the bandit threatening the girl with a knife, the hero noted that they clearly did a good job since they were able to bring weapons into the plane. The villain, who was blue with fear, suddenly fell to his knees and begged him for mercy in a trembling voice. Sensing his weakness, an angry crowd of passengers rushed to attack to deal with the scoundrel. Yehan, who was discouraged, watched with his mouth open as several men kicked Likoti for his actions. What puzzled him was the fact that they had been afraid to even say a word before, and now they were turning it on after he had defeated the enemies. After that, The slightly tired guy sat back in the chair to catch his breath and rest for a while. He was suddenly approached by a well-lit Nangwan who greeted him and sincerely thanked him for his help. Putting his hand to his cheek, the young man expressionlessly replied that it was not difficult for him. Surprised, she noted that men usually couldn't take their eyes off her, but he wasn't even looking. At the same time, the young man hid the fact that he liked her very much because he promised Yunur that he would not talk to other ladies. At one point, the guy heard the sounds of several faces approaching, reacted calmly, and only slightly turned his head. The stupid cowards began to tell the charming Miss Zixin that they had dealt with a bandit and promised to protect her from everything. An angry Yehan mentally called them shameless geeks because they kept quiet while he defeated the invaders. The tense lady asked others to leave her, noting that she needed some personal space. Head over heels in love, the fool still tried to flirt with her, hoping that at least someone would get lucky. Suddenly, an angry female voice shouted and left to return to their seats, which immediately attracted attention. It was an exhausted flight attendant with disheveled hair and a torn sundress at the bottom. The angry crowd advised her to mind her own business, saying that if the brave man had not subdued the gang of bandits, she would have had a hard time. The angry woman screamed that Mr. Yehan was the one who defeated the enemies, but the arrogant geeks thought it was their fault. She added that they are no better than criminals if they show and behave like heroes only after they have been defeated. After that, a tense verbal altercation began, during which the determined lady overpowered everyone. The hero sitting on the chair scratched his upper lip with a smile on his face, saying that this girl was pretty. The plane soon arrived at the airport, where Nangwan noted that she hadn't learned the guy's name yet, and he was thinking of Yunur, so he wasn't going to tell her anything. A flight attendant standing in the country admired the courage of the young master, whom she mentally thanked. Walking a little further, the young man saw the other half standing next to a luxurious gray BMW car. With a twinkle in her eyes, the beauty threw herself into the arms of her beloved, whom she really missed. She literally flew into Yehan's arms, and he was even slightly confused, but he still caught her and began to hold her to him. The guy admitted that he really missed Yunur, who returned his love and began to look into his eyes. This was followed by a passionate kiss, which made the shocked girl blush with shyness. The daredevil gently wrapped his arms around the waist of his beloved and began to gently touch her lips, giving an unforgettable feeling. Breaking away, the beauty, feeling warm inside, said that her grandfather was not at home today. After that, she felt a sharp sense of shame and turned around. And Yehan didn't even have time to take it in. The enthusiastic boy realized that his beloved wanted him to visit her tonight, where they could finally relax together. Soon, the lady brought him to the mansion, where he got out of the car and asked if she would like to go inside with him. Worried and very shy, Yunur asked him in a trembling voice not to forget about tonight. Then she slammed the gas pedal into the floor and drove away, leaving the stunned boy alone with his thoughts. The happy young man told himself that he clearly needed to conserve his strength today, and then headed for the entrance to the building. Opening the door abruptly, an ecstatic Yehan exclaimed that he had finally returned to his native penates. But after a couple of seconds, he fell into a stupor and froze in place, wondering why it was so quiet here. Beauty Huofeng said that Ching Chung took his sister to the riverbank to learn martial arts, which made the youngster even more impressed. The woman said that even though the girl he adopted has no training, she is leading his relative to the initial stages of ki purification. Then the proud lady turned around and asked the boy to come to his senses first and then come in. The main character was very angry with her because this was his mansion. She talked like she was the owner here. After a while, Yehan was bored to death because it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still a long time to wait before dark. The kid just picked his nose and thought about all sorts of nonsense. I wish to go home to my beloved as soon as possible. Soon, the cherished alarm clock finally thundered, which startled the slightly dozing guy by striking 6 o'clock in the evening. At high speed, the hero rushed to run towards the exit, eager to get to the other half as soon as possible. The caring Huofeng immediately prepared a treat for him as a plate of fruit. But the youngster didn't even stop. The surprised lady wondered if he hadn't said he wanted to wait for his sister to return from the river. The brave man even started driving on the road while driving a car, because he couldn't wait to meet his beloved. Abruptly jumping away from the car, the young man bent the bumper on it, but he didn't care, since Yunur was more important. At that moment, Dodger landed right in front of the door of his future wife, whose beauty he had already missed. With a sigh, the boy said that he had finally arrived at his destination and was about to knock on the door. Still, the first thing the young man decided to do was calm down before meeting the beauty. Suddenly, the entrance to the house opened a crack, and a woman's silhouette peeked out from behind it, causing the young man's breath to stop. Yehan's nose instantly bled from Yunur's incredible attractiveness, and his cheeks turned red. An incredibly beautiful girl in a pink negligee asked him why he was just standing outside the door. The charming lady then made her way to the luxurious bed, asking the guy to follow her. The boy, stunned by her deliciousness, replied that he was already on his way, but he could not collect his thoughts. After just a few minutes, the young couple flopped down on the bed, where Ye Han stroked the beautiful hair of his lady of the heart. Suddenly, the flustered beauty looked into his eyes, gently touching his cheek, which surprised him a little. With a smile on her face, Charming asked him to show her more tenderness, and he began to stroke her chin. These words were followed by a very pleasant kiss, during which everyone felt an indescribable warmth in the soul. In the early morning, the wary hero sat up abruptly, trying to understand what kind of noise was being heard in the house. The sleepy girl assumed that her grandfather had returned home, and the guy at first reacted very calmly to this. But an hour later, the puzzle in his head formed and he became very nervous, realizing that old man Joe should not see him here. The young man, looking worried, began to rush around the room in search of clothes and shoes, while the lady looked at him in surprise. With a twinkle in her eyes, Yunner said that he could take his time because Grandpa rarely went upstairs. This didn't make the kid feel any better, and he was still running around trying to collect his thoughts. At the same time, a shadow suddenly loomed over him, and a man's voice asked if Yehan Li was standing in front of him. The frightened boy immediately recognized Zhou Mingshun, who, despite the girl's words, entered her room. The tense young man began to lie that he accidentally soiled his clothes, so he wanted to take them off and wash them. The angry man shouted at him to pay attention to his posture, and the kid realized that the situation was stalemate. He angrily exclaimed that Han's position showed that he was putting on clothes straight from the laundry. Then, the dazed hero concluded that the old man did not suspect him of anything, although he was afraid of this. Joe hugged the youngster, noting that he hadn't even called him after returning. But he was here so early to do the laundry. With a slight chuckle, Ye said that he was just afraid to disturb him, so he didn't say anything. The delighted Yunner could tell from Mingshun's face that he understood, but he just didn't want the boy to be embarrassed. Soon, the elderly gentleman discouraged the fighter, saying that he decided to officially accept him as his disciple. The boy was overjoyed, as the old master was the best expert in ancient jades in the entire country. The caring girl began to push the frozen lover, asking what he was waiting for. Kneeling before his counterpart, the brave man said that he, a humble disciple, was paying his sincere respects to Joe. The man said that he had decided to organize an initiation ceremony in a few days and would officially announce that the youngster would take over his position. The shy Yehan scratched the back of his head as if trying to say something, and Grandpa asked him not to bore him and just say it like it is. The shy kid tried to collect his thoughts and convey his point of view, but it was very difficult. Daredevil still reminded him that Mingshun had promised not to stop him and Yunner from being together if he performed well in Yunnan. He then presented the Jade Stone as an engagement gift, expressing hopes that the old man would accept it. The deeply moved lady did not expect that right now her beloved person would officially ask her grandfather for her hand in marriage. Straightening his beard, the vis-a-vis said that if a young man wants to get engaged to his granddaughter, he can't just give away any stone. After a few seconds, the grandfather was dumbfounded, exclaiming that the nugget had a better texture than the most valuable jade Yunner had brought earlier. The confident Yehan emphasized that he only offered the best for his beloved and would never show the treasure to outsiders. The impressed beauty put her arm around the hero's hand, calling him the best, and he, being in seventh heaven with happiness, called all this nonsense. The old man said that he was going to prepare invitations for the upcoming ceremony, and the guy said that he had something to say. He offered to cut his stone, and the one Yunner had brought earlier, to keep the best part and make it a treasure, and sell the other part. After a little thought, the man said it was a good idea, and the kid was already thrilled. The serious Mingshun added that even less valuable jade can be worth several billion in this industry. The elderly gentleman pointed out that they weren't the best in this field, and Yehan said that Grandpa was wrong about two things. The guy said that he gives valuables to him, and added that although the Zhou family is not the strongest, but they have him, and soon it will become the best. The man, who is in a good mood, praised the boy, noting his unconditional courage. After that, they joked and had a good conversation, while Beauty Yunner watched with a twinkle in her eyes, feeling a pleasant warmth in her soul. In her inner voice, she thanked fate that the main character was with them. Late at night, the charming girl said goodbye to her lover and asked him to repeat the visit tomorrow. The exhausted guy replied in a trembling voice that he needed to rest for a few days after spending so much energy. Grandpa Zhou said that he was going to prepare an invitation, but it took him all day, and Yunner was too bold. Soon the young man got into the car and drove home, telling himself to slow down at the sharp turn ahead. An agitated woman suddenly appeared on the road and whirled around when she saw the car behind her. Ye Han, who was very nervous, shouted at her to be careful because the collision was only a matter of seconds away. In the end, the brave man abruptly threw his foot on the brake pedal and pressed it into the floor, hoping that the grief would bypass him. The confused girl just screamed in fear when the vehicle was half a meter away from her. She had already closed her eyes and was ready to take a hard hit. But fortunately, at the very last moment, everything changed for the better. Fortunately, the main character's skills improved and his reflexes became much faster, so everything ended well. The woman who had fallen to her knees clutched her stomach and complained of pain in a trembling voice. After getting out of the car, the calm guy asked if she was okay and if she needed help. After taking a closer look, Officer Yan Lingjiao and the youth recognized each other, and their encounter was unexpected. The boy asked her why she was out so late, and the hot-tempered lady told him to mind his own business. With the help of the ability, the young man saw a strange aura around the lady, who felt slightly ashamed. The wary young man asked if Lidama was feeling unwell, but she said it was none of his business. Daredevil didn't understand why the yin-yang energy in Ling Zhao's body seemed so heavy, so he decided to use a sharp look. Concentrating as hard as possible, the serious Yehan glared at his opposite side, trying to make sense of the situation. In just a few seconds, he saw two devilish spirits that enveloped her from the inside and did not allow her to live in peace. Suddenly, the guy was falling off his feet from fright, and the surprised girl asked why a person like him was acting so paranoid. The concerned hero asked if it was true that she felt severe abdominal pain, as if she had menstrual cramps, but much worse. The alarmed woman asked in a trembling voice how he had found out about this, but she couldn't deny it anymore. Daredevil asked her if she had gone anywhere with heavy energy today, and she replied that she had examined the victim's body for investigation at the morgue. The brave man knew that he could not let her know that evil spirits were following her, because it would frighten her, and the nervous lady asked her to say at least something. With a smile on his face, the boy replied that her body was weak and succumbed to evil energy. But he was ready to help her tone everything up. The wary miss asked him if he knew anything about gynecology, and Chap said he had some knowledge. The hero said that it was too dangerous on the street and offered to get in the car where he would inspect it and then send it home. Soon, an experienced medic began to examine the lady's stomach, who was not happy about it. But Yehan assured that she was just a patient for him. With the help of a useful ability, he began to delve into the process, wanting to quickly expel the evil energy from the lady's body. After a couple of seconds, the brave man again saw two evil spirits who were making very terrible growls. In a fit of anger, the specialist used the last needle to save Yan Lingjiao from such torment once and for all. There was a very tense atmosphere in the car at that time, and the lady was in pain, but she had to endure it. At one point, she started coughing loudly and complaining that her stomach was too hot. He used strong yang energy to dispel the yin mana inside her, and added that it was normal to feel the burning heat. He also said that Yan could take off his clothes and cool off, and she slapped him in anger, calling him a scoundrel. The young man noted that he simply advised her how to become, but did not mean anything else. In the early morning, the young man took Ling Zhao to the house, where he finally recommended that she just drink tea with honey. The delighted lady listened to his advice and sincerely thanked him for his help, because now her health has improved. Yehan then tried to say something else, but she stopped and continued to listen carefully to him. The serious medic said that it's usually not so easy to catch a cold after visiting the morgue, so he stressed that Yan should be careful. Flashing a charming smile, the beauty replied that she understood everything, and then continued on her way. The beautiful lady wondered if the guy cares about her, if he warns her that someone wants to harm her. The next morning, the young man struggled slightly out of bed, covering his yawning mouth with his hand. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and he decided to go to Brother Zhao's house and visit him after a long separation. As he quickly pulled on his outer clothing, he began to wonder if his old friend was feeling any better. After some time, the guy came to the apartment of a friend and began to knock on the door, but no one answered him. He was very nervous. He wondered what the hell was going on here, and then abruptly entered without an invitation. He was dumbfounded to see an overturned table, chairs, and many broken plates inside. Turning his gaze to the side, Yehan noticed blood on one of the pieces of furniture and tried to figure out what had happened. First of all, the daredevil used the ability of a sharp look in order to objectively assess the situation. A picture of fearless Hentian kicking his opponent's chin with his heel popped up in front of him. Then the man lost consciousness and hit his head on the table, as a result of which he splashed it with his blood. The brooding hero quickly concluded that Zhao and Yu's brother was in trouble, so it was urgent to think of something. Without hesitation, he used the phone to call Huo Feng, who was also sitting in his mansion at the same time. The sarcastic beauty asked if he wasn't busy with his little sweetheart and how he had time to call her. The extremely serious Han said that he needed to find someone, and the lady first asked him to join the security bureau. The brave man replied that he wanted to know where Hentian was within an hour. If they could find him, he would do as she asked. The stunned Huo didn't expect the boy to make such a request to her, as she knew the king of tricks very well. The woman warned that Zhao's business was not something that the youngster could interfere with, and he just asked to do what he said and ended the call. A slightly tense Feng expressed her hope that the boy would not regret what he had decided to do. In a short time, she packed up and went outside, where a white work SUV was already parked. Holding a white envelope in her hands, the lady said that she hadn't found Hengdian, but she had news about his sister Yuyu. Yehan, who was sitting in the back seat, noticed that it worked quickly enough and took the information. The serious Huo warned that even the Security Bureau finds it difficult to meddle in the affairs of people Zhao has offended in his time. The daredevil firmly replied that he would never sit back and watch his friends suffer. Exhaling heavily, the concerned woman said that she had said perfectly well that she couldn't change his mind. The main character asked her to look after his house for him, after which the car drove off and left in an unknown direction. When Han arrived at Linhe village in Sujiang province, he was very excited and hoped that Yu was fine. Local residents gathered around the car, who did not understand why two groups of people decided to visit their little-known village. The young man asked if anyone else had come here, and the girl said that 4 people in a big car went to Old Sun's house at the end of the village. Without wasting any time, the fearless fighter grabbed a rare fire blade and headed down the path indicated. Being cool-headed, he thanked the girl and started walking forward. And she was shocked to see a sword in his hand. Meanwhile, the bandits were asking why Sun Boom was interfering in Hentian's affairs if he had left the martial arts world, and asking him to hand Zhao Yu over to them. The brave man replied that the guy had saved his life, so he was ready to take care of him and his affairs. He also made them laugh by reminding them that he, the 29th master on the Tiger list, had cowardly taken refuge in the Taoist Association. The opponent said that Huo Tianzun had conquered the Southwest, and it was only a matter of time before he destroyed the Trick King. The stern old man made it clear that if the scoundrel wanted to take Hentian's sister, it would have to be done by force. After that, the master used a powerful technique, grabbing a sharp spear, but this did not frighten the opponent in the least. The bold type expressed a desire to see if his grandfather had regressed in all the years that he was out of martial arts. The strong man did not give in to his provocations and only tried to attack, but it was possible with titanic difficulty. His mastermind was joined by other henchmen who were eager to kill the geek as soon as possible. A few seconds later, the stone floor and walls began to collapse around them, and the temperature rose to hundreds of degrees. However, Sun Boom was already far from at his best, so he missed one of the punches and was seriously injured. The flustered Yu immediately rushed to her grandfather's side, not letting him hit his head and asking if he was okay. Raising his sword up, the opponent arrogantly said that the pathetic old man was going to hell right now. The extremely tense man understood that the situation was too stalemate, but he did not have the strength to change anything. The angry girl suddenly came to the defense of the elderly gentleman, not wanting to give up so easily to the company of scoundrels. Suddenly, a sharp long sword flew at the gang leader, at the sight of which he was very surprised and fell into a stupor. The bewildered guy turned around, wondering who had come to them and dared to attack. The tough fighter asked the kid in front who he was going to be and where he got the powerful Longquan blade from. The fearless Yehan replied that he was the one who wanted the brat who had attacked the beautiful Yuya to die. The opponent couldn't understand how he could say such a thing with his weak cultivation, and immediately tried to attack, but failed. However, the main character was unable to stand on his feet and flew a couple of meters back, hiding in the columns of rising dust. The scoundrel ordered his comrades to deal with the degenerate and take the sword, while he decided to deal with the infirm old man. Rising to his feet, a tense Sun Boom said that if it wasn't for the minions, Cao Chong wouldn't have injured him in any way. The psychopath offered to check it out and once again rushed into battle, but this time the man tried to remain calm. Ye Han, who was standing to the side, watched the spectacular battle without interfering, because he felt a pain in his shoulder. The young man concluded that he was still not strong enough if he couldn't even withstand the opponent's first blow. The 3 attackers were laughing at the kid, telling him not to get distracted, and just like that, they made a jump and started swinging at him. The cold-blooded guy activated the yin-yang eyes in order to calculate everything down to the smallest detail and not allow any mistakes. Sharp eyes had improved his perception of opponents. Speed. So the situation was slightly different now. In the protagonist's eyes, the entire gang of half-wits were moving like snails, so there was even a sly smile on his face. Having been wounded, the dumbfounded bandits tried to understand when the dodger managed to hit and how it was even possible. In just a minute, the 3 of them were lying face down on the ground, and Daredevil started walking forward as if nothing had happened. Being emotionless, he wondered how Sun Boom, Yu, and the brat who had attacked them were doing right now. The haughty Cao Chong laughed loudly and ordered his grandfather to prepare for death, but he moved no less quickly than him. Still, the young hot-blooded fighter was more nimble, and at one point put his sword to the opponent's chest. The exhausted grandfather asked Ye Han to immediately pick up Yuya and get out of here, saying that he would detain the criminal. The merciless scoundrel asked him to worry about himself first, calling him an unfortunate geek. The fearless hero decided to withdraw help to the elderly gentleman, and at the same moment activated one of the abilities. He surprised the older man by telling him not to worry and assuring him that he could handle the villain alone. An oblivious Cao Chong called this move presumptuous and landed next to the kid, intending to deal with him as well. The brat abruptly charged with a smile on his face, declaring that he would kill the arrogant kid first. Coughing up blood, a worried Boom begged the young man to run away, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to get back from the sword. Crazy Lycote did not stop even for a second, eager to quickly teach the self-confident fool a lesson. In a fit of anger, the hero activated the yin-yang eyes, causing the desire to destroy Chun to ignite. Without a shred of doubt in his heart, he charged with the fiery blade in his hands, sincerely believing that victory would be on his side. At the same time, the tip of the sword pierced through the soft cloth of the stunned cow, who couldn't believe it. An enthusiastic son called the boy a good boy, and then suggested that the two of them finish off the scoundrel as soon as possible. The still conscious opponent said that he was not so easy to kill and was ready to kick to the last. In the end, he managed to push the young warrior away from him with a kick, which greatly strained the old man. Lucky rode off into the distance, threatening that since they had offended the Taoist Association, they would both die sooner or later. Finally relaxing, Bume thanked the young man and asked his name, as well as why he had come. The polite boy replied that his name was Yehan, and he was still in a good mood despite what had happened. The joyful Yu Yu didn't expect to see her brother at all, and the surprised son didn't even think that they knew each other. The beauty buried her nose in the young man's chest and began to complain that she was very scared. And he began to calm her down, saying that everything was already over. After a while, Charming bandaged the wounds of an elderly gentleman who found out that the hero is one of Hentian's friends. The concerned girl said she hadn't heard from her brother yet, and asked what they should do next. Holding her hand, the brave man said that since neither they nor the Taoist Association had been able to find Zhao, he was clearly safe for the time being. The man noted that this place was found, so they must leave immediately. Otherwise, the enemies will come back again and you will not be able to escape. After patting Yu Yu's cheek, Yehan asked her to pack up her things and follow him to Shanghai, saying that he had some people and friends there. Then the guy asked if the older man wanted to go with him to protect himself in the future. The brave son Bume replied that he had promised Hengtian to protect his little sister, which was a sign of agreement on his part. Knowing that the old man was ranked 29th on the tiger list, the youngster guessed that he was very strong and could help him in many ways. Beautiful Yu Yu asked where they would stay when they arrived in Shanghai, and the guy said that he was at home and added that now they should stick together. The old man said that if he was going to return to the battle world, he should start drinking alcohol, and the kid said that he would find a drink for him. With a chuckle, Son added that he wanted to focus on improving himself. But with the sudden changes, he wouldn't be able to stop thinking about it. On the way, he often told jokes and laughed loudly, which raised the mood of the young guys. After a while, the trio arrived at their destination, where Yehan showed them around his house. At the entrance, they were met by Huo Feng, who noted that the boy went out for a short time, but already brought another girl home. The cute Yu Yu greeted her and introduced herself, and the serious Bume noticed that the woman in front wasn't as simple as she looked. After that, the red-haired lady turned her back on them and invited them in, while the sweaty hero stood together in silence. Suddenly, the boy was greatly alarmed by his counterpart, warning him that his beloved and very jealous Yuner was also here. In a panic, the guy rushed to run somewhere, asking his colleague to prepare a room for the elder son and Charming. The lady noted that the man was not returned and asked the baby to be careful, which surprised her and made the old man feel awkward. Grinning, the beauty said that she wasn't talking about him at all, and he looked down in sweat, feeling uncomfortable. Meanwhile, an angry Yuner stood in Yehan's way, looking like he was about to have a serious conversation. The girl exclaimed that she missed him, but Huofeng told her that he had gone looking for another woman and demanded to know the truth. The tense boy gently took his lover's hand and asked her to calm down, promising to explain everything. The lady turned away from him, and he began to tell her that he had been wounded in battle while rescuing his friend's sister, and that his chest still hurt. The guy added that he needed to change his blood-stained clothes, and the concerned girl immediately began to worry about him. The young man offered to talk about it when they were in his room, so that no one else would overhear the information. Still, the older sister found out about this and started to worry. But Huofeng chuckled and said that such a lively person couldn't be injured. Her words didn't make the protagonist's relative feel any better, but the red-haired lady continued to calm her down. She whispered that the guy was quite energetic right now and was probably having a great time with Yuner. Charming Chingcheng, who was adopted by the boy, asked what all this meant, and the lady noticed that little Bai didn't look fierce at all. Feeling awkward, the lady replied to the girl that it was too early for her to know about this, after which silence reigned. Lying on the bed, Yehan told his beloved that they didn't know if Hentian was still alive, so he had to take care of Yu Yu. After calming down, the beauty sincerely smiled and asked to let her know if she needed anything. Her delicate cheeks flushed slightly, and then she said that she could also help the other half. Suddenly, the agitated girl asked why the young man took off his clothes, and he asked her to be quiet. The absolutely calm young man grinned and assured that everything was in order, then reached for his lover's lips. A few hours later, Yuner said that the ceremony would take place tomorrow, so the hero needed to prepare. She added that he would be leading the auction, and the confident Han asked her to just wait and watch her husband. Fruit-eating Huo Feng emphasized the fact that they were really young, and added that it had already been a couple of hours. The shy beauty said that it was time for her to go home, and the kid with a smile on his face noted that he was seriously injured. Suddenly, his beloved disappeared from the mansion like the wind, leaving the startled boy standing there with his eyes bulging. The next day, the hero arrived at his destination, where he immediately stressed that the press conference looked quite amazing. At the same time, a charming blue-eyed lady walked up to him and asked if Mr. Yehan Lee was standing in front of her. The youngster confirmed this, and Mo Shu said that she was Principal Yun'er's secretary, who was busy and asked her to meet him. Grinning broadly, the kid casually began to move forward, leaving the lady behind him. Dissatisfied with this behavior, the mistress noted in her mind that he looked like a fool and could not understand what the boss saw in him. Meanwhile, Supervisor Joe was busy dealing with organizational matters, giving orders to various people. A cheerful boy finally approached her, and she looked at him with flushed cheeks and a glint in her eyes. The flustered lady asked Mo Shu to immediately go and fetch the suit that she had ordered especially for him. Smiling, the beauty said that the hero would have to perform well on stage later, and hoped that No would not embarrass her. Stroking her lips, the frivolous Han asked if Charmer didn't know what he was capable of. The angry girl told him not to touch her, reminding him that there were quite a few people around them. Discouraged, the secretary brought a suit, and the director asked Maltz to change since he had to go on stage soon. After a short period of time, the guests of the ceremony took their seats in the chairs and waited for the event to start. The host greeted everyone and thanked them for coming to the Joe jewelry auction. But someone shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. One of the impulsive men said that they were here for jade, so Chap should hurry up and show them the pearl toad. The worried Yun'er was extremely unsure if the main character would be able to take control of the audience. The brave man realized that those present were impatient and decided to get straight to the point, but suggested starting with ordinary jade. Outraged people wanted to see the most interesting object as soon as possible, and they simply did not care about the rest. The unprovoked Han said that the price of the nugget was 50 million, and if they couldn't afford it, they could wait outside. He added that they, the Joe Jewels, would absolutely not care, and this was more than a convincing statement. After that, the shocked crowd calmed down and thought deeply, and Mr. Ye could easily be proud of himself. Surprised, Mo Shu noted that the guy had let everyone know that he wouldn't be easy to handle without making anyone feel uncomfortable. A delighted Yun'er said with a twinkle in her eyes that the secretary didn't know anything about the charm of her beloved person. The woman thought about all sorts of nonsense, and the host presented 2 bracelets obtained from an ancient volcano in Hechen and increasing yang energy. Interested guests did not understand anything at all and asked to explain the value of the items in more detail. The young man replied that women cannot resist a man who will wear an accessory, and the same is true on the contrary. He also noted that if both sexes put on the artifact at the same time, they would have normal feelings. The decent joke made an impression on people and they began to laugh loudly, which made Yehan more respected in their eyes. A blonde from the crowd with a smile on her face shouted that he should have found more such useful things in the ancient volcano. The charismatic host replied that the source wouldn't be able to handle it either if there were too many of them. After that, the delighted people began to offer huge sums, which started with 60 million and reached 75 million yuan. One of the entrepreneurs confidently raised his hand and said that he was ready to offer a whole 100. The stunned crowd stared with bulging eyes and open mouths at the man who didn't feel very comfortable. The main character hit the table with a hammer and declared that the lot was sold, after which, without wasting time, he came to the next one. Surprised, Mo Shu pointed out that the genius had sold the jade bracelets for 100 million, even though they were only worth 50,000. The enamored Yun'er noted that now the secretary knows how amazing her future husband is, and he agreed with this. The young man said that the warm-up was over, and he bet that everyone would be thrilled right now. Clapping his hands, he offered to look at the legendary pearl toad, which was a real treasure. 2 beauties in blue sundresses began to carry an object covered with a red cloth to the presenter. A confident Yehan immediately opened the table to present the guests with a unique artifact from their collection. The shiny toad immediately attracted the attention of the audience, and the pearls in its mouth added charm. Shocked people called the item an exquisite work of art that everyone wanted to buy. The surprised hero noted in his mind that Master Joe's skills were truly extraordinary, and he didn't even want to sell the stone. However, the presenter stressed that everyone present knows about the value of the nugget, so there is no initial price for it. His words unsettled the auction guests. But everyone knew that something like this was truly priceless. Unexpectedly, the big blonde man laughed and said that in this case, he could offer 1 yuan. With his impudence, he stunned the people standing around, who almost fainted from hearing delirium. In the same hour, the half-wit was pelted with various objects, calling his bet ridiculous and telling him to get out. Suddenly, an aristocrat with a monocular over his eye offered 2 billion to set an example to everyone, which further stunned the crowd. At the same time, a group of fierce men also turned on the old man, who raised the price so high that no one could keep up. Meanwhile, a nervous Ning Feng was sitting on a chair in the private room, surrounded by his assistant. The nail-biting blonde said that if he hadn't fallen for Han's trick in Yunnan, the jade would have been his. Big guy Tao said that sooner or later they would get him, and the other guy suddenly asked him to make a bid of 5 billion rubles. The goon said that the Blood Hand Hallmaster needed the nugget for cultivation, and if they got it, it would be a great achievement. At that time, an aristocrat with a glass in his hand said that the Tinya Consortium should get the stone, and Miss Alice assured them that they would win the auction. Host Yehan also noticed Feng standing in the window, and a crafty turkey immediately matured in his mind. He stated that the Ning Jewelry Company had made a bid of 5 billion, and asked if anyone else was willing to do so. Then the countdown to 3 began, during which the young man hit the table with a hammer. The satisfied guy wanted to finally sell the toad for a good amount of money and was already preparing to make the final knock. But suddenly, the charming Alice said that Tinya Corporation was willing to offer as much as 10 billion yuan. Shocked people discussed that by buying this, the organization can save a lot of money on advertising costs. The auctioneer asked the crowd of guests if any of them would offer more than the specified amount. Once again, he began to count to 3, showing complete calmness and concentration on the event. In the end, the main character confidently knocked on the table with a hammer, declaring that the expensive lot was sold. The young man enthusiastically congratulated the esteemed Tinya Consortium on acquiring the jade for $10 billion. Impressed, people remarked that this incredible price was even unprecedented, and Miss Alice stood silently by the window. It was also said that after the auction, the Zhou people made a name for themselves internationally, and the auctioneer did very well at the event. The charming blonde heard that there was another treasure in the jewelry store and asked them to show it to them. Clapping his hands, the polite guy gave her a positive answer and thereby called the assistants to him. He asked the beauty to bring the artifact covered with a red cloth directly to him, and the audience was in an excited state of anticipation. At the same time, the object was placed on the table, and one of the girls was already ready to pull off the blanket. The blue-eyed host asked everyone present to look carefully at the treasure of their city store. Deciding not to drag out the intrigue any longer, the daredevil abruptly tore off the fabric, and the hall was blinded by a bright white light. Everyone was dumbfounded as the incredibly beautiful item turned out to be a red floating phoenix. The people who were flushed with shock knew that if it was put up for auction, the price would definitely be comparable to the previous lot. Dumbfounded, Ning Feng sweated that it was a magnificent piece of art and was eager to purchase it. With a smile on his face, the blonde man said that he wanted this item. An iron hand assured that everything would be fine. A scheming guy and promised himself that this time, he would return everything that southern Yunnan had lost because of Yehan. At the end of the event, a happy Yunner threw herself into the hero's arms, happily saying that thanks to him, the auction was a complete success. He asked how Charmer was going to reward him, and she said in a soft voice that she was ready to listen to all suggestions. Clearing her throat, Mo Shu suddenly said that the chairman was Michael from the consortium, who wanted to personally conduct the transaction. The much disturbed lady asked when they had come here, and Miss Alice replied with a grin that this sort of thing was common for them. The hero said that he would ask someone to bring the jade for inspection, and added that if everything went well, they could continue the process. Unexpectedly, the blonde man asked him to wait, slightly blushing, which surprised the young man. He held the sweating boy's hand and said that he needed help, and Yehan wondered if the foreigner had any special hobbies. The young man politely replied that he was a person with a more traditional personal orientation. The uncomfortable gentleman didn't quite understand what his counterpart meant, because he wanted to talk about something else. Uncomfortably, Michael whispered in the boy's ear that their company wasn't doing very well. Now the auction host understood what was being said, and everyone present looked at him with a slight bewilderment. Patting his chest, the main character with a smile on his face said that he could help the man and asked him not to worry. He asked him to wait 3 minutes, and the very stressed entrepreneur said he wasn't ready yet. But the youngster had already slammed the door. The stunned ladies watched as the brave man dragged the blonde counterpart with him. But his intentions were local. The young man said that he had used acupuncture needles for many years, but each time he experienced pain. After that, he called Mr. Michael in to show the fruits of his efforts to the unsettled public. The extremely tense girls were watching the silhouette coming out of the room, and Yehan was looking at the floor with a slight grin. Suddenly, a man who had regained his manhood appeared in front of them, his body overgrown with muscles. Alice circled him in awe, marveling at his incredible beauty, while the hero chuckled slightly. Pleasantly surprised, the girl asked how he managed to change in such a short period of time. The happy gentleman hugged Han tightly, saying that thanks to him, he felt that he could defeat even a dozen people. The young man, sweating with embarrassment, offered to continue the deal if everything was all right now. The vis-a-vis said that he decided to develop an in-depth cooperation with their jewelry store, and the guy offered to discuss this in detail later. An ecstatic Yuner hugged the hand of the person she loved tightly but tenderly, calling him gorgeous. Moshu's worried secretary suddenly rushed in and reported that things were bad. The lady stunned everyone by saying that the soaring phoenix and the pearl toad were stolen by unknown persons. The nervous headmistress asked if they weren't kept in a safe, and the lady replied that the guard was unconscious and the surveillance system was destroyed. A couple of blondes said that, in this case, there can be no cooperation between them if they can't even keep the jewelry. With tears in her eyes, the agitated Yuner asked her lover what they should do next. The brave man asked Mr. Michael to give him an hour, promising that during this time the toad with the pearls would definitely return and the deal would resume. The gentleman replied that they would only be leaving the jewelry store in 60 minutes for the sake of their esteemed friends. The confident Ye Han, rolling up his sleeves, said that he would definitely find someone who was behind all this. Soon, a police squad gathered at the scene of the incident, which was engaged in the investigation of the crime. Also among them was a focused Yan Lingjiao, who was engaged in examining all the evidence through a magnifying glass. Noticing the hero walking behind, the angry woman asked him to stop and not destroy the evidence. The serious guy said that he could find out who stole the jade, but asked to give it to him with paper and not interfere. The police said that they found only footprints, hair, and fingerprints, so the kid is clearly not able to cope alone. Daredevil earnestly asked the captain to lead them away, and an excited Yuner presented him with the requested items. Brooding Yan knew that Ye Han had healed her earlier and clearly had some secrets, so she decided to give him a chance to try. The absolutely calm woman dismissed all her subordinates, and they were very surprised by her unexpected statement. The strict mistress ordered them to shut up and get out of the place in a raised tone, after which no one dared to ask any more questions. The most concentrated hero began to scroll the pen in his hand, thinking only of stealing jewelry. Yin Yang's eyes allowed him to briefly see what happened at the scene, so he could figure out the culprit. At the same time, the boy found out that Iron Hand Ning Tao had come for the treasure earlier. Keeping calm, the young man outlined the suspect's face on paper and clearly conveyed the details. Being serious, he abruptly showed the drawing to the discouraged Ling Jiao, asking who this person was. The lady immediately recognized the A-level international fugitive who had escaped to Xiangjiang earlier. An excited girl ran into the room, who reported that the evidence was consistent with the Iron Hand. The dumbfounded police officers couldn't understand how Ye Han could have guessed such a thing in such a short period of time. The unperturbed youth thanked Commander Yan for his cooperation, and she looked at him with a slight worry in her eyes. The alarmed woman noted that Shanghai was huge and he wouldn't be able to find the culprit, so she offered to leave it to them. Daredevil replied that he has his own information network, and besides, he has very little time. Looking at the hero's back as he left, Ling Jiao said in her mind that he was becoming more secretive and that she no longer understood him. Once outside, the young man told Huo Feng on the phone that he wanted to find out where Ning Tao was within 3 minutes. He also added that she can set any conditions for this, and the enthusiastic lady said that 60 seconds will be enough. The enthusiastic guy said in his mind that the scoundrel can enjoy the last minutes he has. Meanwhile, the bandit drove out of town with a satisfied fan, who emphasized that he had done a great job. The blonde man said that not only did they embarrass Ye Han, but they also ruined the reputation of the Zhou jewelry store. The happy thief continued to drive the car, but suddenly another person drove into the oncoming lane, which greatly strained them. The black car went into a sharp ram, as if adhering to the tactic of pushing opponents off the road. In the end, the two idiots were slammed into a tree, having previously flown into a ditch and did not even have time to understand anything. Just a couple of seconds later, smoke began to pour out from under the hood, so it was impossible to continue driving any longer. An angry Tao exclaimed that the person responsible for the accident was going to die right now, and Feng supported him, threatening him in every possible way. Suddenly, a stern Ye Han walked out of the SUV with a blade in his hands, who said that these words should be applied to them. Startled, the blonde immediately asked what he was doing here, but no one was going to give him an answer. The daredevil threatened that the idiot now has nowhere to run and his life will end in the next few minutes. The coward immediately began to run away, and the wary Iron Hand could not understand how the young man so quickly found out that he was the thief. Flexing his fists, the cocky guy asked the boss not to worry, noting that he could knock the kid out with just one punch. Suddenly, without any ceremony, the hero swung his sword at him, grazing the soft tissue around his throat. Rapidly bleeding, with difficulty in the criminal called the guy fast, and he could not do anything. In the end, the scoundrel fell off his feet and buried his nose in the ground, and the merciless warrior declared that the scoundrel Tao was dead. Terrified, Ningfeng ran non-stop, calling Ye Han crazy in his mind. At one point, he heard something running past him, but the first thing he did was ignore it. An incredibly fast fighter suddenly appeared on his way, who once again said that the idiot would not be able to get away from him. With just one kick, he grazed the cretin's groin area, causing him to fly skyward with bulging eyes. Looking up at the sky with a smile, Daredevil told herself that this was the youngest member of the Ning family, and it wasn't worth killing him just yet. Meanwhile, a worried Yuner was sitting in the same room with the entrepreneurs who were already tired of waiting. Calm. Alice said that there was only a minute left, so they could leave, because they still had unfinished business waiting for them. Serious. Michael pointed out that getting the 2 stolen jades back within an hour was an impossible task, so he didn't want to waste any more time. The excited chairman asked them to wait a little longer, promising that her beloved person would come very soon, as promised. Mo Shu, who was worried about her, said that they were simply doomed, but the beauty still believed in her lover. The guests did not listen to her and went to the exit, and the director realized that this was a failure. But suddenly, a bold Yehan stood in their way with a suitcase in his hands, who stunned everyone with his appearance. Putting the briefcase on the table, the confident young man immediately began to open it to take stock of the operation. With a smile on his face, he said that he was lucky enough to return the jewels, after which their beauty dazzled the entrepreneurs. An ecstatic Yeonir threw herself into the guy's arms, and a happy Michael called him the Chinese version of James Bond. The young man offered to start the deal right now, and a happy Alice replied that they really could continue the partnership. In a short time, the business people discussed all the details, and then a couple of blonde men left in a black car. Yehan stretched a bit too hard, and the girl reminded him that he had an initiation ceremony tomorrow and they had already booked a hotel. Gently stroking her cheek, the hero asked her not to worry and promised that he would not forget anything so important. The shy beauty suddenly said in a low voice that her office has a small room in which she rests. The enthusiastic boy immediately picked her up and ran inside the building, wanting to rest as soon as possible. The next day, the young couple came to the ceremony, but the hero looked very rumpled because he did not get enough sleep at all. The Lady of the Heart immediately asked him to hurry up and not mention the fact that she was the one who insisted that he stay with her last night. There were already many guests inside, and the waiting staff was serving trays of sumptuous red wine. Baimo, slightly tense, asked why his friend had come so late, and Hyben pointed out that it was easy to lose strength from kissing your lover. The angry girl swung her foot at the fat man, asking if he really wanted trouble if he was talking such nonsense. At the same time, Elder Zhou Mingshun came up to the young people, who was quite happy to see them. The main character apologized for being late, and the beautiful Yuner looked at her grandfather with a twinkle in her eyes. The elderly gentleman beckoned the young man over, muttering under his breath that girls would always be married off. People were discussing that Mr. Michael, the mayor of Shanghai Jiangguo, as well as the chairman of the Lin Guodong Corporation, had arrived for the ceremony. High-ranking people congratulated Mingshun on accepting a disciple, and he sincerely thanked everyone. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared among the crowd who called his counterpart pompous with a slight grin. The angry old man immediately recognized Ning Hyotian, and one could tell from his reaction that he wasn't the most pleasant person. It was rumored that the gambling king from the north was at odds with Master, and he clearly came here with bad intentions. The two professionals looked into each other's eyes, but one of them remained stern, while the other smiled like an upstart. Putting on a kind face, the master asked why his friend didn't tell him that he was receiving a disciple, since this was a big event. But in reality, the bastard had come on purpose to make a mess, and he was sure that the geek wouldn't do anything to him. The polite Mingshun replied that he was worried that his legs were already too weak, but that was also hypocritical. The embittered Zhou really hoped that the scoundrel would die soon because he hated him with all his heart. Laughing, the white-haired vis-a-vis emphasized the funniness of the old man who was paying homage to him. The owner of the bad aura also turned his attention to Yehan, quickly realizing that this was the new disciple. The wary guy asked Wu Yuner in a whisper why the stranger was staring at him and acting as if he had killed his father. The absolutely calm beauty replied that it was Ning Feng's father, so there wasn't even anything to discuss. Exhaling, the boy thought it wasn't surprising that the old man hated him so much. The benevolent Mingshong asked if Brother Hyotian had any advice that he could give the young master. The elderly gentleman replied that he was already too old to be inferior to the younger generation everywhere, but he still wanted to say something. He said that he had also recently accepted a disciple named Leng Fan and invited them to compete in jade carving. People thought it would be exciting, but Yehan was a novice and his mentor hadn't taught him how to do it yet. The tense Zhou was sweating with slight excitement, but he was doing his best to show that everything was fine. Daredevil said that they should agree, and added that he would like to see the carving skills of the Northern Gambling King. The nervous man replied that the kid had never studied anything like this, so he thought the idea was very stupid. The Daredevil asked him to believe in him, and asked if he would never take him as a disciple again if he lost. Through gritted teeth, the old man agreed with him, saying that they wouldn't let go even if they were defeated in the competition. After gaining confidence, he loudly asked the guys to put away their tools and jades for the start of the event. After a few minutes, the contestants were completely ready to start and just looked into each other's eyes. A serious teacher asked Leng Fan to show everyone his skills, and he promised to show his best side. The guy said that from now on, he will be the main character's nightmare because his carvings will never be better. The hot-tempered Hyben didn't like his haughty demeanor. But Beimu had heard that the youngster's jades were very much in demand, so it would be difficult to win. Worried, Yunir sincerely wished good luck to her beloved person, for whom she was worried every second. The confident daredevil mentally said that with yin-yang eyes, he had a photographic memory and would learn everything on the spot. Focusing as much as possible, the main character began to follow the actions of the opponent, clearly memorizing everything. After a short period of time, the calm Lengfan asked everyone present to take a look at his creation. He managed to create an incredibly beautiful green necklace that glinted brightly in the light. The impressed crowd was surprised that the stone was originally damaged, but the professional hid it with his skills. The cigar-smoking Heochin noticed that his disciple had tried, so he asked to apologize if something was wrong. Admiring people began to praise the youngster and his mentor in every possible way, believing that he deserved the title of the gambling king of Northern Jade. A very worried girl asked her lover what they should do, and he just asked her not to worry. The fearless Yehan said with a smile on his face that he would definitely win the competition and humiliate the opponents. The haughty opponent said that it was Chap's turn, and the worried Yunir replied that he had no experience in carving. Still, the brave man approached Leng and boldly asked if he really wanted to lose so badly that he was getting into trouble. Taking the green jade in his hand, the young man wondered what he would like to carve. Suddenly, he looked at the girl he loved and said that he wanted to engrave the beauty, which caused her even more fear. The restless lady said that the figure carving was the most difficult, and even Heochin and her grandfather wouldn't be able to do it well. Sitting down at the table, the concentrated guy asked her not to worry, promising to cope with everything. Then, he took a sharp dagger in his right hand and began to examine the round piece of stone in detail. At the same time, the young man began the dissection process at a high speed, and small fragments flew around. People around him pointed out that the kid was fighting a losing battle because he had absolutely no experience. Surprised, Zhou Mingxun carefully observed the protagonist's actions, which were truly impressive. He wondered if this was not the shaking technique that Lengfan had used, and couldn't understand how his disciple had picked it up. The dumbfounded master realized that the talented Yehan had managed to learn something new for himself in a matter of minutes. The man advised the young man to cut out the surface without breaking it, and also to feel the knife with his heart. The hero listened to his advice and realized that it was necessary to do the job at full capacity with 30% strength. Before long, the information had fully sunk in, and he was even deeper into the process, doing everything absolutely right. The shocked people noticed that the South Jade Gambling King's disciple had improved with just one piece of advice. The startled Heochin was saying in his mind that he couldn't let someone live with the knowledge of the trembling technique that he had carefully kept secret. The angry Lengfan knew that the opponent's skill was better than his, and although he still had a chance of winning, as long as something went wrong, when the beautiful statuette was almost finished, the young man stopped for obvious reasons. As it turned out, it was time to cut out the most difficult part, namely the face. So Yunir became even more worried. Keeping an unshakable confidence, the daredevil turned to his beloved girl with a smile on his face. The stunned beauty was trying to figure out what he wanted, and the guy suddenly announced that he had finished the painstaking work. At great speed, the capable young man began to make the finishing touches with the knife without loosening his grip. Exhaling, the blue-eyed hero pulled the wonderful artifact away from him, realizing that he could finally show the final result. He managed to create a deliciously beautiful statuette of a girl with sparkling eyes and curled hair.